at 9:03 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Vice Chair Cullen.
Chair Wanjin.
Present.
Myself is present. President Lopez.
Present.
Vice President Martinez.
Present.
Consular Urchin.
Present.
Speaker Hall.
Here.
Chair Triple excused. Chair Millington.
Present.
Senator DeMarla.
Here.
Senator Gell.
Present.
Senator Temple.
Present.
Adsby Vice Chair Savage.
Present.
Graduate at Large Wilson. Undergraduate at Large Kane excused. Undergraduate at Large Allgaier.
Present.
Senator Holmes.
Present.
Yes. Wait, is it? That's not right. I'm sorry. One second. Yeah, 14 out of 15. Quorum is verified.
We are now at approval of the minutes. If some people will look over last meeting's minutes, I will take a motion. Temple.
Move to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the minutes stand approved. Approval of the agenda. If we can look over today's agenda, I'll take a motion. Temple.
Move to approve today's agenda.
There's been a motion to approve today's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the agenda stands approved. Announcements from me. Hey all, so quickly, the schedule for today. We're going to be going over the business office first. That'll be the first thing on our agenda. The big things there are R&R, repair and replacement, which is broken up into specific projects and contingencies. Specific projects is things like turf fields and the the RWC roof. Those things are things we will be investing money in for a certain period of time in order to be able to buy expensive things without having to throw our entire budget at it in 1 year. And then contingencies, the industry standard is 3% that we set aside in case of any emergencies and disastrous failures of things. Like if hurricanes happen and we need to repair things. Currently, what's on the budget bill is 0.75% because the budget decreased $2.9 million this year. But yes, so that's what it's at. The industry standard is 3. Keep that in mind, please. Besides that, we'll be going through all of the other departments. So OSI, Student Legal Services, the RWC, and the union. And then VUCF we will be seeing today because of conditions that meant they couldn't be seen tomorrow. And Sport Club Council will be seen before the RWC just because that works pretty well most of the time. Besides that, voting and approval of the budget bill. So if you've been on budget committee before, we'll be doing this a little bit differently this year, where we will be just amending every line this year as we go rather than approving specific areas, because we don't want to give the impression that we're done with an area when there's potential we may still go back and change it. And then just finally, or not quite finally, because there's also the live stream link, but recesses. Obviously we'll be here probably from 9 to 5. So if it starts to feel like everyone needs a break, please use recesses as necessary. But please, while you're doing so, be respectful of presenters. Preferably use recesses after we're totally done with an area for the moment in time. And then, of course, the live stream is linked if for some reason you want to look at that, but there is no requirement that you do so. Or if you just want to know where it is. So yeah. Any questions for me? Seeing none, no announcements from the vice chair, announcements from committee members. I put that in the wrong place. Are there any announcements from committee members? Seeing none, announcements from non-committee members. Welch.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kerry Welch, Associate Vice President for Student Success and Wellbeing. I'll be brief, but the first thing I want to say is, isn't this room awesome? Every time I'm in this room, I'm just like, this room is fantastic. You don't know how long we went without this room or anything even close to it. This is so nice. All right. I just want to, first of all, thank you very much to all the students on the committee for being here and using your discretionary time to do this important task. Your peers are sleeping in and eating home-cooked meals, and I won't rub it in. And but we're very grateful that you have chosen to do this and be here and be a part of this. And the other thing I would say is just be nice. It's very important to have passion about the things that are important to you. That's why you're on this committee, because you have you love this university and you want what the things you think students are best for students. So we want, that's how the committee is successful. But you can do that and still be nice, and not make it personal. It's just a task. So please do that, and good luck with your next couple of few days. You do have a tall order, but I'm sure you'll do fine with it. Students have always been very good at this particular task. So thank you.
Does anybody have questions for Dr. Welch? Seeing none, any other announcements from non-committee members? Seeing none, we are now in old business. None. New business, we will start off with the activity and service fee business office presentation.
Okay. All right. Is that better? Okay. All right. I'm a little unorganized this morning. Couldn't get it to print. Okay. Well, as I mentioned, I'm going to go over basically the request that I'm making on behalf of our office and for other departments. I will briefly discuss the functions of our office and provide a bit of information regarding the department. I will discuss briefly the mission, our personnel, our services that we provide, the operation budget, and the categories that I'm requesting funding for, the repair and replacement specific projects, the repair and replacement of contingency, the Student Government Ticket Center, and the overall budget request. And I will answer any questions you may have at the end of this presentation. Okay. The mission of the Activity and Service Fee Business Office is to provide financial and managerial oversight for activity and service fees funding that support meaningful and collaborative services with for students, so they will have an experience in promoting. Experience in developing and financial stewardship. The Activity and Service Fee Business Office provides excellent programs and outstanding services in the SGA Ticket Center, which is overseen by our office. The office also provides accounting, purchasing, and other personnel needs of all of the Activity and Service Fee departments, agencies, and entities. The personnel for our office has changed a bit this year, and that was due to the implementation of SET. I've got papers that are stuck together here. The implementation of SET, which was effective July 1. It is called, the SET is Service Enhancement Transformation. And this was something that was implemented at the university level. Because of this implementation, some of the positions were reclassified, and those funding positions are going to be moving to our department cost center. For our department, we have 7 front desk student assistants. I'm sorry, let me start over. Full-time staff, we have 6 travel procurement coordinators, and they were originally accounting specialists too. They were reclassified. We also have 1 budget analyst 3, which was the previous accounting 3 position, and 1 budget manager or director. For our OPS employees, we have 7 front desk assistants. We had 2 fiscal assistants, and I'm reducing that to 1. And there were 6 sales representatives at, I'm sorry, 7 representatives at the ticket center, and that's being reduced to 6. Okay, I'm a little behind here with the slides. Sorry about that. Our office also provides uh, procurement services. We process payments, all payments for uh, Senate allocations such as CRT, FAO, and for Senate bills. The financial and budgetary services, we basically review and approve purchases requests for ASF funded entities, such all departments, agencies, and SGA entities. For the purchasing, receiving, and distribution, we receive goods which is purchased on behalf of RSOs. And this is basically to ensure that they are distributed accurately and in a timely manner. We also have the responsibility of record management and property inventory. We maintain required documentations related to inventory purchases for ASF funded department, agencies, and entities. Our department also provides financial training for students who are requesting funding. Last year, I believe there were 919 students who had completed the training by December. This year, that increased a little bit to 928. Okay, here's a breakdown of our budget request for our office. I am currently requesting $500 maintenance for, and that's for the golf cart. That was reduced from 750. Development and retreats, that was reduced originally from 1,000 to 250. And then we have our software licenses, which is Laserfish and Counterpoint, which is used at the ticket center. Our Laserfish is 2,880 a year, and Counterpoint is the remaining amount. Sorry about that. And my slides are all out of order here. Okay. For the expenses that we request on behalf of ASF combined expenses are office supplies. And I put a little asterisk by that because office supplies, we also order copy paper for all the departments. It's not just our office. We have the UCF IT assessment, the state causality, sorry, in insurance and telecommunications. We also are responsible for paying printing and reproduction. That includes copies and the number of copies that are made. This year, the funding for the large multi-year capital projects are RWC turf field, HVAC, the exercise equipment, I believe, was removed. There's the roof for the rec center, and the last 2 were removed from the request. We also have the responsibility for the student union for them reimbursing or repayment of the loan that was used to complete the 3rd floor expansion. The contingency, as she mentioned, is the amount which is basically used for any shortfalls or any unexpected expenses for the fiscal year. And she mentioned, and I put 0.70, but that's incorrect, but the amount is correct, will be $140,203.45. The ticket center is basically we sell tickets for attractions in the Central Florida area at reduced cost to students. Also one-time events. This year, the total increased to 24,870. I believe last year it was around 11,000. The estimated ticket purchases for this fiscal year will remain the same as last year, 2.7, and we are projecting revenue of the same amount. This year, there were some changes in my budget request, and basically what that is uh, there is going to be another increase of salary for OPS from $11 to $12. There is also an increase to my budget as result of the change or the reclassification of the accounting specialist. Two, there were three whose salary was below the minimum, and those three salaries were increased. We also took on the responsibility of the human resources specialist too, which work in the business human resources business center for our division. And with that, we took on 2 human resources coordinators. They were one of them was originally human resources specialist, and I believe the other one was an admin too, but they were also reclassified. Our office is also taking on the responsibility for the salary of the associate president, vice president, and division of the divisional finance center. The salary was moved from RWC and the student union. So we're going to be paying 33.3% of that salary. I believe that is all that I have. Are there any questions?
Anyone with questions for Dr. Posey? Temple, then Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Dr. Posey. 2 questions, if I may.
Yes.
So regarding, I was just more so curious about why the reclassification of the accounting specialists and the administrative assistants necessitated a difference in salary. Could you please explain that?
Because the position that they were originally in, the accounting specialists, too, their salaries were lower than the minimum of the position, the new position title, and also the accounting specialists, they were USPS, which is basically a category of employees, and that changed. That moved them from being USPS to A&P. That fringe benefit is calculated at a different percentage, which is higher.
And then my second question is, why were the associate VP and divisional finance salaries moved under the A&SF business office? Just for clarification.
It basically, I mean, it would be the same funding, but it makes more sense for them to be in our office and the salary be combined with us, being that we are the finance center for the division.
Thank you.
Wilson.
Good morning, Dr. Posey.
Good
Thanks
morning.
for joining us. 2 questions, if I may. First, do you have an estimate of the current R&R account and how much is in there?
Yes, I was trying to get that up on my computer, but I don't have it with me written here, but I can get those
Okay.
numbers to you.
And then can you also explain the process when it comes to repaying the student union 3rd floor expansion project? Because I know we're essentially currently right now paying back ourselves, right, for that amount.
Right. I will attempt to explain it, and then I'll ask Rick to if this is correct. I believe that in 2018, the union replaced, or they requested to replace the roof. Oh, I'm sorry, not the roof, the 3rd floor expansion. And so I believe the money was taken out of the R&R at that time because we did have the funding, and it was used. So I believe there was some guidelines regarding that, the funds being taken and then having to be repaid. Rick, could you maybe add something to that, please?
Don't want to speak out of turn. Good morning, everyone. I actually have this in my presentation as well, but I can share now. So the where we're sitting in the student government office was $4.5 million. Aramark Dining Services paid for the first 2 floors of the expansion, and then student government paid for where we're sitting. So we had 2 million in excess revenue that actually was in an account that was just used, and then we took a loan from the big R&R for the additional 2.5 million. And so that's been on a payback cycle. And I'll share this slide when I present later today, but on a payback cycle since fiscal 2018. So we're about halfway through the payback. This year we're due to pay back 263,000. And we have so far paid back 1.2 million of the 2.5 million total. So we owe about 1.3 million back. And owe is a loose word, as it is owe ourselves, basically.
Temple.
I suppose this is a question for either Dr. Posey or Mr. Falco. How long will it take for us to fully repay the R&R loan?
Final payment is due fiscal 28.
Lopez, then Wilson, and also for anyone who's curious, the R&R documents are in the main folder of the drive.
Morning, Dr. Posey. Thank
morning.
you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm changing the topic just a little bit with my question, and forgive me if my question is assuming something that is wrong. Just based off my understanding from your presentation, the A&SF business office purchases the tickets for the ticket center. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then based off the amount of tickets that was purchased this last year with the increase in amount of sales and individuals that went to the ticket center, were all the tickets that were purchased sold?
That's kind of hard. Yes. Basically, once I believe all of the tickets were sold. Basically, the way it works is whenever we are running out of tickets, we just order more. So it's a ongoing process. But yes, the tickets go really quickly. Also, we are currently in talks or going to be talking with Disney to try and get those reestablished as well. So we're going that direction again, hopefully. But yes, once the tickets are sold, we replenish them, and it's a continuous thing.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wilson, then Temple.
So it looks like, thank you for pointing out in the documents, it looks like there's about 3.69 million in current R&R account and everything. So either, I guess I'm asking you or anyone else who can answer this question, is there any penalty associated with perhaps, since the union's payment deadline for the expansion that they owe is 2028, is there any penalty that you all are aware of if we either lessen or pause the payment for this year? Because of course there's circumstances when it comes to the budget already being as tight as it is, and $263,000 is a lot of money in the case of this budget.
Well, I believe that Dr. Frame was going to contact someone in, I believe, finance auditing to ask, because I believe that was a requirement for getting the funding.
Dr. Welch.
So so part of the process was an agreement that included audit. And that was that was, just like with the bank, right? This is our agreed among, so if we're going to change the payback plan, then we would have to get support from audit. That's not to suggest we couldn't do that, but we would need to talk to them. And I think that's what Dr. Frame is working on, just to find out if there's flexibility there.
Temple.
I just wanted to bounce off of what President Lopez had said. You said that you were in communications with Disney, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Go ahead.
During COVID, of course, we were closed, and we had like almost 4,000 tickets that were returned to Disney, and we have been communicating back and forth to get that started again. One of the reasons I think was that the way Disney was functioning at the time, it was a reservation type process. And at that particular time, I don't believe that our tickets were included in that. So we had to return those tickets to get refunds.
Temple.
Follow-up.
You may.
So how much do you think this would all cost? Because I know that Disney still utilizes the reservation system, and that means that prices are still going to be somewhat inflated. So I'm just curious as to how much of a cost burden that would be on the business office moving forward.
On us, really, it's not because we purchase the tickets and they're sold. So it will not be any extra or any increase or additional processes because we were, as I mentioned, selling Disney tickets, and then when COVID hit, things changed. So we are right now communicating with them to get those tickets again.
Are there any other questions for Dr. Posey? If not, I will take a motion. Temple,
Move to debate.
there's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate on the lines for this entity. Does anyone have debate or a motion? Wilson,
Just a small debate. I have no objection to amend the lines as they are right now. I know we have, 2 days of these hearings, potentially a third. I would like to see if we could get movement from Dr. Frame or someone when it comes to audit, just to see what the possibilities are with that, because I still do believe $263,000 in the case. I mean, that's the entirety of some agency's budget as a whole, would be beneficial to just help us make an informed decision.
Temple,
I believe Dr. Welch wanted to speak, so I'll go to him.
I have a meeting with her at 10 o'clock. I will remind her that this has to be, we need this, you need this before the end of the day, today or early tomorrow.
Temple,
I was going to ask Dr. Posey a question, if I may.
you may.
I noticed in the OPS as well that you plan on increasing the front desk assistants from 5 to 7. Could you please clarify that decision?
Yes, a reason for that is we during the past, well, I'll say this fiscal year, we had days where there were huge gaps. We didn't have anyone at the front desk, and we always have someone, one of our fiscal assistants, to fill in, or just it's uncovered, and that has been creating problems because when people come in, the coordinators have to stop what they're doing and go to the front desk to assist the visitors. So what I've done is, because I removed that one fiscal assistant, I will be using that funding to add that additional 2 people. And the reason we're asking for 7 is that we've tried 5 and it's just not working.
Temple,
Gonna
then
follow?
Urchad, you may.
So if I'm not sure if I quite caught how you intend on making up for that cost, but could you please care to explain what you would have to lose in order to gain these 2 additional assistants?
The fiscal assistant. You're welcome.
Urchad,
So I see that you're adding 2 front desk assistants. You said 5 didn't work. Is there any possibility of 6 being sufficient, or do you think 7 is what's needed to operate effectively?
We can try 6.
Okay, thank you.
anyone else with debate or questions? Lopez,
So I'm pretty much in agreement with what at-large Wilson had mentioned, essentially waiting to see what we can potentially hear from audit based on the R&R accounts. And based off of Dr. Posey's previous last answer, I would, for the meantime, I know these are all amendments, we're not finalizing any budgets, but just for the meantime, I would probably remove one of the front desk assistants, just based off of talk from this past week. I can be also very mistaken with what I'm about to say, but I'm under the impression that we are removing front desk assistants along the board from multiple areas. So just keeping it at 6. But aside from that, I'm in agreement with the rest of the lines.
any other debate or questioning? Or if someone has a number that they want to amend anything to? Paul?
Just a question for clarity for everyone. How much does one person cost in this situation? Like that was a weird way to say it, but one of these assistants, like before, like $8,000 per person?
Well, they are making the minimum wage. It's $11 an hour. The other thing that I also did that I did not mention is I reduced the hours overall for those 7 people. So instead of working 10 hours a week, we would have someone to work 9 or 8, and then another student will be able to take that slot.
It would be about a $5,500 reduction. Anyone else with questions, debate, tempo?
Question for you.
You may.
So how should we go about amending the budget, just for the sake of everybody who hasn't been on the budget committee before?
So if you want to to amend any line, I need you to basically tell me how much you want that line to be amended to. So currently we're discussing the OPS line, which would be line 3 of the budget. So if I was going to amend it to what was discussed, I would say, I don't know just why that changed. I would say amend line 3 to $86,365.44. And then we would vote on that amendment. Or Chad,
I have a question for Dr. Posey, if I may.
you may.
Within operations, I see that office supplies are roughly like 7,500. Is it utilized completely? There's no way of knowing just on our side if the entirety of that budget's used. From prior year experience, do you believe that the majority of that?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
it was.
Temple,
My apologies. Another question for you.
you may.
So how should we, like you said, line 3 for the amending processes? How do you know what's on like line 3, for example?
So the lines are on the budget. Everything is labeled with line number. The budget bill itself, that's the first column within the budget bill.
So for clarification, this is on the budget bill itself, not on the.
Yes. So for amendments, it's not amending the budget packet. We will write what got changed in the budget packet, but it's the budget bill itself that we are amending.
That makes much more sense. Thank you very much.
Any other questions, debate, etc.? If not, I will take a motion if anybody wants to amend anything. Otherwise, moving along to the next entity. I do have to have a motion in order for us to progress in any manner. Or we can just sit here. Vice Chair McClellan.
Would I just say on to the next entity?
You could say move to go to
OSI.
Okay, there's been a motion to proceed to OSI. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now at OSI.
Katrina, are you ready for me to get started? Can you hear me through this?
I believe so. Yes, you can get started whenever you're ready.
Perfect. I'll try to talk a little bit louder, so if you can't hear me through the microphone. But good morning. First off, again, I know that I want to share the same sentiments that Dr. Welch did. Thank you for the work that you all have done. I know that many of you all have done a lot of work and review a lot of these documents up to this time. The other thing is I want to share a huge shout out to my OSI team. Through this process and knowing the challenges of having to make these budget reductions. This has really been a team effort. It has not been easy for anyone, but I just wanted to acknowledge the work that the team has done to be able to kind of come up with the numbers and to be able to put the recommendations for where we would make those adjustments to. So a little bit about OSI. We're the Office of Student Involvement, and what you'll see through this slide presentation, our job is really to support a lot of the student agencies. We support all of the student agencies outside of Sports Club Council and the Multicultural Student Center. First thing I'm going to do is hopefully the volume is not too loud. So Brody, if you control the volume for this, I'm going to play hopefully the video will play. And so hopefully I don't blow out your ears to kind of give you a little preview of what OSI is. Oh, do you have the ability to click that, Brody? So that's a quick little intro video. If you've been to any of our orientation presentations or anything else, you've probably seen that once or twice in the process. But it really highlights the work that the Office of Student Involvement does and the support of all the agencies that we do. Over a course of a year, on a normal year, we're kind of coming out of COVID, we would do approximately upwards to 350 to 400 events throughout the year with over 100,000 people that are in attendance of those events. So it's the team and the student agencies within our area are quite busy in the process. Here's the mission statement for the office. The Office of Student Involvement supports student success and enhances the campus environment by focusing on our core principles of connect, involve, and impact. And we do that through providing quality programs, services, student leadership opportunities, and other intentional environments. So let me talk quickly about the principles. So you hear me say a lot of that. The first is to connect. One of the main things that we do is we try to connect students to each other through the campus and through resources and help to promote a sense of belonging. That is critical for student success on this campus is that they are connected and this institution that is about 70,000 students feels like home for them. The second phase, so that's the initial phase. How do we connect them? And how do we get them involved in campus and find really their home or their niche here at this institution? The next part is we involve them. So this is going to like the next level of the process. So how do we create through creating agencies that you all have done through the campus activities board, through homecoming, through our late nights program, through Nighthon? How do we create these leadership opportunities and others opportunities that help them to be really active in their collegiate experience and help them to develop the skills necessary for them to be successful, not only here, but once they move on and in their employment. And really the third part about that is how do we impact them? How do we get those students that are connected and involved to be able to find their voices, engage in the community, and develop skills for success? So this right here is a perfect example of an intentional environment that was created years ago. Is you all as student government students got connected with the institution, you got involved now, and now you are really having an impact in how you use your voice and your decision making, developing your skills by the work that you are doing right here in this process. So you'll hear me say it again at some point in time, probably. Our goal is to connect, involve, and impact. How we do that, a lot of what our work is and is the areas that we support is we support student organizations. We have over 650 registered student organizations. That number bounces back and forth between organizations going inactive and new organizations coming on board. We have two areas that that do that. One is the Knights of the Round Table. The other is the Hub, but the Hub has been absorbed. And I left that up here, but has been absorbed into OSI. And so some of the resources that the Hub provided, like free printing for student organizations, posters to advertise their events, we still do that, providing them resources like tents or tables or chairs or other resources in our office to be able to provide student organizations to be more successful. Another area of our office is community outreach, service, and philanthropy. We have that through our volunteer UCF program, which also has our alternative break program and Nighthon. We coordinate a bunch of events and programming areas through homecoming, downtown student life, campus activities board, graduate outreach, Nights of the Connection, late nights, and Rose in Life. You will see a lot of presentations tomorrow, maybe some today, but tomorrow, that a lot of these entities are presenting their own budget. And those are the ones that have agency status, but there are a lot of programming areas within the Office of Student Involvement that are not agency status. So when you look at things like Rose in Life, Knights of the Connection, Downtown Student Life, Graduate Outreach, College of Medicine, those are all programmatic entities within our office that we support those programming on those different variety of campuses. But yet they've not quite yet at the level of being an agency. We have our whole creative services area. So the video you saw was part of the work that they've done. Knights of the Turntables does a DJ service that saves a ton of money for agencies and student organizations. If you can imagine, if a student organization or an agency wanted to get a DJ, it would probably cost you about $400 right off the bat to begin with. By the service we provide and having the equipment here and doing it ourselves, it actually is only costing A&SF entities about $100 to $120 for a 4-hour period. And so we're saving a significant amount, and they are free to agencies and student government. That service is, we pay for that at your events to help enhance those events. We have the OSI Productions, which is our video group, design group, which focuses on our web and graphic designers, and then the Black and Gold Studios. So going into the budget, so I'm just going to kind of jump right into the budget. I know that the number was 13.74% decrease. And so we were asked and we presented a budget that was a decrease. You can see all of the lines that are up there and what they were budgeted for in the current fiscal year and what the request was. Most of all of our areas had to be trimmed at some level, and my next slide will share that. The only areas that really stayed the same was the salary and benefit area, Pegasus Palooza, Eternal Nights, and our OSI Assist, which is a program that helps student organizations if they need funding related to sign language interpreters or any other accommodations that a student would need to be able to participate in their events. So here's the budget numbers. So I'm going to kind of give it to you pretty quickly in this process. And I just want to share, because this is not something that was easy to do and has impact. So I want you to understand and know what the impact is. From OPS, we have a reduction of $168,000, which is 29% of that budget. In order to get to that number, we had to cut several positions. We cut a position, one of the 4 positions at the downtown campus was cut. We cut all of the Connect campus positions based on what we saw data on numbers of students that are on those campuses. We've cut 2 graduate assistantships in there. For front desk support, we help support student government's office, OSI's office, and then the volunteer and community engagement office. One of the things that we made a decision to do was to cut the front desk support at the volunteer and community engagement office, because it's a smaller space that is easier to be managed by the team that's down there. We also had to make some adjustment on number of hours folks worked. This also includes, with all night study 1 being gone, The Black and Gold Studios is completely being cut, so the staff for that position is also being cut. So that's just a highlight. There are other places that are impacted in that world, but those are some of the big ones. From operations, it's a little over a $43,000 decrease. That is significantly reducing professional development. It is reducing some of our costs associated with phone lines. So those of you in student government that have used the phones that are in the open areas, any day now, those phones are going to be deactivated. The request has already been put in for that. But that also affects OSI and student government in the process. And then it's cuts to marketing, RSO resources, our storage unit, office supplies, other different things, but it's cutting a lot of small things out of the operation budget. The next ones I'm going to go through pretty quickly, but these are all really, for the most part, are going to be programmatic cuts, or operational cuts from those areas. So downtown is taking a 14.5% hit with a $20,000 reduction. Creative Services is taking a 29% reduction with a $6,000 hit from their budget. 40%, I know that seems like it is a big chunk, is a reduction of 20,000 from Knights of the Connection, but we reviewed their numbers in the process. A 33% from and $10,000 cut from graduate outreach and non-traditional programming. 15,000 from the College of Medicine, which is a 25% reduction, and then a $7,000 cut from Rose and Life, which is about a 23% reduction. I would say not that you will ever have any money to add back through this process. The one cut that was really difficult to make in this from a programmatic standpoint is the Rose and Life one, because they're the ones that have the smallest programmatic budget in the process. So that's where the budget stands. Any questions?
Anyone with questions for Shane? Allgaier, sorry. And then Temple.
Just for our understanding as we're moving forward in this, good morning, thank you for being here, sorry. But just for our understanding, as from an outside perspective, from a student perspective, how will these cuts affect the image of student involvement, student impact, and what will this look like for incoming students in the future year?
I think what you're going to see is a reduction in programming. That is, and let me start off by saying the goal is how do we make budget cuts that would have the least amount of impact on student services or student experience. So that is the goal from the budget I presented. It's going to be, if I look at Rose and Life, right? If they are doing 40 programs throughout the year, they may only be able to do 35 programs. It's just going to be a cut in the number of programs that are happening on those other campuses. The downtown one, their budget was a little bit larger, so that downtown isn't really going to sustain necessarily a programmatic cut, but it may sustain things like having to significantly reduce the free printing option that we have out there, reduce some of the other operational expenses that are there. So yes, everywhere is going to feel it. I think the biggest area that's going to be felt is one, we no longer have a Black and Gold Studios. So those students who utilize that studio for their podcasts or for sound recordings, that's gone. So that's a complete program that's gone. But the only way to have sustained it was to have to find a new space and then spend more money to retrofit the space, because All Night Study 1 is going through renovation, is being turned over into labs. We're hopeful. The library has talked at one point in time about the fact that they were looking at putting something in there. It wouldn't have been to the same quality or similar, because they reached out to us to ask us about what type of equipment we have in ours. So we're hoping that there will be another option for those students at that point in time.
Temple,
3 questions, if I may.
you may.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Gentleman. Pleasure for you to be here. My first question is, I noticed on line 87 that you intend on including $30,000 for Knights of the Connection. Could you please clarify that addition, please?
Sure, that's not an addition. $30,000 is actually a cut, and that's a $20,000 cut from what Knights of the Connection had. So we're significantly reducing that.
Understood. My apologies. It just says here that like from 2020 to 23, it was just zeroed out entirely, and it says that and then there's 30,000. It could be wrong on that. I could be wrong in that measure.
That one is just a technicality. It used to be regional outreach, but the line got renamed, so it's still a cut. It's just that the line has a different name now, so it had to be written as 0.
Thank you. My second question regards so you said that salaries were the only area that wasn't necessarily touched, but everything else is to be cut. Could you clarify the logic behind that, please?
So salaries are the full-time staff. And so that is an area that it takes that number of people to be able to operate and support those areas. So right now there's not an opportunity for us to trim the salary lines. So that would be, if I would cut that, would be getting rid of an entirely full-time position and person.
And then my final question is that I know that you're intent on maximizing impact while also minimizing the losses from this. How did you go about the logic in cutting certain areas and keeping others? Say, for example, I know you cut Black and Gold Studios, even though students already use it for podcasts, as you said, but that seems to be rather impactful for students. So I'm just quite curious as to how you determined what impact this program had, and you decided to keep that and had an impact on this one. It just got removed. So I'm kind of curious about that.
Well, the Black and Gold Studio space as it exists now is going to be gone July 1. So come July 1, the space that we are in doesn't even exist. So we don't even have the space for it. So that is partly the challenge of no longer having the space. In order to reintroduce that or continue that, we would need to find another space, which I have a feeling is going to be very challenging to find, because Knights Helping Knights Pantry is also going to have to find a new space in that process. And then in addition, once you get to finding a new space, if we could, we would have to spend thousands of dollars retrofitting that space to make it effective for it. So in that case, it did not seem like it was a program, and the number of people that use it versus the other places was more impactful to keep that money. So that would have cost us significantly addition just to keep that service. In regards to some of the other cuts, some of it was with a 13.74% budget reduction. We just had to reduce everywhere. And so what we did is we looked at some of the numbers. Knights of the Connection, which is our Connect campuses support, their numbers that we have seen through the data has gone drastically down, which is why we believe that we'll still be able to offer them services, maybe in a different method or mannerism, and to be effective in those numbers. But a lot of that was just looking at and working with the staff in our office to determine what could they comfortably cut to be able to still offer services and programs for those areas.
Hall, Holmes, Gel, did you still have a question? Okay, then DeMarlo, Lopez.
Two, if I may, they're not too long.
You may.
So first, thank you for being here. My first question is more because I'm unfamiliar with it. What exactly does programming at the medical school look like?
So they do a significant variety of programming. They don't have registered student organizations because of the way the College of Medicine has. They have what they call recognized student groups. And so what that money does is it helps to provide some funding for programming to be there. So they have a lot of a speaker series that requires different things. They had a winter celebration in the arts. They actually buy for some of their student groups. They actually buy we buy like suture kits and things like that, so that they can actually practice some of the medical field stuff in it. They also do they do several big events, like different like galas for their classes. So it actually absorbs a significant amount of money. They actually spend typically most of their budget of that 60,000 that they have. So I have communicated with them in that process of the reduction, and they understand that.
And then my only other question is there any possibility that we can get even like a Spark Notes version of the numbers that y'all were using when looking at kind of which areas are performing well, which areas aren't performing as well, how many students are impacted?
I'll try to get you what I can. It will probably be tomorrow, but I'll try to get you what I can.
Holmes and Gel, I'm adding you to the end of my list.
Hi.
Hi, thanks for being here. I just had one question for the downtown campus, and it says space lease. Do you rent a space off campus, off the downtown campus, correct?
Correct. So, and if I can't answer this question fully, Josh Austin, who is a director at the downtown campus, can be able to do that. But so part of the space, and you'll hear this with the RWC's budget too, probably a little bit later, is the university, when we built the downtown campus, we have the communications building, and then we paid for and built Dr. Phillips building. The building that we are in, Union West, the university did not build that building or pay for that building. A private company built that residence hall, and then the first several floors are classroom space and services space. And so we have to lease space to be in that building. And so that's where we're at. And so the $57,000 for rent that you see there is for the amount of space that my area does. So we have like the student engagement office, we have 2 other offices there, we have a conference room, we have the lobby and programming space that we lease, and so that's our percentage of that. So it's a small percentage of the entire lease of that space.
Jamarla.
Hello, thank you for being here. I have a clarifying question. So, like, considering the different campuses, like Rosen and the downtown, I know that you do have like student entities that like fall under you, like CAB and late nights. So, any events that are put on there, like fun events for the students, is that from the like Rosen Life budget, or does like CAB do events there, and that some of that comes from that budget?
So a majority, I would say, of their program comes from that Rosen Life budget. So for Rosen or for downtown. Now, there's been some times where student government or the campus activities board or late nights will want to kind of connect with some of the Rosen students. So they'll participate in a program that Rosen Life is doing, or maybe do one of their own. But we actually have 2 students at the Rosen Life campus that's job is to help staff the office where student organizations are in, but they also do programs that are geared just towards Rosen students on that campus, and that's the budget that goes to that.
Lopez.
Hey, Shane. Thanks for your presentation. So I have 2 questions, if that's okay.
You may.
So my first question is, you mentioned when speaking about the downtown campus that with their decrease in the budget that was allocated, or that you had allocated towards them, that there might also be a decrease in free printing. So is the 15,000 that's on the budget packet, is that a lower number than what was in previous years?
So the 15,000 is what we've had in that space and used for it. If you'll see, when I did my revised packet, instead of going X amount from this line, X amount from this line, we just took a $20,000 chunk and took it from that. So the things that will be impacted is, the goal is not to impact programming as much as can be, because our Valencia counterparts there actually kind of match the programming dollars. So if we take that away, it has an impact on that relationship in that process. But so like free printing, operations, their travel, their uniforms, all of that is going to be significantly impacted as a result of that $20,000 hit.
Okay. And then my next question is different than downtown. So you also mentioned decreasing OSI assist. Is that correct? No.
We as of this time, we have left OSI assist where it's at, because that budget is almost always used.
And then, so the $4,500 that's allocated, how would you say, how many interpreters does that cover, or how many events does that cover?
So typically, if you're going to do an hour-long event, or a 2-hour-long event, it's going to be somewhere between about $120 to $200 per event.
Okay.
Now, a longer event means it's going to cost more, and sometimes if you get to a certain length of event, you have to have then 2 interpreters on because of policies and fatigue.
And then would you say that you typically, do you go over that, or is that 4,500 like a sweet spot?
We've been typically going over it.
Okay, thank you.
Gil.
Hi, Shane. Thank you for being here. I know it's early. So something that I saw on the budget with Nights of Connection on OPS, I saw that the 1 coordinator and assistant coordinator position are being cut. And I remember you mentioned that briefly, but what exactly did these positions do? Also saying that Knights of the Connection got a $20,000 cut.
So we initially had a number of people that were at all of our different campuses, and Chantel can add in here if you want to know all the different campuses, because I don't always get them. But we had student staff at Daytona, Cocoa, Lake Mary, Sanford, our partnership campuses when we were at some of the Valencia campuses, Valencia West, Valencia East, Claremont, Lake Sumner, and I'm missing a couple in that list. Their job was to be staff there to run some of the programs. And so because of some of their numbers, for instance, one of the campuses enrollment dropped where there's only 75 students there. It's not making, so their campuses have anywhere from 75 to 400 and some students that are there. So it started to, as their numbers dwindled, to not make sense to have a student employee that was staff there. And so one of the things that we're going to be moving forward with this cut is actually working with our internal partners with the Connect campuses to work with them to see how we can develop programming that still happens, because we definitely want to make sure that we have services for those students that are there, and that they get benefit from their activity and service fees. So we're just looking at a different method by which to be able to provide those. And sometimes we're sitting at an area right next to the support services offices that are in those campuses. Not always, but sometimes we are.
Temple.
Actually, me again. So I wanted to double back to the cuts to the College of Medicine in Rosen and downtown as well. So seeing as they're about to take cuts as well, and they are relatively smaller campuses than UCS Maine, how do you intend on going about making up the lost impact that could be made on those campuses when taking into account these cuts?
I think the thing that all of us are going to have to do, and this is just not an OSI thing, it's going to be the RWC, it's going to be the student union. We're just going to have to be more creative in the types of programs or how we administer those to make sure that we're giving the students as good of a product as possible.
Is that a follow-up?
Yes, ma'am.
You may.
So you don't have to give me a clear answer right now, but how do you intend on going about that tangibly? Like, for example, can you give me some examples as to what sort of impacts?
So what's going to happen is after we get through this budget project and we know how much money we have in each of these areas, we're going to work with the student leaders and the advisors that work with those different areas. So I'll give you a tangible thing. Stephanie Campbell works with Rosen Life. So she's already been working with those two students at Rosen Life, and they will have planning days as the new student leaders are selected. So this budget isn't affecting the current student leaders that are there. It's actually going to affect the new student leaders in all the areas, because it's a year out. And so Stephanie will work with them and help them be creative in the types of programming they do and how to best utilize the resources that they have left in order to do programs that are effective for that campuses. So we will actually be having meetings with the students, planning little mini retreats, those kind of things to plan out the year to be able to figure out what programs that they're going to have. And I think in relation to Rosen, they did talk about that they may just have to cut a couple of the programs they do.
I'm going to take Wilson, then Lopez.
So following up on that regarding Rosen, College of Medicine, and UCF Downtown, since those are also kind of their own entities when it comes to having their own leadership with deans as well as just operating budgets, do you get any support from those colleges? For example, like does Dr. German's budget go to anything programmatic for the College of Medicine, and same for Rosen and Downtown, perhaps? Or is it just OSI in terms of programming?
So I don't have any data on what the college itself specifically does from a programming or resource development. This is from what we do from an activity and service fee from a social programming aspect.
Lopez.
Along the lines of the three campuses, I know that they all took cuts. Were the percentages of cuts relative to each other, or were, like, obviously the downtown campus has the biggest decrease, but they also have the largest budget? Okay.
So if you look at that, you can kind of see where the percentage of cuts. Obviously, most of them are kind of in that 23, like Rose and Life is 23 to 25%. Graduate outreach is a little bit larger and non-traditional, but that was talking with the assistant director that oversees and supports those areas, what he felt comfortably they could go in that. Knights of the Connection is significantly more, but that's also because the reduction in what we're seeing is in the downturn of number of students that are on those campuses.
So then my question is, how did you get to the downtown's 14.5% reduction?
So that number is, if you look at their budget sheet, where I got with that is it's taking out a lot, but trying to not impact the programming dollars because of the collaboration we have with Valencia, where they contribute $60,000 to that too. If we had to go in, that would be the phase, that would be the next area that would end up being trimmed a little bit more, would be that, and it would start impacting their programming dollars.
Temple.
I just want to double back. Is there any chance, any way you can get us some data regarding like what Mr. Wilson had been talking about earlier, so we can have a better understanding of how this impact would be felt?
Yeah, I will do my best to get you what we can have.
Just out of curiosity, because I know you put up there the numbers of weeks worked was decreased. And obviously there's a ton of different positions with a ton of different things, but kind of generally what were some of like the numbers before versus now?
So I know for like in the creative services world, a lot of their positions were at 44 weeks out of the year. We reduced all those. We took 1 week away out of the year, so we reduced a week from there. But just so you know, not only did we reduce a week, we had to cut 2 graphic designers and 1 web designer in the process. So there's positions cut and a reduction of hours. And that was the reduction of hours was the same, and moving Rose and Life and downtown student leaders to the same number of hours or number of weeks per year.
Temple.
So regarding the cuts to those graphic designers and basically that whole shtick from OPS, could you please explain the logic behind why you cut those particular positions from OPS? Because to me, it seems like those are kind of important when it comes to reaching out to students.
I think the challenge is we had to look at where could we make cuts and trim. 13.74% of a budget trim was over $210,000, and so literally almost every area of OSI had to be looked at and to be reduced. And so the impact of that is it may take a little bit longer for graphic design work to get done. One of the web, we have two web folks, and so when you look at the number of people, I think it's interesting because when you see up here number of people and I say that we went from 7 to 5, we still may have 7, but they may just have less hours, right? Because we budget 7 people, or we're budgeting 5 people at 20 hours a week for this many weeks. Depending on their schedules, we may actually hire 6 or 7. It's not going to expand based on the budgetary number, but that's just the number of people, the number of hours that we have to work. And so it was just one of the areas where we had to trim, because OPS is one of the areas where we can make some of our biggest cuts. And the creative services area is a significant chunk of that budget.
Anyone else with questions for Shane Hall?
Just one more quick one, just for curiosity's sake. What is, because I see the OSI secondary coverage and it says support front desk areas. What does that role kind of entail?
So we have OSI and student government that is fully staffed. And so for the weeks when, so it doesn't apply when we close like student government or things like that, but when we have all those 2 offices open, we have 3 hours in the morning of extra coverage and 3 hours in the afternoon. That's for a variety, that extra coverage is for a variety of things. One, since we absorbed the hub and brought the hub stuff upstairs, our front desk employees have to check out the tables and chairs and the tents. So that involves someone having to actually go down and support and walk away from our front desk area and go downstairs to the hub. We offer free printing. So when they come up to free print, like that person has to physically walk away from the front desk so our phone isn't manned in the process. And then anytime that we have errands that need to be run, say library, Milliken Hall, across campus and delivered, that person is able to be there. So we pick actually 3 hours in the 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the evening or in the afternoon. And the reason why is that's a lot for the hub, because that's when the traction comes in for checking out equipment and doing those types of things, and then the returning and making sure all the equipment comes back later in the day.
Temple.
Sorry. I also see under OPS as well. You intended on cutting the front desk staff for VCE.
Yep.
What was the logic behind that?
So that is one of our smaller spaces and is a more intimate space. So if you've ever been down in the volunteer and community engagement space, when you open the door, VUCF, our graduate assistant that is down there, and our staff's offices are really right there. And so we believe that a student who comes in to answer a question will still be able to get that support right away by one of those other, either a volunteer UCF student leader, our graduate assistant, the two staff that are down there, be able to support them. That it was probably an area that we could afford to reduce. Again, I'm talking about a lot of these things, and I know that y'all are passionate about it. We didn't enjoy cutting any of these things. These were tough choices and decisions that we had to make. And if we weren't in this situation, I wouldn't be requesting a lot of these cuts.
Any other questions for Shane? If not, I will take a motion. Temple.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate on the entity. Anyone with debate? Wilson.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with all the cuts and everything because of the impact it will have on the student services. I know it's what the time has called for, but I also think, just to reiterate my last point for the last office we saw, I think we need to understand those numbers of what we can save when it comes to R&R, because again, 263,000, especially considering OSI had to make a lot of cuts around that mark. We could hopefully make them a little bit more whole if we had more leeway with that, but I will approve this amendment, but hopefully we can come back.
Temple, then Demala.
Yeah, I'm in concurrence with Mr. Wilson. As much as I don't necessarily like the cuts that have been made, it is a rather pragmatic decision on behalf of Mr. Gentinen and the whole of OSI. So, of course, I would love to see more information behind these cuts, particularly all the data that would to reveal the relative impact between these entities before and after these cuts. But otherwise, I would be okay with approving this section of the budget. But again, I would love to see more data from your guys' side and more debate from the committee as a whole on this matter before we can proceed.
Demarlo, then Richard.
I also agree. I think something we can do is encourage CAB or like another entity to have more events at different campuses, because I know like an issue we had was budget cuts at different campuses. I talked to the Rosen College dean a while back. He said like he felt kind of, I guess, unsupported by the amount of events that were at Rosen, which is why it's sad to see another decrease in the cut. But I think maybe when looking at those other entities, we can see if there's anything they can fill in those gaps in the budget cuts, especially regarding other campuses.
Richard.
It's clear that the sentiment is, it's sad that we have to decrease some things, but ultimately you hit the 13.74, and I think the budget looks good. Like, unfortunately, we're going to have to make tough decisions. And even though as a committee, I know it's hard to see some of these things that like we've grown to enjoy and feel as part of our collegiate career as normal, we might just have to, unfortunately, just get rid of some. But everything in the budget looks good, and I'm in concurrence with the rest of the committee.
Allgaier, then Hall.
While I agree with everybody that has spoken on the fact that this is just a situation we are in and we have to make these decisions, I would also like to point out that it's not just that we're affecting the over 70,000 students that are currently at this university, but our incoming classes are consistently at 19 to 20,000 students, and that's going to affect them as well. So I would just like to keep that in mind. While I understand there's not much we can do at this point, just to keep that in our heads that it's not just who's here, it's also who's coming and things of that nature.
Hall.
Yeah, budget cuts are never fun. I think we've all agreed on that point. But yeah, I do concur with some people. I'd like to see more of the actual kind of breakdown numbers, because I do think with some of these entities, the colleges themselves, as well as other entities, could facilitate some of the programming costs. Obviously, we need to make cuts. But at the end of the day, people could put more money where their mouth is when it comes to some of the programming that does exist. But yeah, I think kind of until we have some of those numbers to get a real understanding of what's impacting students and what's, not that it's not being utilized most effectively, but students are not engaged most effectively. I think that should be something that we're evaluating. We can do 1,000 events, but if 20 people are going to each event, that's not cost effective anyway. But I also know that this budget was looked at very carefully by OSI. So I know that these, 40%, 33% weren't just done just casually. So I think the numbers will support it, but I would like to see kind of more of the logistics of how effective the programming's been, how many students have been impacted, etc.
Any other debate from the committee? Temple,
A motion, Madam Chair?
you may.
Move to see the next entity, that being Student Legal Services.
There's been a motion to move to the next entity, Student Legal Services. We might have to amend that motion because I do not see the representative since it is an hour early. But yeah, we will move ahead to a different entity. Thank you, Shane. I'm going to take Urched.
I have a question.
You may.
So before when we were doing the business office, we talked about just cutting one of the front desk people, but we didn't really have a number at mind. I know we've already passed them, but procedure wise, like now that I have the number to say or motion, is it at a later period? Is it if we call back? Just how that works?
I would say usually it would be a callback, but since we are an hour ahead of schedule, you can do that now if you want to. Just move back to the business office. And if you want to see that number, we have an hour before it's supposed to be student legal or someone like that.
Move to go back to the business office.
There's been a motion to return to the A&SF business office. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we have returned to the business office. Richard?
Motion to, do I say decrease just the entire budget, right?
It's amend OPS to whatever
Okay.
number you have. If yes.
Motion to decrease OPS $5,518.20 from am I looking at this right? From $91,884 to $86,365.80.
That motion has been made. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. Brody?
So for those of you new to voting in the chamber, if you are in a voting position on this committee, you should be able now to look at your little screen there and see a yes, no, and abstain. You can vote yes to vote in favor of the motion, no against it, or you can abstain on this vote. And then we will show you what the results are. Yeah. It's just whatever's right above it. So you should see, yeah. Yeah, sorry. So as soon as it shows up, you can go. And I normally in Senate, we would have it up, but all it would say is Amendment 1, and you all know what you're voting on. So I'm just doing it over here for this.
With a vote count of 12-1-0, the amendment is approved. And I just changed that on the budget bill. Okay. We're still in the business office. Anyone with a motion? Temple?
Seeing as SLS isn't here, move to see Sport Club Council.
There has been a motion to see Sport Club Council. Are there any objections? Wilson, is that an objection? Is that, so can you object so that, okay, do you withdraw?
Yes.
Wilson, do you have a motion?
Can I make a motion for like a 5-minute recess real quick?
Is that a motion?
Yes, motion.
Okay. There's been a motion for a 5-minute recess. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will be recessed until 10:28 when we will reconvene. Do you want to go next, or do you want Rick to go next? I don't care which way it goes, but Rick just let me know that he would like to present early if he can. So. I don't personally care. Okay, I'll have him go next.
Okay,
just-
that's fine.
and I'll-
That works better. That gives
that
my
motion never
supervisor time to
happened,
get here.
So,
So
okay, yeah.
that's fine.
I totally blanked on the fact that it would probably be best friends.
It's totally okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I didn't use the one that was the I used Okay, I see most people back in the room, so we're gonna get started. If everyone could please be seated. Why don't you just?
No, the brick is too big. It doesn't fit under there,
Love
and
that.
the cable's too short. So I'm like in between. That lunch break's gonna be my charge.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. This thing has enough battery. I think.
Can you make the motion for where we're going next? Because Union asked me
Yeah.
to go next. I know you heard him.
Yes. Yeah, I'll do that.
If everyone could please be seated, I would like to reconvene this meeting. Shane. I reconvene this meeting at 10:31 a.m. Vice Chair McClellan.
Move to see the student union.
There's been a motion to move to the student union. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now at the student union. Rick. Sorry, I should have given you a little bit more heads up.
Hello again, everyone. Hello? There we go. Thank you. Don't know my own stuff. All right, so I'm going to keep my presentation very short. Didn't feel like a year to put fluff into the presentation because we're pretty bare bones. So I will give you a brief description of just what the student union is and what our programming encompasses. So currently we have the spaces that are up there, the student union, the 2 all-night study facilities, the Live Oak Event Center, and we oversee Memory Mall, although don't own Memory Mall. And then of course the South Patio is kind of a space in and of itself. As far as the programs that we run, the event planning operation and then the event services and event production that support that is really the biggest piece of our mission. So we do about 16,000 event bookings a year. That can go anywhere from a patio table out front to a full-on banquet in the Pegasus Ballroom, and everything in between. We have our guest services operation, that's all the desk jobs, so the all-night studies, the game room, the information desk, front desks, those kind of things. Knight's Pantry, of course, and Knight's Pantry is only supported by, I believe, $60,000 in A&SF. Everything else is donation. The Bike and Gold program downstairs, and that's bike rentals and bike repairs for students, Nights on the Mall, and the Pegasus Penthouse. So, our budget. So last year we we received a $4.99 million allocation. This year we are requesting a $4.06 million allocation. And can you, next slide, please? Oh, I thought you were doing it in the back. You only help Shane, I understand. And our fixed costs are really $3 million. So really we're at the point that our fixed costs are now, after the budget that we presented, are 75% of our budget. They were historically 60% of the budget. So what does that mean? So we first made cuts to get to a flat budget before we were aware of the 15% decrease. What we did to do that, the minimum wage increase was about $120,000 for us. The utilities, we estimated a $50,000 increase based on inflation. I think a couple other people have already alluded to All Night Study for All Commons closing. That was closed by a UCF decision that will save us about $120,000 a year. But let me talk about that decision, since it's been touched on a little bit and y'all probably haven't really heard entirely about that. So the chemistry building is in bad shape. Anybody that's had a lab in there probably is aware of the shape that the chemistry building is in. So UCF can't renovate the chemistry building while there are labs taking place in there. So they needed an alternate location to move labs to, so build new labs, go back and renovate old labs, and then end story is we have all of the labs that we need in good repair. So as UCF was looking at possible locations for that, building 7H, which is where All Night Study Feral and Knight's Pantry is housed, was the most obvious location. So a proposal was put together, went to the Board of Trustees, the board approved. And so sometime next summer, that building will be closing for construction and will become permanently chemistry labs, which is great. I think that the all-night study facilities, and I'm going to share some numbers with you, the all-night study facilities as the library has expanded. So keeping in mind that like I think the first all-night study opened 12 years ago now. And that was when the library was just books. There were no seats in the library hardly at all. So, and now you all know how great the library is. So it's really a different thing, that a different campus environment. And then we also are making some operational changes to the Pegasus Penthouse, and we will no longer be staffing the Pegasus Penthouse. So you may have noticed that the penthouse is closed officially as of last Friday, to make some changes to both the space and some new games. If you play in there, most of the games have broken. So we need to make some updates to that space, and part of those updates will result in us not needing to staff the space anymore. So that'll save us about $70,000. So those changes really got us to the flat budget year over year. I'm looking here, looking there, I'm a mess. The 15% reduction. So number one, we removed all OCO. I think this is just simply not the year to look at OCO items. And so there may be some implications for that. I think as what I'm presenting to you is difficult. So we have, as you noticed on this previous slide, we have a very operationally based budget. That's a lot of fixed costs, and running a building is mostly fixed costs. Removing OCO when it's things like replacing air handlers, those kind of things, it's kind of a gamble. Like sometimes air handlers run fine, sometimes they don't. Anybody that is housed in the OSI suite probably knows that one doesn't work very well very often. So maybe it has been lately, I don't know. Ours went down last week, and it was down for a week, and it was really hot in our office, and that is one of the ones on the docket to be repaired. So hopefully sometime soon. Also, we did a 5% utility reduction. So we added that 50,000 in for utilities. We're taking it back out. We have, as part of a HERF project, we have changed out 10 of the air handlers that needed to be replaced. And so we're hoping there will be some energy savings there. We've installed some LED lights, like out on the boardwalk. Y'all may have noticed that the lights actually work now and they're LED, so that should save us quite a bit of energy. We don't have good estimates on that. Utilities is always just kind of throwing a dart because we don't know. Temperatures affect things, weather affects things, traffic effects, and so we're going to go with 5% and cross our fingers. Now, excluding utilities, we're basically going across the board almost a 50% reduction in our operational costs. So what does that mean for actually how the building runs? It probably means what we're looking at next year is if stuff breaks, we may not be able to fix it. It's not great to do business like that for a year. It's really not great to do business like that long term. There are campuses that run like that a lot. This campus ran like that in a lot of academic buildings for a long time and still has a lot of deferred maintenance on campus that we're dealing with long term. If we continue to see a flat or a decreasing A&SF budget, the union and all of the activity and service fee spaces are not going to be as nice and as updated and as in good repair as what you are experiencing today. Kind of is what it is, right? I don't know really how else to present that. One of the things that I think is important, and I'm sure you all will have some questions about, is currently to get to that 15%, we have removed free printing altogether. So that's a service that I think we need to at least discuss today. So on the OPS side of things, we did to get to the 15%, we had to do a 20% across the board reduction. We don't know exactly what that means yet because planning a 20% across the board reduction in OPS in a period of a week, I think is dangerous to make those kind of decisions without really talking it through with staff, understanding the implications, understanding how we're going to make those changes. A few options that we're considering is limiting ballrooms to one event per day, so not being able to flip ballrooms to have multiple events. Fixed stage setups. So if you think about the Pegasus stage specifically, that is a very big stage that takes a lot of person power to be able to flip it out and in and change sizes and those kind of things. Reduce facility and program hours, of course, is an option. Closing the all-night study at the arena is an option, which I'll talk about in a minute. And reducing live streaming support and options are also something that is on the table at this point. So those are the options that I would ask the committee allows me to kind of make some determination. Of course, I want some guidance from the committee, but sorry, so going back to that one, I would like some guidance from the committee on this, and I would like to hear feedback on this, but I'm not ready to say not moving the Pegasus stage would save us X dollars. I think that's going to require a couple months worth of digging and figuring out how much that will save us. So I would love feedback on any of these options in case you all have instant feedback, but I don't really need to make a plan just yet. So the options that I would present to the committee, we already talked about delaying or reducing the repayment of the loan. I'll put that loan repayment cycle up there in a minute. If the committee chooses to fund free printing, we would then need to find that $105,000 somewhere. Closing all-night study at the arena is estimated at about $110,000. This one, I'm not sensitive about my budget in general, but discontinuing Bike and Gold would make me sad, but that's the state of things right now, right? So as far as what we have, here's our debt repayment. So that's the full 10-year repayment plan that I talked about earlier. The red highlight is this year, so $263,843 is the number that we have estimated for this year. And I know that Dr. Welch is looking into options for that right now, and hopefully we'll be able to report back soon. I think that could range anywhere. The agreement that I was in, the understanding was we had money in the R&R account, and so we took a loan to ourselves from the R&R account. Whether we have to repay that loan at all I'm not an accountant, so I'm not going to pretend to know that answer, but we might be able to just forgive that debt to ourselves. I don't know. As I joked about on the call the other day, we'll just take a ding on our credit score, right? All good. Here's the numbers on free printing. Ooh, that's not pretty. Sorry. I'll read you a little bit. So this is for the period of July 1st through December 9th. So through last Friday, there were 718,000 total pages printed by 17,000 different people. I think some of the other important ones are down here. If you can kind of make that out, I'm sorry that this didn't translate well. 400,000 of those impressions were done at the library and 100,000 were done at Burnett Honors. So student government spaces were about another 100,000. Those student government spaces would be the all-night study locations because we don't have free printing in the student union anymore. So I think I am not one to necessarily say that we should be cutting student government services that are this well utilized. 17,000 users, I think, is a lot. I know is a lot. That's a lot of people, and that's only in a 6-month period. I think that what I would ask the committee to talk about, think about is this a service that is identified as a student government service anymore? Or is this just one of those nice things that is offered on campus? And I think based on what Shane just presented, I'm sure what Jim is going to present this afternoon, of the other programs that we're looking to cut, if student government isn't owning this and it's not something that students get kind of that nice feeling about loving student government because you're paying for free printing, then maybe it's time for free printing to go away and people just have to find a way to pay for their own printing. Or maybe not print as much, because you can see that some people print 4,000 pages. I think the one that got redacted there was 10,000. I don't know why that one got redacted, but somebody printed 10,000. Those weren't all free, I don't think, the 10,000. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but so moving on. So the all-night study locations are difficult to capture exactly how many people use them, because people come in and they swipe their card, and then sometimes they stay for 8 hours. Sometimes they stay for 5 minutes because they're going to print something. So what we've tried to do is to capture how many people are in the space once an hour this semester. And so we've been actually counting people in the space every hour to see how many people are in there. So these next two slides are how the locations are being used. So this is the arena space. 20 or more people were in the space for 120 hours for the entire semester. 0 to 5 people were in the space for 600 hours for the semester. So I have loved the all-night study locations for a long time, but I think this is a lot of time that we're paying 2 people to sit at a desk to manage a space that only has 5 people or less in it. Farrell is a little bit better. So you can see the 20 or more is a little bit higher. Sorry. 2 computers is hard for me. You can see the 20 more is a lot higher at Farrell, and the 0 to 5 is a lot lower at Farrell. But Farrell's going away. We don't have a choice in that. I think that what we need to see is, like, Farrell's a lot closer to a lot of housing than Arena is. I don't expect that there's going to be a lot of traffic that would transition to the Arena location, but there might be. I don't know. We don't have a good understanding of who uses those spaces and when they use them. Again, very difficult to capture. And then finally, Bike and Gold. So these are numbers for last year. We don't have good numbers for this fall just yet, but we did about 1,000 bike rentals last semester and 152 individual bike repairs. So that's what the Bike and Gold shop does. That's about an average semester that we see usage in the Bike and Gold area. So again, I will close with what options we have up there and open it to you all for questions about our general budget.
Thank you, Rick. I'm going to take Lopez, then Wilson.
Hi, Rick. Thank you for your presentation and making it a little bit easier as to just seeing what the options are. Katrina, if it's allowed, I have 3 questions.
You may.
So my first question is with the pantry. Is the funding that's allocated for the pantry just for pantry support staff, or what is that allocation for?
Yeah, we pay the manager and the assistant manager out of activity and service fee, and then the rest of the staff are typically federal work study. So that doesn't cost activity and service fee, and we don't buy any food or anything that's given away out of A&SF. That's all donations.
Okay, so then my next question related to the pantry is, with the pantry needing a new location, would we ever need to pay rent for a new pantry location?
I would certainly hope not. I think that my philosophy going into this and the way I'm trying to guide the conversations is that UCF made the decision, and I'm not arguing with that decision. I think it's an appropriate decision. We need chemistry labs more than we need really anything. But because UCF is forcing the move, I would certainly hope that they're not going to then force
The payment on us.
where
Okay.
it would be. I think if the option becomes, hey, we can give you the space, but you have to pay rent on it, then I think we are going to have to kind of circle our wagons and say, well, let's try to fit it within an ASF space, an ASF funded space, like in the student union or somewhere else. We'll just have to cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay, and then, oh, thank you. So then when it comes to study union, does the decrease for study union impact the availability of tutors at all? Or is that just
No, the student union's part of that is just the giveaways.
Okay. And then my last question is, with the options that you have presented on the screen, is the all-night study arena closure already accounted for in the budget? Or would that be an additional cut that we'd be making from your budget packet?
Arena is not included in the budget. Arena is funded currently in the budget.
Okay, so then hypothetically speaking, if this is like, obviously when it comes to debate, this is something that the committee could speak about, we can potentially replace free printing for the arena.
Correct.
Okay, and swap that out. Okay, thank you.
It's Wilson and then Temple, you're at my list, and then Gil and Jamala.
So my question is along the lines, first of all, thank you for being here. Of the free printing, has there been conversations at all with anyone such as Dean Case or any library leadership regarding them absorbing that service? Because I know student government has provided the library millions and millions of dollars through the CITF committee to fund that building. And so I assume with the budget that they have that they could hopefully find it in there to carry forward that $105,000 out of their budget. But I wanted to know, has there been any conversations along those lines because I know we've had conversations previously that the student union is not typically like an academic central service. It's more of that community building based one. So if you can just answer if there have been any conversations.
So the answer to that I'm aware of is no, but I can give a little more to that as well. So and I think you all as a committee are asking some good questions about what could we potentially push off to other areas of campus. The answer that I'm hearing fairly consistently is that there isn't money in the E&G world to be able to pick up services either. My impression of that would be that they wouldn't view that as a valuable service, but I don't know that for sure. I have not had any conversations about it, but that would be a hard pill, I think, for them to swallow, $100,000.
Follow up on that then. With that answer, then out of these options and everything, discounting reducing the repayment of the loan and everything, because you probably know where my position is on that one. But between the free printing and closing the all-night study arena, in terms of operational efficiency and preference for the student union, do you have one if we did have to choose between one or the other? Not to pigeonhole you, but.
I mean, I guess I would choose free printing. That's the way I presented it in the budget. So that's probably a micro message from my brain. But no, I don't. I think, when it comes to cutting student services, aside from AKS Farrell, which was just an easy decision that just kind of got forced on us, I would really present that to you all as, which do you think is more valuable to the student experience? And so I don't necessarily know.
Can I have one more follow-up?
You may.
What is the capacity? Because I know Farrell Commons and all-night study at the arena are two different in terms of size and capacity. What is the capacity for all-night study at the arena? Because I know it's much smaller than Farrell Commons.
Yeah, it's definitely smaller. I would say it's probably max capacity around 75. I'm guessing just from historical knowledge. I know that our peak number in there was 39. So the most people we ever had was 39, but that's not the fire capacity.
Temple.
Good morning, Mr. Falco. Thank you for being here. My question does concern the all-night studies at Farrell and the arena. I noticed that there was more traffic, if I was reading that graph correctly, about how many people are at Pharrell versus East. I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer this, but why was it the choice to close Pharrell as opposed to the arena? Because Pharrell is more strategically located closer
Sure.
to. Sorry.
If it was, oh no, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. So if it was our choice, we would have made that decision to close arena and keep Farrell open, but this is where the chemistry labs will be. So it's, again, UCF decision.
Go. Hi, this is also about the all-night study and a follow-up, if I may, as well. Chair. You may. Thank you. Okay. I was wondering if you could give us, I see the breakdown. I don't know if this data is able to be acquired, but I see that there are like 20 or more at Farrell's. Is there like a breakdown of hours? Would it be beneficial, like, for us to cut the hours of this arena, all-night study arena, or would it be more beneficial to just cut the entire thing? I was seeing if there's a way that we could work around that, or if there was a certain hour time that there was a lot of foot traffic.
That's a good question. This was as tight as I could get the numbers last night as I was struggling to get ready for this presentation. But yes, I think, so we do have the counts by hour. I think we would just need to write some formulas into the Excel spreadsheet to kind of give that feedback and see if that could be an option. I think as a follow-up to that, I think that one of the things that we'll need to talk about, so if you all tell me that your choice is to close both, like, so Farrell's closing and you want to close arena as well, we have quite a few staff that are currently getting hours in those locations. And so we would then, I think, need to think about and talk about as a student union team, and hopefully with the committee as well, is how do we slowly phase that out as opposed to just tear the Band-Aid off and not have enough jobs to go around for the students that already are employed. So that could be an option, as well as slowly phasing out the hours.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I was just wondering because I do appreciate all-night study. My second question with the bike and gold, what would be the point? I guess not the point, but how would discontinuing that? Actually, you know what? I yield my question. No question about that.
Okay, and just before Demarla goes, wanted to let everyone know that I added the population counts by the times that they're counted. It's linked in the agenda under the word data, under the union's presentation. Demarla, like the stuff that you
that
said.
would just be the messy.
Yeah,
that's
it's
just the 1,500 lines of hourly breakdown. I can try to get you a breakdown.
If someone is good at Excel and has the time at some point, y'all can mess with it. That was the main reason I put it there.
Thank you.
Demarla.
I have two questions, if I
You may.
The first one being kind of bounce off of Wilson's question because I was originally going to ask the same thing. But is it possible for us to get like a percentage of the capacity instead of just like the numbers of how many students are there? Is that a possible statistic to get?
You mean for this down here?
Yeah, like instead of just like 20 more, like is it 70% full capacity rather than a number? Because I don't know about like size differences and stuff.
Yes. I'm just trying to think that through, but yes, I can come up with something.
Okay, thank you. And then my second one would be, so to confirm the free printing is like the $2 that each student gets every week?
Correct.
Okay, so is it possible to just like either decrease that to like $1 or maybe put a cap, like saying that you can only spend this much in a month? Or
Yeah, anything's possible. Thank you for asking that. I should have presented that as an option as well. So we have reduced free printing. I think we were at 150,000 a couple of years ago. COVID, of course, there was no free printing, and so now we're kind of it's building back up. I think what we've seen is the numbers continue to trend up as far as the people using the service again. It's not a direct. What we've seen is not a direct. So if it's $2 a week now, and we say $1 a week, that's not going to cut the budget to 52,000, because those 17,000 users might only currently be using $1, and so that it's a lot of data to dive down into, but certainly if the committee wanted to say, cut it by 40,000, then we can kind of massage that over the years and start working with that number and cut it to $1.50 or whatever it might be and just start working with that. Could be an option.
Okay, I'm at Hall, then Holmes, then Urched, then Millington.
Okay, two quick questions, if I can. The first one being specifically, I guess, with the printing, just a hypothetical, because I'm, looking at the actual logistics of the printing itself. How much money of that budget is spent on colored printing over grayscale? Because it's pretty 90 to 10% is a pretty big difference of who's utilizing the colored printing.
That's a good question. I don't know. Does anybody know top of their head what the cost per sheet is for grayscale and color? I can certainly find that out. So it would be just multiplying those out. So I'll have to find that out.
Okay. Lopez, if you know.
I don't know. Thank you. Don't quote me on this, but I don't know if student government covers free printing. I'm not free printing, free colored printing, not free colored printing. I don't know if we cover that. I know it's black and white for sure.
I think it changed, but again, I'm not 100% involved in it. I think it changed when we went campus wide so that you just get the $2 a week. So if you use it for 4 color prints or 20 black and white prints, I think.
DeMarla.
If you guys want like the exact price, it's 8 cents for black and white and 30 cents for color. And then all those get added within the $2.
Thank you.
And then my only other question is because I saw, one of the areas that is being zeroed out is the initiative lines section. But more specifically, I don't know about the other initiatives, but generally within that 45,000, how much of that went towards the hygiene products?
So the hygiene products are now institutionalized in custodial supplies. So I'm not suggesting that we cut that. That's a past historical example of what we were able to get started. So the initiative money is mostly startup money of new ideas that come. So Senate always has a few ideas a year that are good. Some that aren't good sometimes, but usually they're good. And exec usually brings some ideas, and then we usually have some ideas. And so it's just the initiatives are simply startup funds for new ideas. And I think that this year, the reason I zero funded them is because it's not the year to start new ideas. If anything, it's the year to pull back on the ideas that we've done in the past. So anyway, so as far as the hygiene products, that's I don't know the exact cost of it, but it wouldn't be part of that cut.
Holmes.
Hi. So I have 2 questions, if I may. Okay. So my first question would be, what are you aware of what body or entity voted on the removal of the Feral Commons all-night study?
Board of Trustees.
Sorry. And then my second question, would limiting the ballroom events affect your 30K revenue when it comes to events?
It potentially could. Yes. I think that's, again, there's a lot of different moving pieces there that we would need to factor in, look historically at when we've had those revenue generating events. And because certainly we don't want to say we're only going to do 1 event in Pegasus a day and then find out that means that we have to zero fund that revenue because we can't make any money in there. So that's why it's a complicated formula.
Richard.
A few questions, if I may.
You may.
Really quick, do you know where on the budget packet the all-night study arena section is? I'm just having some trouble finding it.
Guest services is where it's funded. Guest services OPS.
Okay. Other than that, for the all-night study arena, is there a certain number that we would have to fund it for it to be a minimum number we would have to have for it to be usable, or could we cut if we were to cut 60, would it be operable at all, or do we have to have a certain number for us to even have it?
The difficult thing is the vision for the all-night study facilities has been that they're open all night, right? So we opened, and so we phased that back a little bit. We scaled it back because we've seen Friday and Saturday nights, there really were no people using the facilities. And so it's more of a 24/5 facility now. I think that original vision, I might want to change the name at some point, I guess. Like if we say we're only going to open during the day, or we're only going to open at night, or whatever the case may be, it's hour for hour. I mean, it's a pretty simple formula as far as, if we say we're only going to be open half the hours we were open last year, then it's a $55,000 savings. So to answer the question, I don't know that there would be I don't have a recommendation for you. I think the earlier question about when those hours are that we're seeing the increased traffic and those kind of things would be an interesting thing to kind of look at and see. And if we're seeing a lot of traffic in the evenings and very little traffic overnight, very little traffic in the mornings, then maybe we say only open half the time. So the other complicated thing with that is All Night Study Arena is we get that space rent free from the arena as part of an attraction. They were looking to get more students just out at the arena. And so at some point, and I don't know what that point is, I have no idea, but if we say we're only going to open the space half as many hours as we have historically, they may say, well, that wasn't the agreement. We don't want to give you free rent anymore. And then that might be it. I mean, certainly that would be a deal breaker. I mean, rent is expensive up there.
Okay, and then final question, I guess similarly, but with free printing, if we were to refund it as a committee and let's say not keep it at 105 theoretically and lowered it, are there any recommendations for, I'd say just like general numbers that you think would be used for free printing if we weren't to fund the full 105?
No, I don't know for sure. Honestly, I'm trying to think strategically, like what would make sense there. Like maybe a 30% cut. Like I'd try to see if we can scale back. I will tell you that the feedback of the last time we scaled back. So, and I think I can't remember what it was. I'm terrible at the printing numbers for some reason. I think we went from $1 a day to $2 a week or something like that. Oh boy, people were not happy. They just were not happy. And so any kind of scaling back, I think, people are going to notice it. Doing it over the summer so that people come back in the fall and maybe don't notice as much is a good strategy to use. But I don't know for sure what a good number would be.
And I guess finally along that line, because in the original budget packet, free printing was cut into its entirety. Mm-hmm. And seemingly, if we scaled it back, we are going to get some backlash regardless.
Sure.
If we were to cut it, assumably the backlash is going to be even worse. Or do you suggest otherwise? Do you think it might be more beneficial? Like if we were to reduce it, you think students would get more upset by us reducing it a significant portion, or to say, hey, we can't afford it at all, so we're cutting it completely?
I think it's a cleaner picture to just say, hey, we can't afford it, and here's why. And I think, if we present it from the activity and service fee as a whole, like, so some of the things that Shane would have to cut, for example, I think if we, and I'm not saying this, and this is necessarily, I'm not a politician, but it would have to be a political type of answer of like, well, you can't have free printing because you're still going to have Spirit Splash, or, something like that, where we would actually get out in front of it from a messaging standpoint. It might be the best way to do it. I mean, there are some obvious questions that would be like, well, you get what I'm saying. So I think, sorry, Austin, are you wanting to respond to that? Oh, okay. We're very forward with that hand. So I think it's easier to message that we just can't afford the service anymore, to answer your question. But I think no matter what, people aren't going to be happy. People's expectations certainly have changed post-COVID, and they get upset at the drop of a hat now. And so I don't know if they'd be more upset about it going away or less upset. I'm not really sure, honestly.
Thank you.
Millington.
2, if I may.
You may.
So on the topic of all-night study, through kind of like the analysis that you did with the hours, do you think that if the closure were to be the path that we take, that the library would be a substantial option for students based on kind of like the hours that were popular? Because I know that the library doesn't stay open as long. So how do you think that that could kind of be an option if that is the path we take?
It definitely could be an option. And the library is discussing doing a 24-hour option as well. And so that certainly would help, I think, with the overnight. To me, also, historically, if we only have a few people in there in the middle of the night, like paying 2 people to supervise a few people in there is problematic. But do they have another option, I think, is kind of the question that has been asked. And historically, it's been no. So if the library were to be able to manage a 24-hour cycle, then I think it makes the all-night studies easy to get rid of. Again, the library has so much seating now and so much study space. I think that that's why we've seen a decline. And I haven't run those numbers year over year. I don't even think we have them year over year. Actually, it's a new way that we're tracking data. But I think the all-night studies are trending down, I think is the point. And that's directly because of the library. So I think that I can dive into the numbers a little bit and see library closes at 1. And so see what that 1 to 7 a.m. before the student union opens at 7, what that looks like, and see if that helps at all.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you. And then second question, I'm not too familiar with the Bike and Gold service, but I was wondering if that service is any form of revenue for UCF, and if not, would that be a possible option? I'm looking into ways that could bring UCF a revenue to kind of like offset that cost.
So there is no revenue associated with it currently. I don't think so. Statutorily, we're bound to not charge students for stuff that is purchased with activity and service fee. So that's why the vending machine is down there. So like if a student needs a new tube in their tire, they go to the vending machine, buy the tube, and then bring it to the shop, and they'll help them put the tube in, that type of thing. There would not be an easy way to monetize the services in that shop. I don't know. It's something we could explore. I mean, the flip side of Bike and Gold, and again, I'm not trying to advocate against that. I think my point with the option slide is really that we've we've kind of cut until we've gotten to bone, forgive the analogy. And so we don't like that 50% cut on the operations line. I'm not comfortable with that, and I'm definitely not comfortable going more than that. And so any additional cuts would have to come from these type of areas. Anyways, all that being said, if we were to discontinue Bike and Gold, there is a possibility that we would be able to make revenue from that space. It used to be a revenue producing space. Historically, the challenge on campus has been, and we're currently in the middle of a study about retail and real estate on campus, is are there viable vendors that would be willing to pay rent for that space? And we don't have an answer on that yet. So historically, there were vendors that were retail vendors and others on campus that were willing to just pay rent. And that has kind of trailed off. So when the student union first opened, as an example, there used to be a travel agency downstairs that was really well utilized until Expedia became a thing. And then travel agencies aren't a thing anymore, right? And so as retail has declined, those spaces that used to produce revenue have declined as well. Sorry, that wasn't your question, but important information.
Wilson, do you still have a question? And then Demarla.
So this, if you could go back to the printing slide of the statistics and everything, this could be probably a lot of math and everything, but it's kind of along the lines of finding out if students are actually kind of utilizing the full $2 that are given. Because I can notice there a lot of people are using like 3,857 pages worth, in that time. And I know there's some high usage, but are those like the anomalies, or are they kind of, is that the consistent? I'm just curious to know the consistent usage of it, and if people are actually using their $2. And I don't know if you can get that data to us, especially before we vote on Wednesday or even tomorrow. But I would just be curious when it comes to whether or not we're going to discontinue the service in its entirety or reduce it, is what I'm wanting to know.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you can see it drops off pretty quickly, even in the top 10 users. And so I would be curious to see that as well. So I'll see what reports we can run.
Demarla.
Can the all-night study at Plaza be like run with just one worker?
We've talked about that. We're not really comfortable with it. So they're kind of on an island out there, where, you know, if you had to use a restroom or something, the desk would go unmanned, or you'd have to call somebody over from the student union, and then they're not doing their student union job because they have to go out to the arena. I think it's something we could potentially do during the day. We would not be able to execute it well, I will tell you that. It's something we could potentially do at night. I would not be comfortable with one person in there in the after dark at all. So I think the amount of dollar savings we were talking about would not really be significant.
Any other questions, Algar?
Just one thing. I know that we are asking, especially with the options page, that there's a lot of different paths we can take here as far as the library taking over certain things. It's dependent on a lot of outside influences. So is there a way of having just a couple contingency plans in place that whatever we decide to vote on, if that doesn't work out, what we can do in place of that to sort of lessen student impact, especially because we are talking about taking away resources as big as free printing and bike and gold. If there's just a way of planning out how we can balance out the effect if something doesn't go the way that we hope it will.
Sure. Yeah, I think certainly we can put that together. I think I would need some guidance from the committee as far as what dollar amounts we're looking at too. I think that's the challenging part, is so we got to our 15%. And I don't know where anybody else is. And certainly the R&R discussion and the repayment of the loan is a big piece of that discussion that we don't have full answers on. And so, yes, certainly we can help to prioritize that.
McClellan?
So I know you spoke about the possibility of like the space that Bike and Gold is currently in could turn into a revenue, like if we sold to like a retailer or somebody. How likely do you think that could happen?
It's difficult to say. That's why campus is doing the hired a consultant to do the analysis for us. It's difficult to say. And for those of you that are upperclassmen have probably seen over at the arena, there's been a lot of retail turnover. And so in some of the spaces, many of the spaces aren't filled with retail. Like, so the space that the Veteran Center is in was supposed to be retail. The space that Limitless was in, that is now moving to the Wesley Foundation, that was or it has been retail historically. And so what campus has found is there aren't a lot of retail type establishments willing to pay. And so then we kind of farmed it out to office space. It's not best practice to charge yourself for office space. The arena can do it because they're a direct support organization. We can't really, because we're not a DSO. We're a local fee funded facility. So based on what the arena has experienced, the possibility of the likelihood of a successful retail establishment, I think you could go to any shopping mall and that would probably answer that question for you. It's difficult right now to get successful retail.
Temple?
So regarding potential relationship between free printing and all-night studies, so if one were to be cut, for example, so say free printing is removed, do you think there'd be some sort of fluctuation in the all-night studies usage or vice versa?
Certainly a big piece of what the all-night studies have been has been free printing facilities. So yes, I think that would definitely be the case. I mean, from a percentage base, if we're looking at, how many was the total prints? I can't read it up there. So we did 700,000 total prints, and 100,000 of those were in the all-night study facilities. So 15% of that was just all-night studies. I don't know if that means people will go to the library to print or just stop printing. I'm not really sure what that would result in.
Follow up?
Yeah, my follow-up was somewhat answered. I was just wanting to see if free printing were to be removed from all-night study, do you think there'd be some sort of impact on that? I think you may have answered that.
Yes, but I'll make an additional point. I think that as you all as a committee, as you're debating this, so if you say free printing is out, then we need to talk about the all-night studies, because if those numbers aren't that great for the arena to begin with, and then we take away free printing from all-night study, then what does the mission of all-night study at the arena become? I think that's where it's a challenging situation that I think they're kind of intertwined. And I don't know how well they would unintertwine.
Lopez.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate on this entity. Lopez, then Hall.
So I just want to start off by saying that what I'm about to say is a recommendation that is not made lightly, has not, like, it's hard to say. But based off everything that we've just heard, I don't know if you have all seen the budget packets for what's going to be presented tomorrow. So just to quickly bring up, based on the executive branch's budget request packet, we are significantly lowering the amount that we're funding for Scantrons. So while we mentioned that something like printing is academic based and it happens in an academic building, it is a monetary service that we provide for students. Scantrons, it's a monetary service that we provide for students. It's something that they get for free. Printing is something that we give them for free. And those are things that we support them with. Otherwise, if it wasn't something that was funded by A&SF, they would have to pay for, find somewhere out of their own pocket. And that's why I really don't want to completely cut the free printing. I think $2, based on the situation that we're in right now, might not be the best course of action. I don't know if we lower that to $1.50, $1 per student. But cutting the free printing, I think we'll see dramatic. It's a service that, like, we provide to them. So I think that's something that it's harder to replace as opposed to all-night study. While I don't want to necessarily see all-night study gone, I do understand that we have a brand new state-of-the-art library that every floor is going to have so much more space for students. And as of right now, every dorm on most of the floors, and if not every dorm building, has their own study space. All of the apartment buildings off campus have a study space with computers, with printers. I don't know if keeping all-night study for a handful of individuals, when you weigh it out, is the best way to go. So when picking one or the other, I rather keep the free printing. I also think we have to reduce the free printing, but I would love to hear the thought and the debate of everyone else on the committee.
Hall, then Temple, then Urched, then Demar.
Yeah, so I definitely concur with President Lopez. To be frank, based off of the questioning and such, even if we kept all-night study, retention will continue to go down of people utilizing it. I'll be frank with you, I don't even know how many students know that there is one near the arena of the average student, to be frank. So to me, it makes more sense to remove that because we can also try to lower it, but at the end of the day, it leads to the same outcome, whether it's this year or 2 years down the line, that it's gone. Because that seems like that's the direction that it's going in, especially given the fact that we have a new state-of-the-art library. My view with the printing, I definitely think it needs a reduction, but I do agree that cutting it completely, if you want to have a lot of students extremely upset, that's a great way to do it, particularly because it's clearly being utilized by a significant portion of students. And it's something that, to be honest, impacts every single degree. Obviously there's some degrees that are probably using it more, but generally speaking, printing is necessary for everything. I also do believe a reduction in the budget will lead to less printing, which is not an inherently bad thing when we're looking at it from an environmental impact perspective as well. So I think that's also worth keeping in mind. And then the last thing I want to say, because I know there's other people that want to debate, probably know more about all the numbers and all that, is I would highly recommend that we avoid cutting the Bike and Gold service, particularly because there are students on campus who only have a bike. My roommate, my freshman year, only had a bike and had to use the service twice. And at the end of the day, if you cut that service, it's going to come out of their pocket. If they're only have a bicycle, they probably cannot afford a car to begin with. So that means that it is going to be more of a financial burden on them. And to the point about utilizing that space, I have a feeling whatever retail thing is you put there and instead will last a year or two tops and then disappear. And it's just going to be a revolving door. Whereas Bike and Gold is a consistent service that I think helps a lot of students in the grand scheme of things. So I would recommend that we avoid cutting that.
Temple.
I'm going to concur with both presidents here of the student body and the Senate. I just from the numbers alone, I can already tell that free printing gains has a lot more traffic consistently as opposed to the all-night study in the arena. And I've also noticed that there's something of a substitution effect going on with the all-night study, if I'm allowed to indulge my economic sense for a minute, because yes, I know I'm a nerd, but moving besides that point, like the Edition Arena is a bit further away from many of the dormitories and residence halls, like for example, Libra, Apollo, what's it called? Hercules, Nike. I live in Hercules. So like all those areas that require like some sort of study area, like all-night study, they would have gone to the Farrell Commons area, and that's going to be nixed. So they would either have to stay in their dorms or go to the library, or if need be, go to the Edition Arena all-night study. And people tend to want to minimize how much time it would take for them to like actually do something, and they would want to minimize that cost. So they would either want to stay in their dorms, or they would go to the library if need be, or they can come to the student union as well. Even though it is a very busy place with heavy traffic, it is still a good place to study. I have seen a lot of students study in the union. Myself, I've done that quite a few times. So there's not much loss with the all-night study. I know that's very difficult for me to say because I know some students do use all-night study a lot, especially they're within closer proximity to the Edition Arena. But it's probably for the best that it is removed. And I say that comparing it to the printing, like there is arguably no other substitute for free printing on this campus. Like otherwise you would have to actually pay for it, which is not ideal given we're college students. We run on very tight budgets. So given the choice between removing effectively one of many different areas of study, as opposed to a service that is almost unique in its sense, or at least something like borderline monopolistic, I would rather keep the latter as opposed to the former, purely because it's only the pragmatic thing to do.
I have Urched, then Demarla, then Gel, and I'm going to ask that we please not repeat the same points over and over.
Yeah, so I'll re-echo the similar sentiments, but I'm not going to go divulge into it. I agree with everyone who spoke before me regarding printing and all-night study, just in favor of taking it away and re-implementing printing. But my stance on that is just to still reduce it to a certain extent, maybe similar to what Rick was saying about 30%. But nevertheless, it's still a service that should be more heavily utilized and keeping Bike and Gold. Other than that, the only other it's more of a question, but on the screen it said the all-night study for the arena was 110 grand. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay.
Demarla?
I think that I agree with the free printing. I think one thing that we can go about it is have limited pages, maybe just make it black and white instead, or like use the $2 so like you'd get what, like 20 pages. So just like limit the pages and then just say black and white maybe would be like a better option for cutting it. But I still do think that we should definitely cut it to a certain extent. I disagree with the all-night studies though, because I'm a biomedical science major, so I spent most of my time studying. I think I don't know if you guys have ever been there. It's in general, it's a smaller room, so I think like the less traffic is due to less people being there compared to Farrell Commons. Alternatively, the thing that all-night studies provides that no other place on campus really does is a lot of whiteboards. So I do think that the people who need whiteboards to study, like with the third floor being renovated in the library, you're not going to have, there's not much whiteboard space in the library. So people who might need those that go to Farrell Commons, I would want to say would probably take the extra like 10 minutes to walk to all-night studies, just because I don't know other than maybe probably like Trevor Coburn Hall that really has places for students to use like whiteboards on such a large scale. Like everyone, when I go to all-night studies, everyone writes like on the glass walls, that's what most people go there for, more than just like sitting there with your like laptop. It's more just engaging with what that space has to offer and whiteboards and stuff like that. So I think we can cut it by to providing the hours that the library currently doesn't have, because I know that the library, you said I believe that it's a possibility that they can make it 24 hours, but there's no like definite plan. So maybe we can think of cutting it and having those hours open like in the night. and providing the hours that the library doesn't, because I do believe that people prefer the library as to all night studies on like generally. But I think once the library closes and people do need those spaces, I think that keeping all night studies for just the portion of the night might cut costs to a good amount of time, good amount, and then also adding that with a reduction in free printing might get us some numbers that we want.
Gail, then Wilson.
Yeah, I have to completely agree with Senator DeMarla. I think closing all night study, I know from my perspective, I live in Towers, and I found that some of my residents actually go there at night because they work during the day, and I think cutting that would be a disservice. I think the foot traffic, I actually agree with that, of having the hours open, the hours the library isn't open, because I know we've said a lot like, oh, our library is going to be 24 hours, and that's just unfortunately been a hard struggle for us to actually acquire. And so I think that we can manipulate the hours of the all-night study by the arena. I do think there will be foot traffic at the arena because I know freshmen, I remember I was a freshman, I went to Farrell Commons often to study, and I ended up going to the arena sometimes because they have a group study in there. They have a big room that closes the doors, and you can sit there at a table with a bunch of whiteboards. And I know as STEM majors, those whiteboards really come in handy. And so I'm really advocating to not close that, as well as Bike and Gold. I also have some students in my hall, and as well as friends that utilize this. And I think it would be a disservice as they take their bikes to, I don't know if this is allowed, but grocery shopping. I know they take it to the Publix. I think that's allowed. If not, then I will have a conversation with them, but I'm pretty sure they're allowed to do that. But I would advocate for reducing printing and then reducing the hours of all-night study, because if we're already closing Farrell Commons, I feel like all-night study is kind of a staple of UCF. I remember like really loving that I could go there at any time of the day to study. So I think reducing free printing, keeping Bike and Gold, and then reducing hours of all-night study to complement the library so that we do have access everywhere would be beneficial if we were able to utilize that.
I have Wilson, then Holmes, then Urched, then Lopez, then Millington.
Thank you. So I'm gonna have to disagree a little bit, respectfully, just because I think, moving forward, I think free printing and everything, I think we should definitely continue to fund, but at that lower amount of either $1 per week, $1.50 per week. I was trying to do the math, but if anyone wants to do it a little better to find out exactly how many pages, black and white at 8 cents, that provides students, I think that would be helpful for this conversation. When it comes to the library, in terms of, versus all night study in comparison, this may just me be going back off my recollection from things we did last year and conversations we've had with university leadership. But I think now is the point, if we close Farrell all-night study at the arena and you go to the table to the provost and the dean of the libraries, we have a better negotiating power, essentially, because we won't have an all-night study option. And so I think it's time for them to start putting those services forward, because conversations like that have occurred that they said they would be willing to do that. And so I think it's time, the library, we've invested all that money through CITF, millions of dollars to renovate it. When it comes to whiteboards, I did some sleuthing on some third floor renovation project images and everything that they had of the completed stuff. And it does look like they have a lot of whiteboards all across the floor. And I'm happy to add these to the Google Drive of these images that I have from the Turner Construction Company of what they did to the third floor. And so I think, again, just thinking of the budget in of its entirety and the other cuts that we're going to have to make, all night study with the minimal usage it did have based off the numbers Rick provided, I think at the arena, I would advocate for cutting it, reluctantly, but I would advocate for that.
So I'm gonna have to agree with Hall and Lopez. If we close the arena of all night study, we could most likely keep the free printing. It possibly, regarding like the library hours, once they expand, I would think possibly posing opportunity for the students who no longer work at nights, all night study, to be able to work at the library to like make up for the fact that we may not have, because I know there's a concern that we may not have enough people that work during that hours that the library may expand. I also wanted to touch on, like, if we keep all night study, we may face the predicament again of having to talk about closing it next year, because we have no idea where our economy is going right now. Even Hall mentioned that, like, the numbers are already going down. Who knows if we're going to have to talk about closing it again within the next 1 to 2 years. I know that when I went to all night study, there weren't many people in there. I went there because I was like, oh, that's cool. I don't have to use a library. I can just drive here and don't have to like park in Garage H or something and find parking. But I think that the numbers don't lie, and that many students don't use all night study, and dorm study rooms are amazing and they have whiteboards also, and not many people use it. So I think we have to have a cost benefit outlook on these options and make sure that students know like, hey, this is happening, but here are our options. Library hours are going to be expanding. Dorm study spaces are a thing because many people do not use their dorm study spaces. And that's just from my experience. I know a lot because I use them with my friends, and not a lot of people use them. It's pretty empty in there. So,
Arched, then Lopez, Millington, Gale, Jamarla.
I know it's hard for us to make a decision based on uncertainty, but it's kind of the point that we're going to have to do from going forth. But to really agree with what Austin was saying before, the only real tangible advantage I see all night study providing is the fact that it is open all night. It's a concern that we will have to address. And I really do concur with the argument that if it is a demand that students have and we are unable to afford to provide it, it is a better negotiating piece and is a piece of leverage we can use to hopefully allow them to push for the 24-hour library to be open. We know it's in their plans. On what timetable, I do not know. But if we are able to, it's an uncertain decision, but if we were to make this and then we are to hopefully push up a timeline for them to open the library, I feel that may be our best course of action. I understand it's a decision based on some gambles, but that's my opinion regarding that matter. And Danielle Arzelli can correct me if I'm wrong, but during our library tour of the third floor, it did seem to implement a lot of new modern group study spaces, whiteboards, places, other types of a large emphasis on group study spaces. I remember that's what they emphasized a large amount. So again, it's uncertain, but the quicker we're able to force their hand into hopefully keeping the library open 24 hours, I think the better it will be for students as a whole.
Lopez.
To answer one of Steven's questions really quickly, Zelly and I had a meeting with Dean Case about a week and a half ago. And the result of that meeting was essentially he was informing us of the timetable of the 24-hour study space. And that's essentially 5 to 6 years of when that would happen. And as far as to what Steven was saying, they're essentially all the books are coming down from all the floors. So there's a lot more study rooms that are going to be implemented. But that's not originally what I was going to say. I have more so of a question, and Rick, I don't expect you to know anything off the top of your head, but what would the cost comparison look like? Is it worth keeping all night study for a reduced amount of hours, to Senator Gale and Senator DeMarlo's point, if you still have to pay the rent? Like at that point, would we be saving money? Would we be losing money?
We don't pay rent.
Oh, you don't pay rent. Okay. So what does the cost comparison then of like reducing the hours look like?
I think the challenge is going to be, as I'm hearing you all debating that, is so if we say we only want to stay open overnight, like cut the hours in half, we are already challenged with getting overnight shifts staffed, because who wants to work a 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. shift? Like, that's not great. But people work the 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. knowing that they're going to have 20 hours of regular shifts. So we would really have to challenge ourselves with finding a shift of night owls if we were to say we're only going to be open for the overnight type hours. I don't know how possible that is, honestly. So reducing hours is challenging, I guess, is my point.
So just one more follow-up question, if that's allowed, Chair Wanjan. And I know this goes against the initiatives piece of your budget request packet, but if student government were to potentially purchase whiteboards, and again, I don't know what this is very hypothetical. If we were to potentially purchase whiteboards, can they be housed somewhere in the union for students to like rent out?
Yeah, thank you for asking. I didn't want to interrupt the debate, but actually we have 110 whiteboards on the 4th floor of the union that are on wheels and only used really for study union a little bit. They used to be used for study union quite a bit more, and used for poster presentations in the ballroom. So research fairs, those kind of things. So we actually partnered with grad research and undergrad research 5 or 6 years ago and purchased all of these whiteboards. And has anybody been to a research fair? You do the poster presentations. So yeah, so that's what they're for, but they sit unused for like 11 and a half months out of the year. So as you all are debating that, I think that two things: one, we can utilize those better in the student union if we do choose to close all night study. Two, I think we could potentially start a conversation with Dean Case about loaning the library some of the boards if we feel like that would be useful use of that piece of property. Because again, it's really just sitting, taking up storage most of the year for us.
Yeah, thank you for that, Rick. So just based off of that, I'm going to continue with my original recommendation of potentially closing the all-night study, and really working on conversations with Dean Case to see how we can further collaborate with the use of whiteboards, and also including opening conversations again with the provost to really see what we can do about the 24-hour study space in the library. Because hopefully, as to what Senate President Hall and Comptroller Chud have already mentioned, and a variety of people have already mentioned, we can potentially use this as, I don't want to say leverage. I don't like that word, but we can use this as negotiating power to see if the university can help us out with getting that started.
I have Millington, Gell, DeMarlo, Holmes, or Chud.
Yes, so I agree with a lot of the sentiments that were brought up about it's sad to say, but possibly closing the all-night study. I think the biggest thing for me is looking at student impact alone. The highest numbers on the arena population count were 36. And while those 36 students are very important, just kind of looking at that in comparison to the printing, that is a big difference. Another thing is kind of the hours. It was brought up that kind of like the main advantage that all night study had was that it's open those late hours. But looking at the numbers, all the top lines were all the hours that the library is open. And a lot of those AM hours are at the very bottom in the thousands. And a lot of them are having 0 students there at those AM hours. So I think that's another big thing. And then also like the whiteboard conversation that was brought up, that was kind of like a main last concern. But if there are all of those whiteboards, I think that could be another great option to kind of look into bringing that for the students. So I think that while it's disheartening to say, I think I'm in favor of closing down the all-night study if that's the path we have to take.
Go.
Yeah, so a question, if I may, to I think Danielle or whoever can answer it.
You may.
Did you say that the libraries will transition to 24 hours in 5 to 6 years?
So this is a difficult topic. So right now in 5 to 6 years, there's the plan to just have that space. As of right now, the space isn't built yet with the renovation. But they can potentially have the 24-hour space, but they don't have the funding for it currently. So there can be, from now to the 5 years of when it's renovated, there can be 24-hour study space in the library, because they would just close off an area on the second floor. But they don't have the funding to staff that at the current moment. And then in the 5 years with the renovations, it's in the plan to have, again, not a closed fenced off area. It'll look very nice of what that space, the 24-hour space, is going to look like, but they still don't know where the funding is going to come from. There was conversation of it potentially coming from A&SF fees, but that's a whole other can of worms that I don't think this is for this committee at this point. Because frankly, we don't have that luxury if we're having these conversations. So that's why the conversation would come back to the provost and finding E&G funds for it.
May I debate now? Okay, thank you. I hear everyone and I can agree. I do want to advocate for it, because I think it'd be a disservice to not advocate for something like this. I guess more of how I saw it was, if we cut printing, we cut students at an equal rate. Whereas if we cut this specific entity, we cut a specific population of students that work at night or that use this space. tends to be, it seems like STEM students, at least that's what I'm getting. I don't really hear. But I think it benefits all students who might be working at night, whereas I think printing impacts the most students, but we'd be hurting a specific group more. And so I guess my debate is more like, I think I would rather, and my vote would go to equally cutting all students at the same rate versus cutting a specific group of students that will be at a larger disadvantage, because on campus, there is nothing open for space 24 hours. The building's locked. It's not like they can go into classroom building 1. It's not like they can go into TCH. Students who are working at night or who are parents or who can have the time to step outside and study at night. I think this would be, now I do see that it's not used as much. So I guess I was advocating more for a 24-hour library, but hearing that that's not really a guarantee, I'm just kind of now thinking of the students who do use this space. Where could they go on campus to study during these hours? And what's the alternative? Like, we cut this, but like, where can we find space for them on campus now that if we do decide to close this? So I just really like to hear debates about like, are there any options? Do we know any, or is this something that we would have to work towards so that we don't just cut these students and then leave them hanging for no space on campus to study?
I have DeMarlo, Holmes, then Urched, and also a reminder, it would be best if we could get through student legal services by lunchtime because their scheduled time slot is 11:30 to 12. So if we can't come to a decision on this soon, then we might want to push back student union and come back to and do student legal so that we can get them taken care of. So again, DeMarlo, Holmes, or Jed.
I just have a question first for anyone who can answer it. When does like the third floor renovation finish?
The latest it'll open is March, and then the earliest is February. So we had a tour with the dean about 2 weeks ago, and he kind of ran us through it. It's already done. They're just waiting on some permits.
Can I debate? So I'm more fine with closing the all nights now that I know that there is more whiteboards. I know Holmes brought up like whiteboards in our dorm, but at least for the tower dorms, there are no whiteboards in the dorms. So maybe we can think about the student union being able to have those students have access to it, or like have the dorms have access to the whiteboards and loan it out that way. I think I'd be more comfortable. I do like how Gail mentioned that like those students who do need those monies, who do need money to go through college and have those jobs during the day and are unfortunately not able to study. There are no other open spaces on campus. So I agree with like representing those people, especially since they are disadvantaged, and taking away that space that they would need, or like even if it is a smaller population, just because they're the minority does not mean that they should not have like an open space to study. I think that it's so important for us to have like a place where their access to the same materials as someone who does not need a job to go to college has during the day.
Holmes or Urched?
I had a question because I see that we have some individuals who are, a little on the fence about just getting rid of all night study. I'm seeing we may have to table this. So is there a possibility that we could get some data on how many individuals use all night study from during the very, very late night hours that that library is used? And then, sorry, trying to be quick. Yeah, I just want to see if we could get data on like the amount of people that use all night study during the very late hours of the time, if that's okay. Oh, I see it. Never mind.
Well, I'm actually working while y'all are debating. I'm working on the spreadsheet to cut it down just to the overnight hours. So hopefully I'll be able to get you some. It'll be after lunch, but I'll get you some answers.
Thank you for that. Urched and then McClellan.
Seeing that we will probably have to table this issue if we can't come to a consensus soon, I don't really want to repeat some of the same things everyone's been saying, but between the staffing at night, the other not as good options, including the housing and the whiteboards we might be able to put elsewhere, the only other like real piece of evidence I want to emphasize is what Rick said in his presentation. If we were to reduce the funding for all night study, we run the risk of the arena potentially saying, hey, this wasn't our agreement. we're going to have to charge you rent now or something along those lines, to where ultimately at that point they would decide not to do it. So before we decide to say, hey, let's just like reduce the funding for all night study, we have to be aware of the possibility that the arena could charge rent. They could change, since we're changing the terms of our agreement, that we might not have the luxury of reducing the number just like we could reduce printing. We might just have to say it's all or nothing. Correct me if I'm wrong, though, Rick.
That's accurate.
McClellan,
Short debate and then a motion, if I may.
you may.
So it is really unfortunate, but I think that we have to make tough decisions today. And I think that the benefit of cutting the all-night study at the arena to be able to continue to fund printing would be the best option. And then not even to use that full amount, maybe I think reducing the amount that we are funding printing as well to like $1 per week for black and white only, I think would be beneficial, because then that allows us to have money that we can allocate elsewhere in the budget, because there are a lot of things that are being cut that may still have to be further cut, and just having the money where we can to increase other areas that might really, really need it and have a high student impact. I think we should consider that as well. And then with that, I would move to see student legal services.
There has been a motion to move to the entity of student legal services. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Thank you, Rick. And you're welcome to begin your presentation whenever you're ready and whenever Brody has it up.
Okay. And then I guess it's school book, right? Yeah, okay.
Quiet in the chamber, please.
Good morning. So my name is Patricia Dollahan. I'm one of the attorneys at Student Legal Services. I'm the director as well. For those of you not familiar with our office, we offer free legal services to all UCF students who pay the activity and service fee. We are currently staffed by 4 full-time attorneys, legal assistants, and student assistants. So this shows the type of areas that we cover. So landlord tenant includes things such as reviewing lease, maintenance issues, eviction defense work, disputing claims against the students' security deposits. Criminal defense, we're able to help students who are charged with a crime, whether it's a misdemeanor up to a felony of a 3rd degree. So they include things such as reckless driving, fake IDs, disorderly conduct, resisting arrest. Most students who we represent already have a criminal record, qualified to have their records sealed or expunged, because oftentimes it was their first offense. So we can also offer that service. Consumer issues, we help students with debt defense, collection agencies, credit reporting issues, insurance disputes. Family law, we do some limited work like name changes and some divorces where the parties have agreed how they want to split up or how they want to divide their assets and liabilities, so that we can prepare the paperwork and represent them at the final hearing. And miscellaneous includes such things as small claims, wills, drafting powers of attorney, designation of healthcare surrogates, employment questions, unpaid wages, etc. And then on the exclusion shows things that we don't do. So we don't do student versus student. So if 2 students have a dispute, we cannot help them because they both pay the activity and service fee. We also do personal injury because there's plenty of attorney to do that on a contingency basis, so the student doesn't have to pay any money up front. So that's like shows a break of the type of cases we see most frequently. So you can see that traffic and landlord-tenant issues are a little bit over 50%. Of the cases, and then I guess families 9%, and then criminal expunctions are about another 9%, and then a big bulk of it is everything else. So this shows some of the savings that students have received as a result of coming to our office for services. So some of this is reflecting attorney's fees that they didn't have to pay to a private attorney because they came to us. And some of it was money that was returned to the student, or the student didn't have to pay to a third party because they came to us and we were able to negotiate something on their behalf. The following is an example of how we save students money. So for example, we successfully disputed fraudulent charges on a student's debit card that came to $3,400. The bank was refusing to credit that money to the student account, and after they came to see us, we were able to get that resolved, and the student was refunded $3,400. Also, a lot of cases where we were able to terminate the student's lease, so they were no longer liable for rent under the lease. We also represented somebody else who was being sued by a bank on a credit card debt that the student felt included charges that did not belong to her and that she had already paid. And the judge agreed that the bank had not proven their case, so the judge dismissed the case against the student. So this shows demographics. So it's a very diverse population that we assist. So you can see like 60% are members of racial minorities or ethnic minorities. Also see a significant percentage of students who identified as transgender, non-binary. A lot of name changes we do for transgender students. And then we also help them adjust their gender status on their legal documents. Okay, so there's some more demographics here. So as you can see, a lot of students we see are first generation and Pell Grant recipients. So particularly Pell Grant recipients is interesting, the 34%, when, over 40% of the students that come to see us don't qualify for Pell Grants because they are graduate students or international students. So it seems like a lot of students who come to see us, like we are their only resource to obtain legal services. We also been doing quite a bit of outreach. So we pretty much go to every tabling event for FDIC and transfer students, as well as many other tabling opportunities that if we find out about it and we can participate, we do that. We also start a partnership with Knight Leadership Academy to educate student athletes about our office, what we provide, and also to offer them services in the area of name, image, and likeness. Jamie also reviews a lot of contracts for those students. So we've been doing quite a bit of that. We also partner with Housing and Residence Life to educate students who are going to be moving off campus to off-campus housing and what to look for. And of course, we're available to them. So these are so when we finalize a case, we send every student a survey. So this is like their response, and 94% agree that they were satisfied with the attorney that was assigned to their case. 98% would recommend student legal services to other students in need of assistance. 97% felt that they had a better understanding of their legal issues after consulting with our office. So those are some of the statements that students have made on their surveys at the end of their cases. And that provides some additional services we offer to UCF students. So our legal assistants are notary public, so they do offer notary services free of charge to UCF students. So we notarize, they notarize over 1,000 documents for UCF students. We also offer semester-long internships for students in the legal studies department, as well as to students who have graduated and now in law school. If they want to do an internship with our office, we offer that as well. So that concludes my presentation. And do you want to put the budget up?
Everyone has access to the budget packet,
Okay.
so I'm not gonna
Okay.
have it up here unless Brody decides he wants to do that, which he's welcome to. I don't particularly care. But yes, any questions? First, actually, Kane, can you say present? So noted at 11:56 a.m. Okay, now Wilson.
I have 2 to 3 questions, if I may.
You may.
Okay. So thank you for being here. First question is, did you because noticing the packet and the changes between last year and this year, did you do any 13.47% cut like all the other departments?
Initially, I didn't because I was asked for like, I guess we were hoping it was 5%, so that's what I did.
Right.
And then I guess at Monday we're told was like 13%.
Okay.
So I mean, because our budget is like so tight, it's mostly like personnel.
Right.
We only we have like 40 something thousand for operational. So I mean, the only other thing we'd be cutting at this point would be a position.
Okay. And then, so with that, can you give us the numbers of, notary services that SLS provides? And you said that was about 1,000 students and everything. In terms of the other services that SLS provides, how many students overall does that impact, not including notary services?
So, okay, so like for this fall, for example, like we saw our numbers really go up. We're like getting closer to pre-COVID. So if you see, you see like for the academic year was like about 700 or 600 and something, and then for the fall was like 400 and something. So we are seeing that the numbers kind of like going back to what they were pre-COVID.
And that's not including the notaries and everything.
Some of it are not, some are,
Okay.
because some students do come and like we do a marital settlement agreement, then
Right.
it's notarized. If they do a petition for name change, it's notarized.
Right.
If they do a petition for to expunge, it's notarized. But there's many others who come in with unrelated cases.
Okay.
So I probably say 20% are part of our students, and then the other 80% are just people need to.
Okay. Because what I was trying to get at is I just wanted to kind of understand
Right.
the picture
A
of,
lot of fraternity and sorority, I think they come in to get things notarized.
Okay.
Yeah.
because the amount of individuals and people you need to notarize things and time spent on like a notary versus time spent on like an actual case, a
Right.
notary is much quicker to do, right?
It is.
Okay. That's what I just wanted to understand. Thank you.
Any other questions or Chad?
One sec. So I see under, I lost it. For legal assistance on the packet, there's 3, and it looks like there's 1 vacant.
Correct.
Is there flexibility in cutting the vacant position and not filling it for the year after, seeing as that the nature of our budget?
If you were to ask our legal assistants, probably not, because the person just left in September, so it has been kind of tight, so if that's something we're going to do, then we have probably changed a little bit of how we do things. We may not be able to do as much outreach because, for example, outreach events, sometimes one of our attorneys goes, but then she's replaced by a legal assistant. So that would be something that we may not be able to do as much. Also, there may be some sort of delays, like right now we're able to see a person pretty quickly. If they call, we're able to get them in within 2 or 3 days. So that may have to be a little bit delayed. Also we may have to kind of triage what's more important. If somebody comes with an eviction, that's more important. If somebody wants a name change. So we're going to have to work around that. We thought perhaps, maybe we can get some assistance from students in the legal studies department. If they have work study, then maybe we could employ somebody to kind of help us and help their resume. But that's something that definitely would affect us because we're such a small staff.
Thank you.
Temple, then Hall.
2 questions, if I may, Madam Chair.
You may.
Thank you. I suppose afternoon. Regarding the vacant legal assistant position, have there been attempts at filling this position since September?
Right. So we set up interviews for this week. So
That makes things interesting.
she left was kind of like late September, early October. It was a bad time. Yes. Yeah.
Understood. And my second question is more general. So should the budget be approved with these cuts in place, how would SLS be able to make up for lack of better terms, the slack when it comes to, say, not having nearly as many resources or as many staff on hand and adjudicating cases?
Well, like I said, outreach, we need to cut that some. We there may be more of a waiting period for students to see us. There may be a longer turnaround, especially cases that are not like extremely important that you have to do something right now. So if you have like a name change or something like that, we just might have to wait a little longer. Yeah, it's going to be a challenge, but we have to try to figure it out.
Hall.
Multiple, if I may. First one, because I know I went to y'all's office earlier, so I know about, at least for instance, why the travel expenses are as high as they are for the trainings and things like that. So I understand why they're where they're at. My first two questions just relate more to some of the other parts of the budget. So specifically, what does the 4,000 go towards the telecom part of the operations budget?
Those are the phones. I mean, it's the same charge every month, 357 or something like that. That's what it is. Yeah.
Okay. And then the other one related, where am I? On office supplies. That there's 5,332 listed as the expense. Is that just generic office supplies, or is that also including more specific things that y'all need throughout the year?
I think they include like things, ink, paper, envelopes, printing, folders. I mean, everything you need to run an office.
Okay. And then my last question is just in relation to the legal assistant. Is there at all a possibility of, instead of having a third legal assistant, you expanded the OPS for student assistants, or is the work fundamentally different so that, because if you had more student assistants, it would probably be cheaper than having a third legal assistant. But I also know like they may be doing very different work. So just to kind of give the committee an idea.
Well, I think like an OPS student probably not be working full time, right? So it would be most 20 hours or so. So you're looking at two OPS students possibly, and then they don't stay around very long. That's the other thing. So you kind of train them, and then they may leave after a semester. So then you have to train them again. I mean, it's an option. It's better than nothing. I'm sorry. Do you want to say something? Can she say something?
So my name's Jamie. I'm one of the other attorneys in the office. So what we currently have students doing in our office is to work the reception. And yes, they could maybe do a few things that the open position would do. But given feedback that I hear from our legal assistants when they have to cover, like this week, and we don't have as many students, is that they cannot get their work done. So we'd be looking at trying to hire a different student to do a different job from what we currently have, to do some different administrative sort of tasks that we don't necessarily have to do up front currently now. Because it can be quite busy with phone calls and walk-ins and different things.
Richard.
May I make a motion?
Do you may? Okay. Do you withdraw?
Yes.
Martinez.
Okay, I just have a quick question to anyone who has the answer. Might be Katrina. Are we holding any like vacant positions right now for other departments?
Currently, the RWC has a couple. I believe that's it.
Okay.
Lopez.
A follow-up then?
You may.
How many other departments then removed their vacancies, like that they're just not filling them?
I believe it's just the RWC, correct? If any department directors besides the RWC have positions that they're not filling, please say now. Okay, it's just the RWC.
Okay, so only the RWC has the vacancies that they're still looking to fill, and then student legal services.
The business office has one that they're looking to fill. OSI will soon have a vacancy, but we're not holding them open and not filling them at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Wilson, did you still have something? Hall?
Just to clarify, and then I'll make a motion. Isn't MSC also getting rid of a vacant position? Or at least
MSC
they have
is in a
vacancy?
department.
Yeah.
But yes, MSC
One of
has a
their-
vacant
yeah.
coordinator, and they're getting rid of their AD on their updated request.
And then
Or- yeah.
motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Or Chad?
Just to go over some of the numbers really quick. Since the budget they proposed, there wasn't really much of a cut. If we were to hold true with this packet submit, other departments and agencies are going to have to absorb roughly $94,000 since SLS would be unable to make the 13.74 cut. I want to see what the committee has, if there's any ideas or solutions, seeing that one of the legal assistant positions is still vacant, and reducing that would decrease the budget 8.46%, still leaving 36,000 for other agencies and departments to absorb. I still see that as a better solution, because I don't want to say fair, not fair, but trying to find some sort of workaround. So, because everyone's taking a hit, everyone's taking a cut, and I understand that it's different because each department and agency does their own thing. And I'm leaning in favor of trying to try and get rid of the vacant legal assistant position, especially because it's still not filled. And it should create less of a hassle. If it was already filled, then it would have to be vacant by the end of the year if we made that motion. But that's my opinion on this matter, because even then, it's still an 8.46% cut, and other agencies and departments are still going to have to absorb about $36,000 to make up for the remaining like 4 to 5% that SLS is unable to cut. With that being said, that's my opinion on the matter, and I really would like to hear other opinions as well.
Wilson?
I know it's a tough thing to say and everything, but I would agree with that sentiment. I think what's most difficult with this budget is it's kind of the most unusual, since most of it in the bulk is salaries. And so, you never want to kind of take a hack at people's salaries and everything. So I think looking at the vacant position as something to do away with, to make sure that we're balancing the cuts that we're doing across the board. And I know the union currently right now has an 18% cut. So I know they're already absorbing some of the cut that we're not doing here today. I think moving forward, since a lot of the services that SLS does is notary, and notary doesn't necessarily take a law degree, you can get notarized, get your notary certification in different ways. I think we should look at the way we move forward in the future in terms of, what services are actually being provided that need a law degree and need an attorney versus that notary that 1,000 students go use their office for. And so I would agree with the comptroller's assessment that just for this circumstance, that doing away with the legal assistant, while it's difficult and everything, we unfortunately are having to trim down a lot of areas.
Jill, then Chad.
May I ask a question?
You may.
Thank you. Hi, thank you for being here. So this legal assistant position that's vacant, I see, was this a position that's been vacant the entire year? Was it recently vacant, or how long has it been vacant? Follow up, if I may.
Okay, just a quick request. When you're answering questions, can you please turn on your mic, just because this is being recorded?
Thank you. So this position has been filled since then, though, until Hurricane Ian, when she told you
Correct.
she was
Yeah,
leaving.
we have
Okay.
had like 3 legal assistants forever.
Okay. And last follow up, if I may. Are you guys in the process of hiring someone? Is there someone in HR going through right now, or are you guys? Are there applicants that are applying for this position?
Yes, we already set up a few interviews for later this week.
Okay. May I debate now?
You may.
Thank you. I would actually be opposed to closing this position. I see that it's open now, but hearing that it has been filled up until Hurricane Ian, extenuating circumstances, I'm sure. Maybe someone's graduating, I'm not really sure, but the fact that they also do have people that are trying to get in this position, I think this would be a good position for UCF students who might be graduating from here to go into, as well as hearing that it hasn't been a vacant position for longer than a couple months and that there is someone trying to be in this role. I think that this is it's vacant right now and it's budget hearings. Should these hearings have been in February, someone would already be in this role, and we probably would not be talking about cutting it, but I do understand we might need to make a cut. I just don't think someone's job should necessarily be that cut, but I think we could maybe look into their operations and see if there are any other areas that we can cut. But I do understand a bulk of this comes from their salaries. So I just want to hear more debate on other people's perspective, because that's just kind of where my mindset's at right now.
Richard, then Lopez, then Wilson.
Two things. One, I believe I lost my train of thought for, but additionally to what Austin was saying about the notary thing, I mean, we still have credit unions on campus. I don't know their procedures, but banks usually have notaries, and I'm not that's something that's kind of irrelevant to this conversation, but could be figured out at a later date. My question for the committee as a whole more so would be, my perspective is to likely cut the legal assistant, but if you are opposed to it, my question would be, where do you foresee the 93,000 coming from? Cutting the legal assistant would still only cut about 58,000, leaving 36 to still be absorbed by every other department or entity. Thankfully, the union is taking a larger cut, but if you think or opposed to that suggestion of the legal assistant, their operations doesn't really have much flexibility. I mean, they will use their office supplies, everything else. You might be able to nitpick a couple $100 here and there, but you're talking a fraction of a percent relative to their budget, and even more so the entire budget as a whole. So the only thing that I think would make a tangible effect would be the legal assistant position. And if you have any other opinions or suggestions, I would love to hear it, because I do know the position is integral and it will just end up making the other assistants and attorneys' life harder. But ultimately, we'll have to make that tough decision either today, tomorrow, or another year down the line.
Lopez, Wilson, then McClellan.
I'm honestly, based on where this debate's going, I'm very split on the decision to remove the legal assistant position. On one hand, I fully agree with Senator Gell. I don't know the likelihood of us having this conversation if this position was currently filled. That's just it, because we have just a hard time cutting salaries, cutting people. But then on the other hand, where my mind takes me is over 50% of A&SF fees go towards salary. This is student fees that we're here making cuts to student programs, potentially all-night study, potentially printing, things that should be going to students. And I understand that you need the salaries in order for these things to happen, that there needs to be pro staff, and that there needs to be these people in order for these things to run. But on the larger scale, over 50% of these fees are going towards paying people. And which I understand. So I really am split. I don't know if this is the route that we would take, where my vote would go. I'm almost wondering if to table this until we get or until we hear back from Dr. Frame on what happens with the R&R accounts and what we can potentially do with that. Because I really don't know how we make this decision just right off the bat, because legal services is something that is so important and so vital to students that are going through that process in that moment. And if not given here, it's very, very costly outside of this university. So this is something tremendous a tremendous service that students are provided. So I have a hard time just making that process more difficult. And what I'm scared will happen is that if we cut legal assistant, it puts a bigger strain on the office. More people start to leave. Then there's not as many people working in the office. And then at that point, you're funding something that isn't providing any services because it physically doesn't have the manpower to do so. So it's a hard decision to make.
Wilson, then McClellan.
I also agree. I'm pretty split right now on this decision in terms of, based off some of the discussion here. I think, you're right in terms of President Lopez that we probably wouldn't be looking at this if the position wouldn't be open. I think other ways going into cutting SLS, which I don't want to necessarily do, is looking at their outreach, as she was mentioning. But I think outreach is one of the main reasons students even know student legal services exist and that they even utilize all those services. So I don't think we should even touch outreach. I think, I'm still on the fence, but I am leaning towards, doing away with that legal assistant position and instead maybe looking at how we look at their OPS. I know that we talked about, potentially utilizing individuals in the student the legal studies department, those types of majors and everything. I think their office could be a great way for students to get some real life experience in terms of doing this type of work. Or if you're looking for someone who's a little more qualified, they potentially can look at graduate students or something of that nature. And so I think, I don't necessarily like where this potentially is headed, but I think there's an opportunity here where we can provide students with more opportunities to work in an office like this and get that experience if we, do away with the position and look at maybe adding more student assistants to save a little bit more money, but again, provide students with a worthwhile experience.
McClellan,
May I retain?
you have a motion. I'm assuming?
Yes. Motion. Real quick about the removal of the position. Unfortunately, it's a tough decision, but I'd have to lean on agreeing with the comptroller about cutting it. And it's true that we probably would not be looking at it if it was currently filled. It's not currently filled, so it makes it one of the smoother. We're not have to remove somebody from a position cuts that we have to make. And I think that if and because of the way that we're going through things right now, we're not approving it. We're just leaving it open so that we can come back and make changes. So I think that finding as much as we can right now and then coming back and then maybe reassessing at a later point if we find out that we have a little bit extra money in some places, because it's going to be tough just every single time we come to a department or agency where we're like we have to make cuts. It's not if we have to, it's we unfortunately do have to. So if we all keep that in mind, and then I think I'll make a motion for a 5-minute recess. Hour recess.
There's been a motion for an hour recess. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will be recessing until 1:19 p.m.
For the committee members, just so you know, your lunch is in the SG conference room. For those that are vegan or vegetarian, I'd ask that you go first to make sure you get what you need.
So on paper, that's like 7.5 hours a week that myself as an attorney or, tagging in someone else to cover that, for that. So that, that's a big chunk of time we spend, TIC and transport orientation most weeks starting in May. One has 40,000 of operation. And then,
That was not as loud as I envisioned. I call this meeting to order or reconvene this meeting at 1:21 p.m. We are still at student legal services debate. If anybody has any other debate they wanted to bring up or a motion. Or Chad?
For debate, so someone showed me a tab that I guess just wasn't opening. I couldn't see before. Just for their 5% cuts, the things they have listed, I feel out of all the debate we've had so far, it probably makes the most sense to just work towards approving the 5% cuts they listed and leaving that legal assistant on the table, tabling it, and then coming back to it at a later date if we happen to need to cut like an additional 50,000 and can't find anywhere else to cut it. So that's my point of debate with that.
Wilson?
Just to clarify, looking at the 5% cuts, they're recommending cutting their student assistants, correct?
Yes.
So I personally would disagree with that because I think, going back to the office's need and everything they were talking about, having, someone there to help with the foot traffic and everything coming into the office. And I also, again, I do see value of a student working in there, which is why I think a better option would be looking at maybe hiring even more student assistants to take up that legal assistant role versus filling it with the A&P salary staff member.
Is there any other debate on this entity or a motion? It can be a motion to amend or to move on or anything. Or debate. I'm happy with anything. Or Chad.
I guess just debate for the committee. I just want to hear a concurring opinion. I think we should move in one of two ways right now. We either motion to get rid of the legal assistant, freeing up about having them cut a total of 8.46%, and then the 5% we can come back at a later date or just give it back to them because I know they will use the money, or we go ahead and cut the 5% they had listed on that tab and then leave the legal assistant up in the air. I just want to see like where people are at right now and what they would prefer. Looking at the 5% tab and then looking at the cost of the legal assistant. The legal assistant's like 8.46%. The 5% tab's just 5%. Either way, they're not going to be at 13.74 and could be something to come back to later. But I think going forth right now, we should pick which one we would like to cut and go based on that.
Temple, then Algar.
I will say it is rather difficult to kind of balance these two because for one, I alongside Speaker Hall represent this entity, but I can see where Comptroller Chet is coming from with this because at the end of the day, we'll have to cut some position. Like it's a catch-22 basically. SLS is unfortunately gonna lose some support through these cuts, but I'm choking up on my words here, but to get it out very quickly, I think it'd be best to go for the 8% because they'll be closer towards the 13.74% that they would need, that they otherwise would have to would need, and would alleviate pressure from other entities. But again, that's saying it with great reluctance because they so desperately need support. That's my debate, but I do encourage the rest of the committee to debate on this matter because this is very difficult in and all around.
Algar, then Millington.
I would be curious to hear how the office thinks that they will run in either case. Obviously, I do concur that moving towards the 8% cut would be beneficial due to our larger budget needs. However, we are talking about people's jobs in either case. So I would be curious to hear what you think the effects would be in either direction. How much support are you going to be losing, in all honesty?
I would prefer to be left with a legal assistant because somebody that's there from 8 to 5. With students, we're very lenient. We kind of work around their schedule. So would be somebody that's there all the time. And we're also looking at potentially hiring a recent UCF graduate from legal studies. As to the students, I mean, hopefully we could also get a work study, so that's another option available. So if I had the choice between the two, I would rather go with the legal assistant because that's somebody that we can train and hopefully keep for a few years. I mean, we usually keep our staff for extended periods of time. It's kind of unusual circumstance that this person left so shortly after we hired her. But she had like life stuff going on that she had to leave. So that would think would be how we could best serve our students.
Follow up, if I may.
You may.
If we do choose to go, unfortunately, against your wishes, how well do you think you would be able to respond in that with hiring additional students? Do you think what is the best case scenario for you should we move in that direction?
Yeah, so our staff, they're paid hourly, so we cannot ask them to work more than 40 hours for the same salary. So if they have to work extended hours, we have to pay them overtime. So that's a possibility that if they have to work 5 extra hours a week, they would have to pay overtime. I mean, as to the students that come in, that's kind of a question mark. We don't know who's going to come in, what their commitment is going to be. So we kind of hope for the best, and we would train them and just kind of hope things run smoothly. I mean, it's like kind of new territory that we're in. We haven't done it yet, but we'll give it a try, of course.
Thank you.
Millington, Wilson, Temple, or Judd?
Well, I was going to debate that I was leaning towards getting rid of the legal assistant just because looking at the 5% cut, it has like both of the lines of the 2 student assistants. So kind of my thinking was getting rid of one position would be better than getting rid of all the others. And then that percentage would be greater as the amount of just that one position is still totaling more than all of the 5% cut, which would also be cutting into operations. So I think I'm still leaning towards that. I know that the representative did just debate in the opposite way of that, so I'm not sure, and I'd like to hear more opinions, but I still am thinking that the one legal assistant would probably be better just because there are 2 other legal assistants, and I would hate to see in the 5% cut getting rid of all of the student assistants, as well as cutting into the operations to kind of make that cut.
Wilson?
So I think based off what the director was saying in terms of, I would be more comfortable with going with the 5% cut that they propose versus getting rid of the legal assistant, as long as I know you can't make a promise here during the committee or anything that you explore the avenues of work study. And because I know then that burden of paying for that person's not necessarily on you, and it would still provide a opportunity for a student to learn about student legal services. I did can I pose a question regarding, I know it's only $5,000, but the continuing legal education, I know, aren't those required for in terms of you having your law degree to pursue those hours and everything? So and if it was cut here, would that then be paid out of pocket by the staff?
No, we probably would just have to, right now when we do our CLEs, we do a lot with the National Legal Aid Defenders Association, which is other legal programs from throughout the United States, and we meet once annually. So we probably have to kind of cut that and just do some other form of continuing legal education that'll be more economical for now. I mean, it's like something, I guess we all have to make kind of some sacrifices. So I guess, hopefully maybe things will change around in the future, but there'll still be some money there. So we want it to be very judicious how we use that money, obviously.
Temple?
My question and debate have been spoken, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Rashad?
When thinking about this a lot, it's difficult to say which way is better. We're taking away their money and staff regardless, whether it's a student or a full-time legal assistant, so their life is going to get harder regardless. Clearly and common sense wise, you take away someone who's working there full-time, they're going to have a better grasp, a better bearing of everything that's going on. So I do understand that's going to make things more difficult, but at the same time, the student fees towards, if we implemented, I mean, I guess they're still going to have keeping the student assistants, using the student fees, so more students are involved, have a job, experience within SLS, things that help towards their career rather than one UCF grad who's an alumni, of course, most likely. But that's kind of where my head is in between at this point. It's what we know what's going to be better for them overall. We know what's going to cost more. And it's just going to end up being, would we rather our money go to this or this, and what we think is the best use of it, which is any input from the committee would be helpful for me making this decision.
Lopez.
Just to build upon what Stephen was saying, not my first thought, but when we got back to after we reconvened and with the debate, with the 5% cut, the only thing that pains me with it is the fact that we're also removing student jobs. Personally, I'm employed by A&SF fees. So this is debate that's happened for a couple different years now in a variety of different areas with A&SF. So I'd be hypocritical to not advocate for the student jobs. And I just, you never know the circumstances people are in. Some people don't have vehicles. Some people, you need the jobs on campus. And that's the reason as to why I'm hesitant with cutting all of the student assistance, is because of the fact that this is how they would be making their money. And I rather have the student fees go towards paying students as opposed to the latter.
Hall.
Thanks, Ed Holmes. Yeah, this is not fun to do, but at the same time, a part of me does acknowledge that if we were to get rid of both the student assistants, that means that the additional legal assistant or somebody is still taking up the responsibilities of the student assistants, which means that they're doing front desk work as a legal assistant, because it still needs to be taken up. And I think the issue is, I think a work study program, something like what, I don't know how to refer to Mr. Wilson, idea is a hypothetical, and that there's no guarantee of that, which means that at the end of the day, the office is still going to be more stressed, on top of the loss of funding for things like office supplies, et cetera. So I think regardless, you're interfering with work, but putting aside kind of the student aspect, it is just more that work is still going to have to be done one way or the other. And it sounds like a legal assistant is going to end up having to carry that load, which then decreases their ability to do the rest of their services. So that's just something I'd say to keep in mind with whatever decision we're making.
Richard.
I guess more of a question. I know you said the student assistants did more reception work, things at the desk, but would it be possible for the student assistants? I know it's hard with their schedules and the uncertainty, they may not be there that long, but to undertake legal assistant responsibilities. Only saying that I know law firms in the area, I don't know how it works within our university, but they take up students as legal assistants for internships, paid or unpaid, to do legal assistant type work. Probably not to the same severity or extent, but at least in some capacity to lessen the workload or burden to your legal assistants currently.
We don't know. I mean, we've never done it. So I guess a lot depends on the student's interest in learning. And I guess
the students have to cover the reception 45 hours a week because we're open 8 to 5. And so it's hard to know what the flow is of people coming in to see. So like a week like this might be not as busy. So they might be able to help with some of those administrative duties, like contact close letters. Like if we haven't heard from a student in a while, if we don't hear from you by X date, we're going to close out your file. That sort of stuff, you know, they probably could do, but it's hard to know what it is. And you know, yeah, we've talked about if we don't have a legal assistant, could we maybe try to find someone for work study who's interested in going into the law and be able to train them more for that side of the things? That might be an idea. We have replaced our reception students before with work study folks in the past when we've not had funding for OPS. But those students are hard to find sometimes. And so, you know, it's just kind of difficult all around, and we can't really predict what's going to happen. So we'll do our best to try to mitigate what we can and keep our quality of services up to students as much as possible.
Hall.
So if I can just ask a clarifying question.
You may.
That's okay. So if we went the route of the removal of the 2 students, just to clarify, because I know I spoke about it earlier, who would take over the front service or front desk responsibilities?
Well, they'll be like, unless we find someone from work study who we could then have do those duties, then they would have to be split amongst the 3 legal assistants. So they'd be taking turns. Because right now the student assistants we have, they answer the phones, they open files, they scan documents, but we don't have them do any legal work.
Richard.
To go back to the point earlier, I know it's uncertain about finding another student to like maybe take up some legal assistant roles. I only mention it because I worked as a legal assistant for a lawyer for 3 years. I undertook some legal work. I did some of the more so than just the administrative work. And I know I'm not the only one at the school who has vocalized interest in opportunities like that. So I'm wondering if there was a way, whether as we as student government could market those better, help find student or students that would be able to help you in a better capacity that would love, because I have, from personal experience, I've talked to some students in the pre-law realm who are very interested in undertaking more than just not just reception work, but like legal assistant responsibilities. They want to develop their skill set. They want to be more active in the legal communities where they could have a better understanding coming into jobs in the future. So if there was any possibility of at least maybe, I know it's harder because if we were to cut it, then it's hard to bring it back the year after. But if there was a possibility of giving students more.
But would that be in addition to the two student assistants that'll be at the front desk? Because then, if we're going to have someone that we're going to train to do like, some basic stuff, I guess they could be placed in the office where the legal assistant used to be legal assistant's office, and basically train that person to do that. Because I think it's difficult to kind of multitask. Yes.
Richard.
I think as a committee, I would want a clarification from the chair about if we were to remove the legal assistant, leave the 5% as is right now, and then maybe increase to 1 extra student assistant. And with hopes that that student assistant, or however they want to go about it, could undertake more legal assistant responsibilities in some capacity. Because off a number itself, it looks like it's probably about an $11,000 increase. As a committee, we could take away the legal assistant, increase the student assistant to 1 more, and then look at the other things within the 5% and maybe cut some from there, so we can hit like a total of 8 to 9%. Because just to reiterate the same sentiment as like way before, if we don't get 13.74 here, it's going to have to be absorbed from some other department. But yeah, I'd like to hear what the committee thinks.
Go.
Okay, so I'm not sure if you mentioned this, but if we get rid of the legal assistant position and we put on 1 more student, would we be paying the student more then, since they'll be doing legal work instead of a receptionist? Like, how does are they going to get paid for the extra work they'd be doing, or would we just keep the pay the same for that student assistant who would be picking up more legal work?
Are you trying to direct that question to the person who proposed it?
Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry, Chair Wanjin. I may direct that question to Richard.
You may.
I was under the impression we would likely keep their pay the same. I mean, it's hard. I know keeping it at a lower amount may make the interest or demand for students wanting to pursue this role less. But in terms of OPS, where the budget's at now, I think our only option would be more so to leave it at the same price and just make sure, just as student government or someone, to aid in promoting it well, marketing it well, just so they can fill the role with a ambitious and smart, talented individual who can undertake these legal assistant responsibilities and carry them out effectively. Because it's hard to speak out of uncertainty, but I'm sure there has to be a student within our student body that is able to effectively carry out those responsibilities to some extent.
Temple, then Hall.
I will say I do in principle like the idea of that, because I do find it to be something of a compromise. Like, it will allow for SLS to have an additional person, and by removing it in a legal assistant. Though I am quite concerned, as what the comptroller had said, that it would probably put an increased burden on those student assistants, because they'd be taking on roles of a traditional legal assistant. But that said, optimistically speaking, I would think that it's probably the best course of action on this because typically students who would want to take up such daunting positions would want to do so for the experience, not so much the pay, though that's of course that's a case-by-case basis. But generally speaking, if students want to go into law school, it would probably be best for them to learn about some of the more demanding tasks a lawyer would undertake, at the very least a paralegal would take. And should this idea that the comptroller had put into circulation come to fruition, it could possibly result in some increase in demand, because I know that a lot of students at the university are in some way going into the pre-law track. Like I know that the SGLC program is nothing but poli-sci pre-law majors. So like you could probably see an increase in demand from that sort of cohort. But that's again I'm going to be honest, wishful thinking on my end. I do want to hear more debate on this matter.
Oh,
I'm in favor of the comptroller's plan in particular. Like, yes, the pay is not being changed, but I really think we're underestimating how many students would be interested in an opportunity to learn about the legal system and law, particularly given the fact that we have a legal studies major and, the poli-sci people who are pre-law track. I think it creates a more dynamic experience than the office for the students, that I think students that want to be involved in student legal services, generally when they're applying, I would assume that a chunk of them are probably already pre-law majors, or at least within the realm of they would like to pursue legal stuff in the future. So I think that gives them more to then sell in the future to whoever they actually are going to, that they did more than just, office reception work, but we're actually doing work that you would describe to a paralegal, things like that. I would also then add that it's a very competitive industry and a very competitive market right now for those types of internship opportunities. Not everyone can get a Morgan & Morgan internship. Well, a lot of people can, but they got a lot of space. But generally, I think it offers a unique opportunity to also learn a type of, obviously SLS does a lot of legal work in different areas, but I also think SLS here is probably at least similar type of work to pretty much every other major campus that does have it, of the type of work they provide to students. And I think that there are students in particular who may be interested in learning from the university perspective what that looks like of serving students in a legal sense that they wouldn't get from any other just random law firm. So I think that that's definitely a good compromise option that saves some money, as well as just creates an opportunity to make it a more dynamic experience for the people involved.
Allgaier or Ched, is your hand up, or okay? So Allgaier or Ched, then Holmes.
I would support the comptroller's suggestion. Speaking as a student employee, we live in a world where experience is paramount. Honestly, going into any position, you have to have experience, not just education, backing up your claim. And though it's not the best fit position, there isn't really the best fit in this case when we're talking about cutting positions and cutting funding. I would rather support a student's development than take away money from operations, which I believe in long term would complicate things even further, especially if we take out when we think about the fact that going with the 5% cut would take away all student development opportunity, rather than, well, the legal assistant theoretically could be a UCF graduate. We're also taking away two existing student opportunities.
Or Ched?
I'll let Holmes go ahead. I'm going to make a motion after.
Holmes.
Just keeping it short, I'm going to speak in favor of the comptroller's proposal.
Or Ched?
I guess it's also part of the question. So if I was going to make a motion to the line because I'm not just going to make a motion for OPS, I'm going to do like a little bit from the 5% just so we can inch closer towards the desired cut. Would I just say cut X from OPS, cut Y from operations?
So if you could name the specific lines, so like OPS is 156 for this, and what you would want to change the lines to, that would be very helpful because McClellan has to write it down in the minutes.
Okay. I'll motion to cut line 156 OPS by $57,958.28.
Could you repeat that real quick?
Yeah, $57,958.28. $958.28, cutting the legal assistant.
Is that supposed to be OPS or salaries and benefits?
It was AM on USPS staff.
So salaries and benefits.
Yep.
Okay.
Additionally, I want to add, let me get the exact number. I actually think it's line 155 for salaries, benefits. Then I want to add $11,240.04 to OPS, which is line 156. And then additionally, I want to make some of the cuts that they propose under 5% so we could inch closer to the 13.74. Cut line 12 ads by $2,000. I'm just gonna wait for you. Oh, okay. Cut line 12 advertising by $2,000.
So you're referring to the lines in the budget packet. It
Okay.
needs to be operations, which is line 157.
Okay, so line 157 operations cut by a total of 11,797, taking away the ads, office supplies, miscellaneous publications, and the CLE that were discussed beforehand.
Is that the end of your motion?
Yep.
Okay. There has been a motion to cut line 156 by $11,240.04, or no, not cut, add $11,240.04 to line 156 to add another student assistant. Cut line 155 by $57,958.28 to remove the currently vacant legal assistant, and cut operations by $11,997. There were no cents. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 12 to 0 to 1, the amendment passes. Give me a second to adjust that on the budget bill. And then, yeah. 12 to 0 to 1. Okay. If someone wants to make a motion, or if there's any more debate, Lopez.
I was just gonna move to see the next department.
The next entity?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's been a motion to move on to Sport Club Council. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there.
Katrina, just let me know when you're ready for me to start.
Yeah, you can start whenever. Sorry.
Okay, no, you're fine. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. For those who do not know me, my name is Sally Rose Savage. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the Sport Club Council president. And today I have the pleasure of presenting to you the Sport Club Council's budget request for the 2023-2024 academic year. So first, to give the committee a little bit more context of who the Sport Club Council is and what we do, Sport Clubs is an agency that oversees 45 individual student-run and student-led clubs. And within these clubs, students can play sports either competitively on a local, regional, state, or national level, or they can also play sports recreationally, meaning just for fun, or able to learn how to play a sport. And so we are currently serving a population of over 3,200 students that we have actively participating with us, which is something I'll touch on a little bit more later. So to kind of give the committee a list of some of our most recent achievements that we're very proud of as a council, on the very far end of the screen, our Taekwondo club has participated in Knight's Got Talent, the homecoming event, 3 years in a row now, and this year they won first place, which we are very excited and proud of them for. Second, we're going to move on to our esports club, which was one of our more recent clubs to join the council. It was officially joining in 2019, and even within their short tenure in the council, this past year they won 7th in the entire world in the Rocket League championships. And then if you look above, we have our women. Do you need me? Is this better if I step closer? Okay, sorry about that. Tend to move around a lot. All right, our women's water polo club, who had not competed in the national circuit for many years, was able to join back again this year and actually placed 12th in the nation. And then last but not least, and this was a very recent accomplishment for us, we have Maxwell Gu, who represented the table tennis team in their national championships. So kind of to summarize these as a whole, over the council's tenure, which this year, 2023, will actually be the Sport Club Council's 20th anniversary, which we're very excited about and planning for now. We've acquired 15 state titles, 9 regional titles, and 6 national titles. And actually, our most recent national title is pictured up there and happened this past spring. And our rowing team, particularly our women's boat, won first place in the national championship. And so we are very excited and proud of them for that. So something else that I really wanted to take a second to highlight, because it's something we pride ourselves on as an agency, is our commitment to community service. So as an agency that not only has people that are coming and going to our events, but rather people that are coming and joining our teams and really being retained in our organization, we recognize that we're able to use our numbers to really make a difference in the greater UCF and Orlando community. As such, we do require our clubs to do community service with a minimum of 2 events for every club to complete. And then also some of our clubs are required to do 3 events every year. However, we tend to have clubs complete well more than this requirement. For instance, last year, our equestrian club, which is a tier 1 club, meaning they were only required to complete 3 events, completed 14 community service events. And by doing such, this also encourages our other clubs to kind of follow in their example and really take their time and dedicate it to the community. So pictured on the screen are some of our clubs completing their service. On the far end of the screen, we have them at an animal shelter volunteering there. And then the rest of these pictures are actually a major partnership that Sport Clubs has been having through community service, which is with OCA. And that is a quote down at the bottom from the CEO of OCA, which basically works with people who have intellectual and physical disabilities, and especially enabling them to have access to sports. So that is something that our program has been working with a lot. And another community service kind of project that we also do every year, and we're excited to bring back this year, is having a sport club day on Martin Luther King Jr. Day at the ACE school in the Paramore community. Due to COVID, we haven't been able to do this over the past couple years, but we are very excited to bring this back this year. So again, another thing that's really important to us is not just community service, but also continuing to emphasize diversity, equity, inclusion. In sports, that's something that we're always trying to kind of emphasize to reach as many areas of campus as possible and make sure sport clubs is a welcome area for people to both come to play a sport that they've played for years, or also learn a sport for the first time and feel very comfortable doing that. We particularly love partnering with UCF Global and really trying to get our international students involved as well, because they bring a lot of amazing energy to the Sport Club Council. So these are just 2 highlights from recently. We have Stisha Steele, who is our current president of the Taekwondo Club, who recently received the President Legacy Scholarship. And then we have a picture on the right here from an adaptive tennis event that Sport Clubs partnered with in the RWC to do back in this past April. And this diversity is also reflected in our current membership. So as you can see on the chart here, we kind of have this little circular pie chart of where all our membership lies within our sport clubs. So as you can see, our highest membership is within Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, followed by volleyball, tennis, esports, et cetera, et cetera. And then we also have the demographics for where our students are in their academic career. And something that I really wanted to take note of on this slide is the 482 students within Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So All sport clubs are free technically to join, as most RSOs are on campus. However, many clubs, in order to function properly and to their full extent, do charge member dues. However, Brazilian Jiu Jitsu is one of our clubs that charges $0 for their dues. And I always find this interesting that they have the most members because it really does show that accessibility really does welcome more students in. And also, BJJ is able to foster this environment while people are able to just come and learn and also just have a community as well. So that's why I wanted to emphasize that, because accessibility is really something that's important to us in sport clubs, as we'll talk about a little more later. So to kind of talk about the Sport Club Council as an entity, what do we do? What is my job? So first and foremost, we are responsible for being stewards of the money that SGA grants us every year. And then also as a staff, we schedule practices and home events. We coordinate travel for the clubs, which could be booking hotels, reserving rental cars, communicating with leagues, etc. We enforce our Sport Club Council policies and our requirements. So I previously mentioned the community service requirement, and we do have a fairly long list of other requirements to be in the council as well. And then last but not least, we provide marketing, recruitment, and leadership development for our sport clubs. So as a community that we are very proud of, we're always trying to grow and expand. So we, as a platform of the council and as an agency, we're able to do that on behalf of our clubs as well as them doing it themselves. And also for leadership development, it is important to note that each of our individual clubs do have their own, at the very bare minimum, president, treasurer, and risk manager. So these students are not only taking their time to be the head of their own RSOs, but also completing the Sport Club Council requirements as well. So we do try to offer them something in return and give them these leadership development opportunities when we can. So just to give you kind of a visual overview of the behind the scenes of sport clubs and our organizational chart, first and foremost, we have our assistant director, a position currently held by Christopher Newsome, who oversees both sport clubs and risk management, which is why you have that line to the athletic trainer and risk management. And then we have a graduate assistant for sport clubs that oversees 6 sport club supervisors. And each of these supervisors is responsible for the day-to-day correspondence with individual sport clubs. So typically they're assigned 7 to 8 sport clubs that they communicate with and help organize their events. And then on my end of things, we have the Sport Club Council president and then my executive board, consisting of all the positions you see on the screen there. And our primary role, of course, is, as I mentioned, to be good stewards of the money that SGA has allocated towards us and distribute that to our clubs accordingly. So now this is a list of all 45 of our sport clubs. You can kind of see, 45 is a number, but now you can kind of see them all listed out here. And they are split up into 3 tiers, with tier 1 being the highest tier, and then so on and so forth. The ones in red have recently moved up in their tier this past academic year. And then in green at the bottom here in tier 3, we have flag football, which is our most recent sport club that joined this past fall, which is very exciting. And so the way the tier system works is tiers typically represent longevity in the sport club program, as well as consistently meeting sport club requirements. As such, our tier 1 clubs are the clubs that do have the highest allocations. So we do have these soft budget caps. And again, I do say soft budget caps because it is within the executive board's discretion to move around them as necessary. So for instance, tier 3 clubs, we typically cap at $3,000. Tier 2 clubs receive between $3,000 and $9,000. And then tier 1 clubs, it's typically $9,000 and above, maximum usually being $15,000. However, we don't have the funds currently to fund any club at $15,000. So right now we are capped at $14,000. And to move up in a tier is a very arduous process. This is not something that we just grant because we are very aware of where our money is going as a council. So now we're going to move into the actual budgeting numbers here. So first and foremost, we have operations, which $25,005, followed by OPS at $96,206, and then programming at $260,000 for a total of $381,211. So first, I'm going to present this budget to you without the cuts, and then we will slowly progress to the cuts so you can see what that will look like for our budget. So kind of to quickly go through OPS, of course, we have myself, the Sport Club Council President, which is a position that is elected and changes yearly. We have our 6 Sport Club Supervisors. We have our graduate assistant, and then of course we have the fringe benefits that come with that. And then something else that I did want to note on the OPS line, and anyone on the committee, if you see in the budget packets, I did make this comment there. The one difference between this year's budget packet as compared to last year's is previously in our OPS budget, we did have a line for athletic training. To give you a long story short for this situation, the requirements for athletic training is changing, not just here, but all around the country. So while typically you could have a bachelor's and practice athletic training, now it's required to have a master's. As such, the graduate assistant position at the RWC for athletic training is being eliminated. Sport clubs, obviously safety is first and foremost when it comes to our athletes. And we do have a number of clubs that require athletic trainers to even have games at all, specifically approximately 8. And then the rest of them do like to request athletic trainers at time and time again, just for safety for their players and also the teams that are coming to use them. So typically sport clubs in their OPS would have a side budget line in their OPS because we would use supplemental services to typically what the RWC would need because we have our events on weekends. However, in order to balance our budget, we did have to cut that budget line and to balance that. And that did leave $5,225 left over. However, we did decide to move that over to operations because we do not want to necessarily have to rely on the RWC to have to source our athletic trainer as positions change, then demand changes, hours. It's a complicated situation. So it's much easier for us to have this in our operations budget so that way our clubs can outsource their athletic trainers. And athletic training is a very expensive service with a minimum at least of $60 an hour, and it only goes up from there. And mind you, these are typically all-day tournaments and events that our clubs are hosting. Nonetheless, moving on to the rest of the operations budget, we have advertising and promotion. As I previously stated, we're always trying to grow the sport club community. And as any RSO can really tell you, you really do need this advertising and promotion dollars to get the swag, to get students to come to you, and then so you can sell them on what you're doing. Then we have IM Leagues. So IM Leagues is our one-stop shop for all of our clubs. It is a website. And so the money that we're paying towards IM Leagues is not for use of the website itself, but rather for this website to be ad-free. And basically the purpose for this is when websites do have a lot of ads, and especially one like IM Leagues, it is something that will deter students from investigating further the information they're looking for when it can be kind of difficult to navigate in the first place. So we pay for IM Leagues so students don't have to deal with this, so they can find the sport club they're looking for, get signed up with us, and don't get discouraged by difficulty navigating the website. And then we have our end of year banquet, which is something we do every year to celebrate all of our sport clubs and their accomplishments. And then we have the athletic training fund, which I previously mentioned, obviously the graduate assistant tuition waiver, which will not be touched either way. And then last but not least, we have a travel, development, conferences, and training budget line. And this is for our student staff if they had any interest in professional development, particularly with NERSA, which is the campus rec governing body. So last but not least, we have our biggest budget line, which is programming. And as you can see at the bottom, our 2023-2024 request remains the same as it was last year, which is $260,000. So what this is really representing here is our historical programming budgets and also the percentage of what the expenses of the clubs are in comparison to the money that we are able to receive from the activity and service fees. And the reason why we have this here is to kind of show that although, and let me overstate this as much as possible, sport clubs is very, very grateful for any and all money that activity and service fees do provide to us. However, the clubs are always operating in a deficit and there is always room for more money. So as you can see, our expenses for just last year alone were almost $844,000, and only 30% of that money did come from the activity and service fee, and the rest of the clubs were left to fundraise on their own. So the $260,000, although we would love to increase, as I'll talk about shortly, we would at the very minimum like to maintain, as we do have increased club participants. We have new clubs always trying to inquire to be in the council. And as I said, they are always in a deficit, especially as travel costs continue to rise. So to provide some more context to this of really what we did, and this is statistics from last year alone. So as a sport club council, we had 95 home events, including 62 on-campus events and 33 off-campus events, which were within 25 miles, which basically means that the UCF might not have the facilities, for example, an ice hockey rink or equestrian, any horse stables, but they are close enough to campus to be considered home events. And then we also had 201 away events, which includes 114 sport club council funded trips and then 87 non-sport club council funded trips, which basically means that the clubs did have to pay for them themselves out of pocket. And then we also did have 10 clubs compete in regional tournaments, 15 clubs competed in national level tournaments, And then we traveled to 28 states in Puerto Rico. And we actually were able to add 2 more states, Kentucky and New York, to the map, which you can see there. All right, so now we're going to move on to the cuts. And I'm not going to dwell on these too much because you'll all see these in the 13.7% cuts. But just to briefly talk about them, a first round of cuts only is coming from operations. We have our development budget line. We have half of our promotion and advertising budget line. We have a portion of the athletic training fund that I discussed. And then lastly, we do have the cost for IM leagues because we would still have access to that website, only it would be with ads. And then you move into the 3.5% cut. We increased the cut from the athletic training fund because I was trying to slowly, incrementally, while keeping some of it present. Again, the same lines as before. And then the added one to this one was the Sport Club Council Banquet, which again is a really big deal to all of our sport clubs, but unfortunately is addition to this cut. And then last but not least, and this is obviously where our huge cuts are coming into play, I'm going to start with the operations solely. So our athletic training fund is completely cut, which is unfortunately problematic for sport clubs because with lack of availability from RWC athletic trainers and then not having this supplemental fund, our clubs will have to cease to function sometimes on the weekends when there's just no availability or they do not have extra funds to pay these expensive athletic training fees. And obviously we cannot then play without them because safety is the priority here. And then additionally, although not represented, we did cut our full advertising and promotion budget, which was $5,000, so just $2,500 more than that. And then the biggest cut here that you're going to see is in our OPS budget, which is in our student staff. So first and foremost, the director hours, which is myself, or the Sport Club Council president, was moved down from 25 hours to 20 hours a week. And our sport club supervisors were moved down from 20 hours to 15 hours a week. Although this might not seem like a lot, for our student staff, as you saw before, we had 95 home events last year, excuse me. And so when you consider the amount of staff that's required for these and put 95 home events into the amount of weekends that there are present in a school year, that's usually 3 or 4 events per weekend, and you need at least 2 staff per event, considering how long it is. So cutting the amount of hours that our student staff are able to be present is very detrimental to our program, however necessary. And then also another cut here that was pretty big was cutting a whole sport club supervisor position altogether. So that would be reducing us from 6 supervisors to 5. To ease any minds with these cuts, we do have a lot of student supervisors graduating this upcoming year, so no one will have to be let go. It will just end up being a vacant position that does not get refilled ultimately. So with all of those cuts, that brings us to a total of $52,674.70 for our 13.7% cuts. Awesome. Thank you so much. So moving on, although pretty futile at this point, I would be amiss to not mention that originally our wish list was to add $6,000 to our programming budget. Reason for this being, we do have 2 new active clubs. We have flag football, and then we also recently reactivated our scuba club on campus. And obviously these clubs do require funding, as well as the fact that incrementally as part of the council, we try to up our club's allocations every couple years, at least by, small amounts, just because they have been following our requirements and costs do continue to increase for them to function. So the $6,000 just to kind of combine that and be allocated as such. So again, as just a general summary, operations, the $25,000, $96,000, programming, $260,000 for that grand total. And now we can kind of see, oh, this started working again. No idea why. Start seeing the comparison again with all of these cuts that mentioned, primarily the 13.7% cut, because that is what this committee is going to have to be seriously considering. So as you can see, a majority of our cut is coming from our operations budget. The only budget line remaining left in operations is our graduate assistant tuition waiver, because obviously that is not something we're going to take away. The OPS is as I previously described, and then we did not change programming. And something that I really wanted to push home here is the fact that You can ask myself, you can ask my entire executive board, any student staff, anyone who works in sport clubs. Programming is the absolute last place where we are willing to take away our funding. We would rather have more work on the back end to take any money away from our sport clubs, because that money is what directly goes to them and allows them to function at the level they're at. And we only wish we could have more money. So if anything, it would be an extreme detriment to them to take away, especially as costs continue to rise. And I didn't mention this previously, but although our membership currently for this semester is at 3,225 students, last year we reached our peak of around 4,200 students. And we do expect to reach this peak again in the spring semester, as that is when most of our sport clubs have their competitive season. So as we continue to increase the amount of students that we're reaching, it is not fair to them in any way to cut the programming budget. So that kind of, for your sake, is why we kept that at the same exact number. And then again, this is kind of just total an overview of the budget. As I explained, we moved the OPS athletic training money that was left over from OPS to operations. So that was that. And then it just ended up being with the OPS numbers minus $3. So just for transparency's sake, I put that in there. And that is really all. Again, I appreciate your time so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Does anyone have questions? Lopez, then Temple.
Sally Rose, first off, thank you so much for this presentation. Like, I appreciate all of the thoughtfulness that went into really giving us the background of what sports clubs do. But my question for you is, each club might be a little bit different, but overall, what would you say is the main method of fundraise? Like, how do they fundraise?
So there are many different ways. So we have a lot of different avenues for fundraising. Dues count as fundraising. So that is something that clubs utilize a lot to fundraise. And also something that is important to kind of share is each of our tier requirements do have different fundraising requirements. For instance, tier 3 clubs are required to fundraise 125% of their allocation, tier 2s 150% of their allocation, and tier 1s 200% of their allocation back. So these aren't necessarily fundraise, but they do have required numbers that they are that's necessary for them to meet. And if they don't meet their numbers, then there are consequences, lowered allocations. So a lot of them, unfortunately, when they don't get enough allocation from us to meet their fundraising goal and just to have their club function, they do ultimately have to raise their dues as a main way of fundraising, which is unfortunate. Other avenues are GoFundMes. Any equipment donations also count as fundraising for the amount that originally cost, and also sponsorships are open, just to name a few.
Temple, then Urchad.
2 questions, if I may.
You may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Sally Rose. My first question will be rather brief. Why did you decide to cut where you sought to cut? So, for example, why did you? I mean, I'm sure you answered this already, but I'd rather ask for my own curiosity for more detail. So, like, I saw you cut into the SEC banquet, IM leagues, travel, so on and so forth. What was the backroom rationale behind that?
To be completely transparent with you, and this was kind of a sentiment echoed by the entities previous to myself, all of these cuts were very difficult and took a lot of time and consideration to go into. So to be frank and just as short and sweet as possible, we cut everything possible we could without cutting programming. We didn't want to cut any of those things. I don't want to go back too far. We started with the things that we considered most expendable, which is yes, I did. So first and foremost, we cut, what was easiest for us to swallow and handle as a staff, which is obviously that training, professional development fund, advertising and promotion. We had only cut in half because we still do require that outreach aspect. So we cut things as little as possible. And then honestly, by the very end of it, that was all that was left for us to cut, was just everything we could without cutting into programming. So at that point, it was just kind of, what's that effect? And programming would have the greatest student impact.
Okay. And then my second question would be that, considering all these cuts and should the budget go into effect with these, how will SCC adapt to these? Like, do you have any plans moving forward as to how you can go about performing some of the operations you had before, even with these cuts in mind?
So that is definitely a difficult question, because the biggest adjustment will definitely be both cutting the sport club supervisor, and something that I also failed to mention previously in the student staff cuts is not only did we cut the hours per week, but we cut the weeks per year. So we actually had to cut 10 weeks out of any of our student staff working to get to these cuts. So that means our whole summer, there will be no student staff in the office. and also obviously excluding breaks as well. So beyond that, unfortunately, that is going to put more pressure on our graduate assistant and the sport club council president to kind of compensate for that amount of workload loss, especially with the hours per week and home events hopefully still functioning at the level that they are. Those hours have to be found somewhere. So it's honestly just where we can host them. And then, last resort would be to have less sport club events, to cut home events, or ask our clubs to have them at other schools rather than ours. And then everything else, advertising and promotion is kind of the second big cut, because that is where we have most of our student outreach, or we're able to reach a lot of populations on campus that we wouldn't normally be able to otherwise. Because we still come across the problem, at least myself personally, when I'm talking about sport clubs. And there's way too many people, in my opinion, who have no idea what I'm talking about. So we're always trying to overcome that. So that advertising and promotion budget, it's really just, we're increasing our presence on social media as much as possible. And we're already proactively doing that now. And then also putting more pressure, trying to provide as many resources to our individual clubs to do this outreach that we can no longer do. And then lastly, I would say one of the most significant impacts is not having this athletic training fund, because our clubs are always already, feeling the negative effects of having to outsource these athletic trainers with money that they do not have in their allocations. Not having this fund available and not having the supplemental assistance from the RWC athletic trainers will be very detrimental to many of our clubs' competitive seasons.
Rashid.
This was more so to answer Daniela's first question, just because I'm a member of Sports Club Council exec, but I've also been a member of sports clubs for my entire collegiate career. So aside from dues, a lot of them do, at least to my knowledge, like the Amazon links, because they can get the little money from that. They have like everyone and their families like put the Amazon links there, so it donates to their page, according to also like a bunch of little fundraisers. But that's kind of the extent of what they do. I mean, to my knowledge, if we were to cut their budget more, which sadly, unfortunately, we're going to end up having to, like, they'll probably just get more creative with the funding for as many years as we need to until we get our increases back and we can start giving them more money again.
Paul, then Lopez.
Multiple, if I may.
You may.
So of everything on here, my biggest concern is that training fund in particular and the impact. I think the other things are kind of what the comptroller was saying. Creative, you can be creative with it.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to training fund itself, currently is that fund completely used throughout the year?
So typically it's kind of a mix between sport club money that's being used and also the RWC funds. And I'm sure that Jim or Gary could speak on this more for kind of how that's split up. So yes, to answer your question, especially because that money is not designed to be used for outsourced athletic trainers. So we haven't been able to access it for that purpose recently, because OPS is for staff members. But I don't know if you want to speak more on that, but yeah.
And so then my next question is, because I'm gonna be honest, it sounds like this training fund does have a very large impact, despite it, in the grand scheme of things, not being a significant cost.
Mm-hmm.
So I personally am in favor of finding that money. Would it, the possibility of cutting the 5,225 from programming and putting that into that, is that an option at all? Because I know the programming is specific for kind of each club and whatnot, but if that fund is helping the vast majority, I know it then kind of becomes a question of which club gets impacted and things like that, but more like, is that something that Sports Club Council would want to explore, at least finding the money for this athletic fund compared to everything else on here?
I would say, it's kind of a catch-22. You cut the money from programming, you give it to athletic training, then they're still lacking that money from programming, because this need to outsource athletic trainers is a fairly new problem that we've had. So previously, allocations have never even been considered to go towards athletic training. It's not something that we really budgeted for in individual allocations in our programming budget until this past, like most previous year. And I would say ultimately, there are only approximately 8 sport clubs out of our 45 that are required to have athletic trainers at their events. And so far, they have persisted as compared to what that money would mean, cutting the approximately 5,200 from our programming budget. You know, they're a club that could encompass, 5 or 6 clubs allocations total together. So I would say personally, based off experience within the council, I would say I would prefer that money to maintain, stay in programming, because the clubs are able to use that money to outsource their athletic trainer. They just typically it's expended in other places such as travel where they're not able to have those extra funds, but it is there as an option. So at that point, it really is. I'd rather leave it up to the clubs to have that option than rather pigeonhole this money into the athletic training fund if I have the option.
One more. And kind of just separately, just to clarify, because I know you did say it, but just so that I know. So the thing with the IM leagues is that it doesn't get rid of the website. It's just turning it like an ad
Right.
paywall, that kind of stuff. Okay, makes sense.
Lopez.
I have 2 questions, one for you, Chair Wanjin, and then my question. Are other entities able to absorb costs of other entities?
So currently, yes. The union has an 18% cut right now. So they're the reason the budget when we came in was practically balanced, like only $28,000 over, because they took a big cut in comparison to like everyone else. Besides that, there are a couple other places where more was cut than absolutely necessary, but that's the main spot. But yeah, like presumably there are going to be places where we can't find the full 13.74%, and we will have to absorb some of that cost into somewhere else.
More so what I meant was, can an entity sponsor something of another entity? Like sponsor the cost of something?
Like directly say, I'll give you $5,000 to cover this cost.
Like, I don't know if that's allowed, but like,
if an entity says we have $5,000 that we would like to give up if you guys would be willing to budget to something else, but that also could leave the possibility that that $5,000 will end up going elsewhere, because it's up to the committee where to put the money. Like technically nobody has any money right now. It's just what we've sort of approved. So
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
My question. So, of advertising and promotion, your IM League's website, and your SEC banquet, since they're all approximately around the same cost, assuming all 3 have to go, which is one that you would save?
Oh my goodness, that's such a difficult question. I hate to even make a decision because they both have impacts in different ways. God, that's a tough one, Daniela.
Sorry.
Also keeping in mind that advertising and promotion, the full cut is 5,000, but if we're just going by, like if it was half of that, I would probably say, I'm going to have to I'm really stuck between IM Leagues and advertising and promotion because they both serve different purposes. The Sport Club Council banquet, I know for a fact that our clubs would rather that money be going somewhere, although we do love to celebrate them, but I'm sure we could find more cost-effective ways of doing so. So that's why that's not really on the table for me. The reason why I say IM Leagues is because I do find that the student experience is hindered by ad-based platforms, which seems kind of silly to say it. But when you do have people that are going on a website that's not like a typical UCF website that you would normally go onto, and they're trying to find something, and it just gets complicated, and I never want that to be a barrier for someone to join a sport club or learn what we're about. But ultimately, I probably would have to say our advertising and promotion budget, because our tabling events and when we're really out there talking to people is where we have the most outreach, and we do have the most interest shown, and our numbers do tend to grow. So out of all of those, obviously it wouldn't be able to be the full 5,000, but if we're leveling out to 2,000, I would say the advertising and promotion most likely.
All right, thank you.
Wilson.
Can I move to debate? If there's
You may.
and then can I debate? So this sounds so backwards from where I was last time was SLS.
We're not in debate yet.
Oh, we're
because You
not.
asked if you can make a motion.
Oh, sorry.
You didn't make a motion.
Motion to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none,
All
we are
right.
now in debate.
Thank you.
Wilson.
So what I was going to say was this is kind of backwards from where I was last time with SLS and everything, because I think when we're looking at the budget and everything, it's important to kind of think about tangible impacts and everything. And I think from a personal perspective, student perspective, and just what you presented here today, which great job on your presentation, is that Sports Club Council with, the 40 clubs, over 4,000 students that it does impact. I mean, I can't really see right now, except those little other areas of really where to make a major cut. And so unless anyone, has some debate about where we should cut, I mean, right now, I necessarily personally don't want to make a cut until we continue forward through this process, because I think more areas can absorb a little bit more of a cost. And I think since sports clubs, they're raised their own money already, there's a lot of other burdens that I think we should take into consideration with the totality of the circumstances. So of course, you all can disagree with me, but I'd be curious to hear where people were leaning, because right now, again, if you take away their advertising and promotion, then you're limiting the amount of individuals who know about their sports club, which then just impacts the club's retention and everything. So I think, there's a lot of doomsday scenario with if you take a couple pieces here and there, but I'd be curious to hear what everyone else thinks.
Temple or Tread, go.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna have to agree with Mr. Wilson here, because I'm scanning the budget as a whole, and barring what President Lopez had said, I'm not quite sure where else to really cut. Like, they've already provided the agency required amounts as well as a full 13.7% cut. So it's like they've already kind of gone under the way to really cut where it was needed to cut. And like any further cuts, I think would probably compromise SCC as a whole, unless I had misinterpreted what Mr. Wilson said. I think we should probably be best to hold off until much further on into the budgeting process.
Tread, go, Wilson, Lopez.
Would I be able to let Austin clarify the point before going? Because I feel like there's a slight miscommunication there that I'm not understanding.
Yeah, so that's what I was raising my hand to. I was considering the totality of the circumstances, since a lot of the clubs already, after you saw it was like $500,000 or something they have to raise already. I mean, I think metaphorically speaking, sports clubs already is taking a big cut when it comes to some of these things with the deficit they already have. So I wasn't even considering looking at the 2.5, 3.5, or 13.7% cut at this time, because I think we have other agencies, other departments to look at who could probably trim down. So again, I might be crazy and everything, but I'm advocating right now not to cut anything.
Tread.
As a member of the committee and of sports clubs, it's a little torn. Although I do agree with the majority of what you're saying, I do think sports club, even in principle, should take some sort of a cut. I do agree we can definitely table this and come back once we have a better understanding of all the departments and what they're cutting. Because again, the union is absorbing, the union's going to be absorbing a lot because they're cutting more. But again, SLS, that's 35.6 thousand that they didn't cut, that someone else is going to have to cut. And I know they're not alone. We have sports clubs here. We have other ones that are probably in a similar boat. It would be nice to not cut them at all, but I feel like we will have to make a decision at a point. But I definitely agree we could definitely come back to this and talk about what we should or shouldn't do, especially like maybe when the RWC goes, because I feel like there's might be some implications of what the RWC has that could affect Sports Club Council as a whole in their operations. And depending on what is to happen there, some of these things may just work itself out, or I don't want to make a decision before we know how the RWC is operating.
Go.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't agree with not cutting at all. I think that would be very unfair and against principle if every other agency has to cut besides sports club. I guess may I ask a question to Wilson, please?
You may.
I'm just a little confused by when you're talking about like impact. I know sports club council impacts 4,000 students, let's say. Necessarily, I guess, how are you measuring the impact this has versus SLS when you made that statement?
Yeah, just participation in general. I think sports clubs is a active student participatory group in the university that brings a lot, just not just the active participation of the students, the national recognition for participation in clubs such as esports, that recognition for the university. And so again, you can disagree with me and everything. That's completely okay. I was just thinking that we should, if we moved forward and figure it out, because if you look, some people here on the budget sheet also did not present cuts and everything. So I just would be curious to know what else is left before we start trimming. And I'm still going to beat the dead horse of I want to know the R&R account. And if we can save $263,000 by not having the student union pay back the debt to R&R, I think, that could help a lot of this conversation.
So I'm just going to say real quick, right now I have Lopez, Hall, Arched, but first I'm going to mention overall, we've been looking at a cut to OPS for agencies, specifically lowering the executive directors from 20 to 18 hours. Sport Club Council is a little weird because theirs was already at 25. So OPS in general is looking at taking a cut. A number of the agencies who did submit revised packets submitted that cut to OPS. So overall, if we decide to make that decision with OPS for executive directors, then that will be something that will be cutting from everywhere, whether or not we really want to cut like their programming. Just wanted to bring that up now since I know not everyone was at the meeting that we had last Thursday. And then moving forward, Lopez.
So I'm going to mention something, and Chair Wanjan, please stop me if this is not the appropriate time to do so. We can talk about it tomorrow during the executive cabinet's budget. As of right now, in the executive cabinet's budget proposal, budget packet, we have 16,000, and also Comptroller Ched, if anyone, I would also like to hear the debate on this. But again, if this is not the time, we can talk about it tomorrow. Under the athletics coordinator, we have budgeted $16,850. With that, this year we spent $3,090 on buses alone to a trip to FAU, where one bus was completely empty, the second bus was half empty, and that does not include the Chick-fil-A for 100 students that we bought. So God knows how much money that was. Based on just the years that I've been in student government, I feel sports club is not something that the athletics coordinator has ever really focused on, and this is inherently sports for students. What I would like to propose, and again, this is, I don't know if I can do this, but what I would like to propose is that we add a budget line somewhere under student initiatives or into the executive cabinet where it sponsors the athletic training fund. So that would just be covered by the executive branch, because that's something that, at least whispering to Vice President Martinez, we feel is essential when it comes to sports. Is it unfortunate? Yes, but like you said, you can do away with the other things. You can't do away with that. So by us taking that cost, and it still falls under our mission and vision of the executive branch, we would be doing less for tailgates, which we're going into the Big 12 conference and athletics is going to have more money. So that's, I think, okay. We would still be helping student athletes and the student athletes that don't get as much support and funding as opposed to the contracted student athletes. That's something I don't know how we do this or if we can do this, but that's something that I would like to add to the executive cabinet's budget request. And that way, at least it helps the cuts from Sports Club Council.
So I'm going to say, before we discuss this topic further, that since that's all modifications to the executive branch budget, we're going to do that tomorrow. I appreciate the idea, though. Paul.
Yeah, so it sounds like there's a lot more debate that needs to be done. So my view of it is, if we want to get a full picture, I know the comptroller was going to speak, so I'm fine with the comptroller speaking, but then I would highly recommend that we move to the RWC so we can get a full picture of this Sports Club Council. I was thinking SLS. I was like, this is not SLS. But for time's sake, that we move along to the RWC, but also the RWC is going to inform a lot of the decisions that we'll make when it comes to the sports club. So I'd say, I know Comptroller had his hand up, but then I would recommend after that we make a motion to move forward.
I'd agree with that statement. However, I had VUCF come up here early because I didn't think this was going to take that long. And then we also have court here, and I don't want to keep them waiting forever. And the RWs like Jim and Sarah and Gary all have like full-time jobs here. So I'm sorry, I'm going to make them stay longer and not make the student director stay longer. So we're going to do VUCF and court before we do the RWC, and then we can come back to Sport Club Council if we want. Just going to preface that we're not going straight to the RWC after this. Or Chad, it's your debate time.
I was going to debate a little bit among just making a motion already about the OPS. Like, unfortunately, like I feel like every agency across the board is reducing our hours, including like within our exec cabinet, like President Lopez and VP Martinez. Everyone else is reducing hours where it feels like we are unable to, but we're going to have to figure out and make it work. But I think for now, we'll just table everything and move on. So with that, can I make a motion? Motion to move on to the next entity, table Sports Club Council for later.
There's been a motion to move to the next entity, which is VUCF. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Thank you, Sally
Thank you,
Rose.
everyone.
If the VUCF exec could come up to the podium. And you can start presenting whenever you're ready, and presentation is up. Wait, quick question, Brody. Is this the updated one? Because they sent a new one. You can start your presentation whenever you're ready.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Caroline Dixon. I am the Volunteer UCF Student Director, and I will be presenting our budget presentation for the 2023.
Is it glowing?
Yes.
Okay. Could you speak a little closer then? Just because I'm not sure if any people can hear you great.
Is this okay? Good. Okay. So I will be presenting our budget presentation for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. Oh, no. Okay. So what does Volunteer UCF do? So we promote civic engagement and education on various social issues. We plan service events in partnership with local university organizations to give UCF students opportunities to volunteer. We work with on-campus organizations such as Lead Scholars, the College of Business Administration, the Rosen Campus, and the Ginsberg Center. We have strong partnerships with many on-campus community partners such as Knights Pantry, the Arboretum, and the UCF Creative School for Children. I also want to take a minute to highlight that not only does Volunteer UCF impact our student population by providing service opportunities, but we also support service efforts and organizations in Orlando and across the southern region. That is, we serve a greater impact in our Orlando community through Volunteer UCF and beyond with ABP. So the Alternative Break Program. The Alternative Break Program seeks to promote conscientious engagers and education surrounding different communities through service trips and experiences. We have winter and spring break experiences, which consist of either a week or weekend opportunity. Participants engage in active service and intentional conversations for a reduced price. So now some statistics and community impact. During last fall, Volunteer UCF hosted 65 service and educational events and 51 events during the spring. The Alternative Break program held 4 winter experiences and 2 spring experiences, both domestic. This fall, in 2022, VUCF hosted 58 service and educational events, and ABP is currently hosting their 1 winter experience this week in the state of Florida. So now some components that make up Volunteer UCF. It consists of our board of social topic directors who put on our service and educational events, the Alternative Break program, which I just briefly talked about earlier, and our large-scale events, which include Pegasus Palooza Day of Service, which is held on the Saturday of the first week of fall classes, Nights Give Back, which is typically held in October, Spring into Service, which is typically held in March, Active Nights in Service Week, which is run by ABP in the spring semester, Hunger Banquet, which is held during National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week in November, and MLK Day of Service, which is held on MLK Day in January. So how does VUCF operate as an agency? We have a VUCF leadership team, which consists of myself, the Volunteer UCF student director, the ABP student director, and 2 assistant student directors. On the ABP side, we have our ABP coordinators, and then we also have a marketing and PR director and a special events director. On the VUCF side, we have our social topic board of directors. We also have a marketing and PR director and a large-scale event / special events director. Furthermore, each director is able to take on 1 to 2 committee members depending on availability and interest. So now on to the numbers. So Volunteer UCF currently holds 4 paid positions. I've laid out this table to show the first half of the table reflecting the hourly wage of our 4 paid positions for the first 12 weeks of the fiscal year. The second half of the table reflects the hourly wage starting in October 1st for the remaining 35 weeks out of the 47 weeks total. This is due to the minimum wage being increased, meaning all our positions are being raised $1. So this minimum wage increase is reflected in the first number on the bottom of the screen, that $2,876.40. Other changes being made to the OPS budget line are decreasing the number of weeks that the VUCF and ABP student directors work from 20 to 18 hours. This is to keep the consistency between all agency student directors at UCF. And this number is reflected in the second number on the bottom at $2,419.95. Just to provide some clarity and transparency, we were told last week to do a 13.7 cut in the budget. I did this and the budget was balanced. Then later in the week, we were told that all student directors that were working 20 hours were going to be reduced to 18 hours. So our balanced budget was off by a factor of $2,419.95. So how we solved this was putting that number into our large scale events, which then increased it to $21,919. So now our operations budget line. This includes things for office expenses, orientations, board retreats and trainings, uniforms and name tags. And before we get started, I just want to point out that when you see decreased or increased in this last row here, we're not requesting any new money. We are simply moving the existing money to different budget lines based on this year's spending, just to more accurately reflect what we're spending our money on to make it more clear for a budget committee. So first we have training, developments, and retreats. That's being increased by $637. Our office supplies is being decreased by $325. And our uniforms is no change. So we're increasing by $312. So this budget line is also reflective of the minimum wage increase, which was split between Volunteer UCF and ABP's operations budget line to offset the increase in our budget. This overall increase also reflects the rising costs of materials and services that we use for such things. Our social topic director budget line is being decreased by $2,900. This budget line is used for service and educational event expenses and social topic director promotional items. So this decrease in the budget is also reflective of the minimum wage increase in order to offset that total budget. Marketing initiatives, there is no change to this budget line. So large scale events. We use this budget line to provide students with transportation to on and off to off-campus service sites, breakfast and lunch for our volunteers, and also promotional items to encourage participation. So none of these lines are being increased. However, for the last two rows, Hunger Banquet and MLK of Service have typically been run using our social topic director budget. However, based on this year's spending and the rising costs of resources, these events need more money to make them more successful for our community partners and our students. As a result, we placed the additional $2,419.95 from the OPS 2-hour cut and the large scale events budget line. This was split evenly between Hunger Banquet and MLK Day of Service, both receiving $1,209. This gives context as to why the large scale budget increased from $19,500 to $21,919. Now for the alternative break program. I just want to start off by explaining our layout this year. Last year's submitted budget only included one line for ABP. However, this year we have written out line by line what the budget is being spent on for clarity and transparency. So this first line for operations reflects the offsetting of the minimum wage increase, which was split between ABP and volunteer UCF, as I stated before. So operations proposed budget is $3,761.80. Retreats proposed is $2,000. Winter trip 1, $3,000. Winter trip 2, $3,000. MLK Day of Service, $1,000. Spring trip 1, $3,000. Spring trip 2, $3,000. Active Nights in Service Week, $5,000. Special events, $2,000. Educational events, $300. Social events, $1,000. Marketing, $4,000. That brings us to a total of $31,061.80 for ABP's spending money. So now I want to talk about revenue for ABP. To briefly explain the large decrease of the ABP revenue from $50,000 to $15,000, we saw it fit to reduce this number as it has not been reached in the last few years. We do not anticipate ABP reaching the $50,000 revenue line in the foreseeable future. This is due to the current status of our trips that we are able to run. Unfortunately, ABP has felt the impacts of COVID, and we are still navigating the post-COVID era. With increased costs of lodging, community partner registration fees, and overall travel expenses, we are having to run fewer trips, meaning we are bringing in less money overall. This decreased revenue more accurately reflects what we will be bringing in as a result. So with the addition of the $15,000, we have a total budget of $46,062 for ABP. So now on to budget cuts. The section of our budget that's taking the largest hit is our large scale events. So we have Pegasus Palooza Day of Service with a $1,000 cut, making it a $3,350 budget. Nights Give Back taking a $1,000 cut, leaving us at $5,000. Spring Into Service taking a $2,000 cut, bringing us to $4,000. Hunger Banquet taking a $1,000 cut, bringing us to $2,209.98. And then the MLK Day of Service taking a $1,150 cut, bringing us to $1,209.47. So we have a total cut of $6,150, and that brings our new total to $15,769. With such a significant cut to our large-scale events budget line, our events will be significantly impacted. We will not be able to provide for the same amount of students that we have been able to in the past. We will have to reduce the amount of student volunteers that we are able to let serve with us, and reduce the number of community partners that we are able to connect with and help in our community. Some additional budget lines that we are decreasing are the operations budget by $300, bringing our new total to $5,137. So a decrease in this budget line would limit our student directors with the amount of resources they are able to have to support them and their board of directors and coordinators. Additionally, our student directors will experience a reduction in the professional development and leadership learning that we are able to provide. Next, we have a decrease in OPS, which is $2,419.95, and that brings our new total to $33,519.75. So this decrease will impact the amount of work our leaders are able to accomplish during the week, which will ultimately impact our volunteer population. Next, we're decreasing the social topic director's budget line by $2,000, which brings us to a total of $3,000. So a reduction in this budget line limits the operation capacity for social topic directors and the types of events that we can provide for our student volunteers. Decreasing this budget line will also have an impact on some of our large-scale events. that our social topic directors host and use their budget on, such as Hunger Banquet and MLK Day of Service. Next, we're taking a $1,000 cut from marketing, bringing us to $5,000. So a cut in this budget line will impact our ability to reach a new population of students. This, with the increase in item pricing due to inflation, this will also impact the quality and quantity of items that we will be able to purchase for our students. So the total cut from volunteer UCF budget lines is a total of $11,869.95. Now on to alternative break program cuts. So first, we're taking $620 from the operations, and that leaves us with $3,141.80. A decrease in the ABP's operations budget will have a similar impact as a decrease in the volunteer UCF operations line. A decrease in the active nights in service week budget line by $500 will bring us to $1,500. A decrease in active nights in service budget limits our ability to reorient students after their service trips and engage new students interested in social topics that we continuously serve with. Next, we're going to take $112.83 from marketing, leaving us with $3,887.17. ABP struggles with campus-wide awareness post-COVID, so a decrease in the marketing budget line would severely diminish our ability to inform our students about the opportunities they're able to take part of through ABP services. And lastly, we're going to take $1,000 cut and completely take away all the money from MLK Day of Service, leaving with $0. This means that students who normally look for an extensive service event led by students with principles and expertise specific to the ABP team will no longer be able to pursue this experience during MLK Day weekend. Now, all of ABP's total cuts come to $2,232.83, and that leaves them with a grand total of $4,300,829.17. So now just a recap of the cuts. Large-scale events taking the most amount, which is $6,150. Operations for a total of $300 cut. OPS $2,419.95 cut. Social topic directors $2,000 cut. Marketing $1,000 cut, and ABP $2,232.83 for a total of $14,102.78 cut from our budget. Thank you for your time. I can take any questions now.
Thank you, Caroline. Anybody with any questions for VUCF? Lopez?
First off, thank you for your presentation. Thank you so much for being here. And I think we were running a little late, so I'm sorry about that. My question for you is, how many students, at least with the past trip or past couple trips since COVID, have gone on the ABP trips?
That is a great question. I'm going to refer you to our coordinators because I'm not sure on the exact numbers, so I want to give you a specific answer.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mika. I'm the coordinator that advises Alternative Break Program. And last year we ran 6 trips total. With that amount, we had about 48 students that we catered to. Actually, perform. What is it? The word I want to say. That we had participate in our trip. I think it was 8 total students per trip, about.
Daniela, can I just add quickly? Hi, everybody. My name is Amanda Dever. Prior to COVID, we would run upwards of 10 to 15 trips every year. Each trip, we would average between probably 10 to 20 students per trip, depending on the number of coordinators and advisors attending. That's prior to Mika's time, though, so I just wanted to add that in.
Any other questions? If not, I will take a motion. Hall?
I'll move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Anyone with debate? Or Chad? Hall?
Just so I can give you the time. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, looks like y'all made, as far as, the comptroller can correct me, most of the cuts that you probably would have needed to anyways. It seems like while the cuts are unfortunate, they don't cause a fundamental problem with the organization or the entity. So I think also based on the fact that there was a question that I don't think there needs to be much changed. But I'll pass it over to the comptroller who probably knows more.
Thank you again for coming out and giving this presentation on your after break and finals. I mean, it's unfortunate what we have to do, just making these cuts, but they did exactly what we asked. They gave us the number we needed, which everyone's gonna have to take. And looking to the budget, I don't really see anywhere else I feel comfortable or notice that I would additionally like to cut. And given what they've gave us, I feel very okay with cutting exactly what they gave us on paper. If anyone feels otherwise, or if anyone has any other points of debate regarding it, I'm more than happy to listen. But my stance right now is just cutting the 1374, which is what everyone's supposed to be projected to do and what they have given us.
Temple, then Hall.
I was going to retain that if Speaker Hall wished to debate, I'll yield to him.
Hall.
I just want to ask, just for the sake of it, kind of looking at the cuts that y'all made, is there any specific budget line that if you wish didn't have to be cut that you would like to see still stay?
That's a great question. I think specifically from my point of view, large scale events, taking that amount of money will be very, very significant for our special events that we host for try to get the most amount of students out. And taking away $6,000 is definitely going to impact how many students we're able to reach. And so if I were to choose one, I would probably choose large scale events, just because that's where we get the most amount of student impact. And it's really important to get those students involved in our large scale events. So.
Any other debate, Richard?
More so a question for the chair. If we decided to do the cut 1374, we get through everyone else and we had a little extra money and we wanted to maybe ask them some more questions. I know VUCF's had some trouble. They can't come back tomorrow, but would we be able to get like a representative to come back, like Wednesday for callbacks if we had some extra money to give?
That's not a question for me because I don't know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we did.
So yes, the advisor would be able to make it. Any other debate or questioning or anything, Temple?
May I retain?
You may.
Right, so I'm going to be in concurrence with the speaker and on the comptroller. I don't think there's really much else we can do with this budget. They've given us pretty much what we've asked for, and hopefully we'll be able to preserve LSC. But as it stands, there's no guarantees to that. But who knows? With that, move to the next entity, that being Knights of the Round Table, or I withdraw that.
Richard?
Can I make a motion?
You may.
Motion to reduce VUCF's budget line 179 large scale events by 6,150. I don't see it on the screen. I don't see Ryan's Google sheet on the screen, so I don't know if he's I don't want to speak too fast, so just slow me down as needed.
Yeah.
Cut line 175 operations by $300. Cut line 176 alternative break program by $2,232.83. Cut line 176 alternative break program by $2,232.83. Cut line 174 OPS by $2,419.95. And I'll give you a sec. Let me know if, okay. Cut line 177 social topic directors by $2,000. And then cut line 178 marketing initiatives by $1,000. Total of $14,102.78.
Quick clarification with the OPS one. What do you want that number to total out to? Because I think you might have missed the fact that it's already changed to that on the packet because they submitted that.
Then I redact the OPS statement.
So OPS was line 174. If you could just remove that one. Okay. Are there any objections to that amendment? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. Brody? With a vote count of 12 to 0 to 1, the amendments are approved. Temple,
Motion.
you may.
Move to the next entity, that being Knights of the Round Table.
There's been a motion to go to the next entity, Knights of the Round Table. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Thank you, Caroline. You can present whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. My name is Angela Jarman. I am the Assistant Director for Knights of the Round Table. And this is our budget presentation. Our mission for the Knights of the Round Table is to serve as an administrative resource to all students and student organizations and as an advisory council to all students pursuing involvement during their collegiate experience. We help to build a bridge between the students, the RSOs, SGA, OSI, and all UCF resources. Our goal is to develop, educate, and inspire student leaders. The impact COURT has on the student body helps connect students to over 700 diverse registered student organizations on campus. We aiding and facilitating in all student resources, student organization in their continuous success and guiding all students seeking involvement opportunities. So for our operations budget, we budgeted for training, development, and retreats, $500. Office supplies is $1,500. Uniforms is $1,500. Advertising is $1,500. And other for software purchases are $2,500. Our previous budget total was $5,200. Our new requested budget is $3,750. This reduction will be shown in the reduced $1,500 of office supplies. Moving on to OPS. Our previous budget was $26,373.38 with the listed positions of executive director, assistant director, and 2 NightQuest consultants. This year's requested budget has decreased to $24,622.50. The positions have not changed, but we did make the change in the amount of hours for the executive director, assistant director, and NightQuest consultants too. Our programming budget for our 2022-2023 total programming budget was $27,000. Our requested budget has decreased to $20,400. So to talk about some of the events that we host as Knights of the Round Table, our biggest scale event is opening night, which is done the day before classes start. This is the largest UCF involvement recruitment event of the year. We host more than 250 RSOs and agencies, and over 10,000 students attend this event. This event is catered by Domino's, Smoothie King, and Jeremiah's. Our next events are leadership summits, which are held bi-monthly, and this is to educate and develop our RSO leaders and any students that choose to apply. We host at least 700 students, and this year our topics were building blocks of leadership, RSO resources, and conflict resolution. Other events that are hosted by Knights of the Round Table are RSO Spring Fest and Fall Fest. This is a networking opportunity for RSOs to interact with students outside of tabling and as a team and community building event. 20 to 50 RSOs attend this event and over 1,000 students attend per event. Involvement Week is a week of events that is incorporates different RSO groups and caters to specific interests. There is one event per day, and over 200 RSOs participated in this event last year. Our next event is Impact Awards. This event helps to recognize excellence among RSOs and agencies. This event is held in the spring and catered by RMARC. There are 10 different categories for RSOs, and over 100 RSO representatives attend this event. One of our smaller scale events that we host is a career services breakfast. This is a partnership event with career services to help educate students on how to get their career fields and provide them with resources and tools when they graduate UCF. 30 students attend this event typically. Our next program from Court is Knight's Leadership Development Program. This program is dedicated to providing opportunities for leadership development to the student body and educational resources pertaining to SGA, OSI, and university regulation and policies. KDLP members serve as ambassadors of positive public relations and service to Court. Typically, 10 to 20 people participate in this program. One small scale event that is hosted by Court is Cups and Coffee with Court. This is an outreach event for the purpose of sharing what resources and opportunities Court has to offer. 100 students attend this event. Court Gives Back is a community service event with the purpose of helping RSOs fundraise for the charity of their choice and give back to the community. 100 RSOs participate in the event, and at least 1,000 students participate as well. Extra events and partnerships that are hosted by Court. This just allows us to plan and host future events to increase the success and support of RSOs and the student body. A typical event would be like the eBoard Picture Day that we had this year, where RSOs were able to come out and take pictures for their eBoard without having to pay for this. To our budget cuts. So the 13.7% budget cut. Here we, as I stated earlier, cut operation office supplies at $1,500. We completely cut our budget for extra events and partnerships at $1,750. The Court Gives Back budget was cut completely. All of the budget for coffee and cupcakes with Court at $500 was cut. The Knight's Leadership Development Program, the budget was $750, and that was also cut. We cut $300 from the Career Services Breakfast. We cut $1,000 from Leadership Summits and $500 from Spring and Fall Fest, and $500, which is a total budget for the poster making party, and $300 from Involvement Week, totaling $8,100. Any questions?
We are now in questioning for the entity. Does anyone have any questions for Court? If there are none, I'll need DeMarla.
Can you clarify what the NightQuest consultants do? I just don't know.
Yes. So NightQuest consultants basically help any student who wants to start an organization or find involvement on campus. So for instance, if you were interested in a cultural organization, they would be able to point you to every student organization that we have that's within that culture. They also, as far as like helping students start organizations, they go over how to put in a constitution, all the requirements that are needed, how many members, and stuff like that.
Lopez.
Out of curiosity, do you all advertise the NightQuest consultants, or is it something that someone has to approach Court and then they're directed to a NightQuest consultant?
Yes, it is advertised, but I will let my coordinator, Joseph, elaborate on that.
Good afternoon, everybody. Joseph Kimber Jr., RSO coordinator. We do advertise our NightQuest consultations a good amount. The past couple years have been down years, and we've still done about 250 to 300 consultations throughout the course of the year. People are typically directed to us because in order to try to start a new organization, it's on the form, but also another component that was left out is that as a sanction from student conduct, depending on what the student gets in trouble for, they're required to do a NightQuest consultation as well as for GEB credits for classes. So we get a large influx of GEB students and thankfully not as many conduct students, but they are pretty well advertised throughout the university. Yeah.
Any other questions? Richard?
Hi, thank you for being here and thank you for your presentation. The only question I really have regarding the NightQuest consultants was, do you feel like they're both fully utilized? There's any flexibility with maybe dropping the hours, like 2 to have 5 and 5, or maybe just one who works 10 to 12? Any flexibility with that position whatsoever?
So previously we had 3 NightQuest consultants and we dropped to 2 in order to fit a budget cut. But I would say that there would be no really flexibility because they do see a lot of students trying to start organizations and needing help. So their hours are important.
Temple?
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. Kind of to follow up with what the comptroller had asked, and more so out of my curiosity, how long ago was it when you cut the 3rd NightQuest consultant?
The previous budget?
So this current fiscal year that we're in is the first year that we are having 2 NightQuest consultants. So going into this current fiscal year, so last year's budget presentations is when we proposed to cut that NightQuest consultant. The reason being so that we could try to have some wiggle room and have more money in programming. So yeah.
Tomorrow.
I have like a clarifying question because there's like a discrepancy between the presentation and the budget packet. It says the NightQuest consultants work 10 hours per week on the presentation, but just 7 on the budget packet. And there's also like a discrepancy with the executive director. I don't know which one you want us to follow.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I phrased it weird. Just like in the presentation that you gave, some of the numbers for like the hours of the OPS are different from what you presented in the budget packet. So I'm not sure which one you want us to follow for that.
So I can actually answer that one. Basically, that's just to go along with the cuts that like student government and all the other agencies are taking in their OPS. We met with Joseph and he said okay to the changes that we made. So yeah, that was the stuff in the budget packet was what was submitted to me as well as what was approved by the coordinator. Any other questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Temple?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Any debate? Lopez, Algier, and Urchad.
Thank you again for this presentation and the thought that went into it. Unfortunately, just like what we did with VUCF, I think they laid out what can be cut. And I would be in favor of just approving their 13.74. Thank you.
Algier?
Similar statement to Lopez. Thank you very much for being here. I did enjoy your presentation. These cuts are things that that have to be made, and I wouldn't feel comfortable adjusting these cuts as it's what the entity is most comfortable with. I feel as though court does bridge a large gap between students and student involvement, so I think we should go with their best judgment on this one.
Richard?
Can I make a motion? Who's after me?
Oh.
You can go ahead.
Yeah, just to kind of echo, I think court does a lot, and I think that the cuts are unfortunate but necessary. And then personally, because I know that there were questions about it, I would advise that we avoid touching the NightQuest consultants because I think that line of questioning started that way. It just sounds like not just related specifically to the court things, but when accounting for things like student conduct, et cetera, putting that all onto one person would be a lot, especially when you look at the amount of hours they get per week and things like that. Like if we were to do anything like that, that would have to mean increasing the salary of that and increasing the hours available. So I feel like you almost the costs but saving is negligible, and then it just stresses someone out. But in general, I kind of agree with President Lopez of just keeping the cuts as is. And it is what it is. But I think that y'all definitely were able to discern what areas could be cut to make sure that the core of what your organization does is maintained.
Urchad.
I feel like we're all on the same page. I want to be cognizant of court's time as they're here when it's past finals, and they don't need to be. So with that, I'm going to make a motion unless someone else has something to say. All right. So motion to decrease line 46 OPS by $6,600. And motion, what's up? Motion to decrease line 46 OPS by $6,600. Just correct me if I'm wrong with the lines. Correct. And cut line 47 operations by $1,500 for a total of $8,100 and a little over a 13.7% cut for court.
Were you trying to cut OPS or programming with your 6,600? Because it's programming within their action, within like the description of their.
I meant programming. Sorry, long day. But yeah, sorry. 46 programming, 47 operations.
So that's 48 programming. Sorry. Okay. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 13 to 0, those amendments are approved. Anyone else with debate or a motion? Temple?
Move to see the next entity, that being the Recreation and Wellness Center.
There's been a motion to go to the RWC. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Awesome. Wilson?
Just since the RWC may be a little bit longer, can we take like a 5-minute recess?
Is that a motion?
Yes, motion to take a 5-minute recess.
There's been a motion for a 5-minute recess. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now recessed until 3:23.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing? So my name is Jim Wilkening. I serve as the Executive Director for Recreation and Wellness, and it is my privilege to present the RWC budget to you. Yesterday, I was refereeing a college basketball game at Valdosta State, and you take media timeouts at 16, 12, 8, and 4 during a game. After the under 8-minute media, I went into my spot where I'm supposed to stand, and I just all of a sudden started thinking about the budget. In the middle of the floor, 3,000 fans watching, and all of a sudden I look up and I realize the Valdosta State coach is just screaming at me, just as loud as he can. And I'm like, I was completely zoned out thinking about the budget. So I ended up screaming at him back, and we got through it and finished the game. Valdosta lost by 3. So, Rec and Wellness Center budget. If I can do this right. There we go. Mission, vision, values, and goals. Our vision talks about setting the standard, sometimes meeting the standard, oftentimes setting the standard. Over the last year, we have certainly set the standard. Campus Rec magazine featured us on the cover of the magazine, did a whole feature article on the Rec and Wellness Center, and the focus was on staying relevant. Referee Magazine did a feature article on us, and I called us Referee U, as 7 of the 68 officials that work in the NBA came from our program here at UCF. So we certainly are setting the standard. Our mission all revolves around healthy lifestyles. Every decision we make is, does this provide students the opportunity to achieve a healthy lifestyle? The RWC values of safe, clean, quality, dependable, fun are tools that we use to make decisions each and every day. Is it safe? Is it keeping the facility clean? Are we being dependable, meeting our word? Is it a quality experience? And probably most importantly, is it fun for students? The RWC goals, I often say it tells a story. Goal 1 is to develop that collaborative and productive team. And I don't get a chance often to do this, but I would publicly like to say what a phenomenal team the Rec and Wellness Center has, from the full-time staff that are mostly in the back of the room to the student staff, 400 strong at the Rec and Wellness Center. They are a great bunch, and there's not a member of the team in the back that I hope leaves unless it's for their personal growth and development. The second goal is to cultivate diversity and inclusiveness, and that is, we basically want to make sure the rec center is for everyone, regardless of who you are, what ability you have, what your demographic is, what experiences you bring. We want to make sure the Rec and Wellness Center is for you. So once we build this great team, invite everyone in the door. Thirdly, we want to keep people safe. We want to provide safe facilities and programs. And that we do from the training our staff receives. Every single employee at the rec center is trained in CPR and AED. Every single staff member at the Rec and Wellness Center is trained in first aid. Our athletic team is phenomenally strong. Although small, they're strong. And we do a really good job at keeping people safe. We're never going to eliminate risk, but we do a very good job at mitigating risk. And our last goal, if we do those first 3 goals, then it does help us achieve and support healthy lifestyle choices that students are able to make. The strategic plan at the university talks about unleashing potential, and our division itself is student success and well-being. Well, we play a critical part and component in helping that to be a success. The more you play, the more you come in the rec center, the higher your grades are, and the more you come in the rec center and the more you play, the more likely you're to be retained as a UCF student. Just a quick snapshot, and this is from August through November. These are uses in the main rec center, the Knights Plaza, and our downtown facility. I wanted to share this, although I'm not asking for budgetary money for it. These are items over the next 10 years that will need to be funded. These items alone right here are over $4 million. Some of them you saw on the R&R list. And I fully understand that we have to make decisions to make this budget successful. but we are kicking the can down the road to really make sure we're sustainable for the future. The first three I would like to highlight. The HVAC controls are outdated. They no longer work at the rec center. So every time there's a heating or air conditioning issue within the rec center, an outside party has to come in to repair it because it can no longer be done by the controls because they're outdated. The HVAC controls to replace is $525,000, just a drop in the bucket. Boiler replacement, those are at the stage that we're getting closer and closer to that becoming a more critical issue. Those are $120,000. And then Wi-Fi at the rec center, which was opened in 2002. So it's over 20 years old. That will be $910,000 to upgrade the technology component and the Wi-Fi within the Rec and Wellness Center. So this year's budget, the request from an operational standpoint, we're requesting a 14.4% reduction. Our full-time staff, both the A&P and USPS, we're requesting a 6.2% reduction. OPS, we're requesting a 20.6% reduction. OCO, we didn't fund last year, so we have nothing this year. Revenue, we're projecting a 6.7% increase, and that's our internal R&R. We're requesting a 30% reduction there. So how does some of that break down, and how did we get from a balanced budget or a flat budget to one that is 13.74%? First, I have to share some of the increased costs that we were hit with off the bat, just like everyone else, minimum wage increase. But when you look at 400 plus student employees, that hits us to a tune of about $180,000. The university has increased the pay for all custodial staff at the university to be able to increase our staff at the same rate as the entire university. So every custodian at the university received a raise except for the RWC custodians. That cost us, for our staff, $176,000. Utilities, to project a 15% increase, which UCF has recommended we project, that's $110,000, and some of the software licenses, et cetera, were another $20,000. So that was just shy of a $500,000 increase. So to flatline the budget, I basically had to take that much money out of the budget. And so I'll jump right into that, and also the reduction on things that we're proposing that we either reduce and or eliminate. Item 1, bam. RWC at Knights Plaza closed. RWC at Knights Plaza agreed to a 10-year lease 10 years ago. The 10-year lease is up. So it is a very convenient time to end a lease if need be. The lease is $191,000 a year, and the OPS to staff that facility is over $70,000. So by closing Knights Plaza, it comes to $262,000 a year. The impact is, over the last 10 years, we've averaged 55,000 users per year. The next item, and this is another BAM. Shutting down the leisure pool. Shutting down the leisure pool, which is a facility that we own, will save us $171,000 a year. $100,000 of it is our OPS, which is primarily the lifeguards. And then the training the lifeguards receive ends up being about another $11,000. And the utilities for that particular space is an additional $60,000 using past cost estimates for that space. Impact is a little over 10,000 users a year. Next, I know it was mentioned earlier that RWC has a couple full-time staff positions vacant, and I'm proposing, of the 6 current openings, we eliminate 4 of them. We eliminate an office manager, we eliminate 2 maintenance positions, a maintenance tech in the first shift and a maintenance tech on the second shift, and we eliminate 1 of our custodians on staff. Now, I did put in, if you go into the detail budget, I've requested $5,000 for a maintenance position that I'm eliminating, And the reason I did that is I would actually prefer to eliminate a second custodian and only one maintenance staff, but I don't currently have 2 openings on the custodial staff. And so for now, I'm going to eliminate 2 maintenance and 1 custodial, but when another custodian leaves, I would like to flip them. So that's why I budgeted that at $5,000 in the packet. I've eliminated most of the custodial staff raises that the university gave. So the RWC custodians will make less than all the other custodians on campus. What I've proposed for them is to just give them a 50-cent raise per hour, which will bring the bottom ones up to $14 an hour. That saves about $142,000 out of the request from raises that the other custodians at the university make. As I look into operations, changes to the operating hours of the rec center. Instead of opening at 6 a.m., we're open at 7 a.m. Instead of closing at midnight, we'll close at 11 p.m. We will close during the summer on one of the weekend days, Saturday or Sunday. We reduce the hours during the break, which is currently 11 to 9. It will become 11 to 6. Other things that we propose eliminating is eliminating the YMCA for the students at Lake Nona campus and eliminating the Rosen Fitness Center. Also eliminate the College of Education, which is a place mostly used by sport clubs as a practice facility. And decrease some of the staffs you see, such as member services staff. So some of the attention to detail and the customer service, although it'll still be very high, may be a little bit slower. As we continue down the path of reduction, we're going to reduce the athletic training clinic hours and some of the coverage for sports. So we currently have 2 full-time athletic trainers and a graduate assistant and some money for part-time staff. Graduate assistants no longer qualify for an athletic training position because you must have a master's degree, as Sally Rose alluded to earlier. So we're going to continue forward with the 2 athletic trainers that we have, and then cut down the part-time staff even by another 15 hours a week, moving that person down to 30 hours per week. Continue to reduce some of our marketing supplies, remove desktop phones from most phones at the rec center, squeeze the utility increase a little bit. Unlike Rick, we didn't get her funding, so I don't have as much. I have more of a concern that we can't reduce it at the same level that he may be able to do here, and change all RWC uniforms that staff wear from a polo shirt to a t-shirt. Now looking at some of the specific areas as we look at some of the cuts. Specifically in the area of fitness, reduce another 10 to 12 group exercise classes per week. Unfortunately, that does predominantly affect female users. Female users use group exercise at a much higher percentage. Reduce the free fitness assessments that are offered. We do that often before a personal training session takes place at no cost. Reduce the number of those. Reduce some of our fitness certifications, which kind of goes hand in hand with less Group X classes offered. So we need less certified instructors. Eliminate some of our larger special events, like the Midnight 5K, half marathon training, and reduce the maintenance of much of our fitness equipment. At the bottom of that slide, you will see the number of students that impacts about 60,000 Group X participants per year, and about 15,000 participate in the special events. Intramural sports. Reduce substantially our offerings of summer intramural sports. We've already begun to create some capacity to our leagues, increase that, further minimizing them by 15% per sport. Eliminate most of the one-day tournaments, and those are like the mini golf, the bowling tournament. Eliminate the support for the extramural tournaments. That's when we send our winning teams for basketball and flag football to go play in the national tournaments that take place. And then during the summer, cut the RWC park 2 days a week. Outdoor venture. Decrease some of our opportunities at the climbing tower and Lake Claire through reduction in operational hours. Eliminate our extended outdoor adventure trips, the ones that are more than 5 days and may go somewhere that is pretty far away. Eliminate some of the special events in that area, such as the multitude of open climbs that we have, paddle fests, different climbing competitions. Eliminate free reservations at Lake Claire. So then we would charge whatever group is going to use them to be able to staff that facility appropriately, and continue to reduce certification and training in the area of outdoor adventure. Some of the impact of outdoor adventure, again, is at the bottom. Lake Claire had over 41,000 visits in the last year. Climbing Tower had over 32,000 visits at the last year. Next, RWC at downtown. We usually operate with 3 student staff working, lower that to 2. Decrease the number of hours a week at the RWC downtown facility from 90 to 47. So we'll be open Monday through Friday, 11 to 9. Will not be open the weekends and will not be open in the mornings. Also reduce group exercise and personal training downtown as well. And revenue kind of has some areas that can increase and decrease. It will probably have a slight decrease in memberships with some of the reduction in hours. We plan to launch a new community CPR program where we can charge people in the communities and sponsorships. The challenge course, really market that at a much higher level to increase community involvement of use of the challenge course, and do a full review of all our rental fees, both the fees and the emphasis on reserving facilities. Let me preface this by saying I don't like any of these things, but to get to 13.74% and account for the additional increases that we were going to get hit, we basically had to take about close to $1.4 million out of the budget, just shy of $1 million from last year, plus the additional cost. And so this is where we are. We continue to focus on what we do and what we do well, and we still have a lot that we do and a lot that we do well and a lot that we will continue to do well. And I'm confident that that will continue. At this point, I will turn it back to you to answer any questions, and I have the team here as well to assist. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Wow, that's a lot of hands. Wilson, Lopez, or Chid?
So just one short one real quick is, so in my understanding, based off what you just said, 13.74% reduction includes losing all of those services. And
yes.
Okay. I didn't know if they were like option one,
Nope.
option. Okay. That's understandable. Thank you.
Lopez?
This is another quick question. So on the budget bill that we have within the drive, it says that the RWC is taking a cut of 13.82%. I didn't know if that was a discrepancy or if there was something that was miscommunicated.
It probably came in slightly more, but it was real close. And I know that there was interest in having us go a little higher, but that's about as close to 13.74% that I could go a little bit higher.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Or Jed?
First, thank you. Over here, I felt you looking around the room for the voice, and you couldn't see me. But first, thank you again. I know these cuts from a large budget must not have been easy, especially when you care so much about it. So my question for clarification is, everything included in the presentation was part of the 13.74, but the tabs stating the 5% are just additional miscellaneous things in case we had to, or in case we, as a committee, look to like maybe switch something, correct? Or is I just want to make sure that 5% tab isn't anything we're misunderstanding or miscommunicating.
The 5% was part of the initial request that I received. So I initially turned in a budget that was flatlined, and then I added what additional 5% would look like. But since then, I had the opportunity to meet with Katrina about that, and she asked that I submit a budget now at 13.74%. So everything in the 5% is included in the 13.74%.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, Jed,
Move to debate.
there's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Jed?
It's a hard presentation to look at. I mean, especially those are services I've utilized since the first day I came to college, because I know I lived in Neptune, and first thing I did was check out the giant gym everyone mentioned. But he gave us everything we needed with a 13.74. Ultimately, I think as a committee, I think we're just gonna have to make a decision to go along with it. But if anyone has any differing opinions or opinions we should hear, let me know.
Savage, sorry.
I have a question for Jim, if that's okay.
You may.
Again, this is just a question we've been asking consistently. So just to ask you the same question, if by chance there was some sort of opportunity to remove even one thing from your 13.74% cuts, what would be the top priority for you to bring back into the budget?
It really depends on the amount. I mean, obviously, I would like the leisure pool to remain open, but I mean, you're not probably going to have $172,000 lying around. So I do think that is one area that I wouldn't necessarily want to see go. But if there's smaller amounts of money, I would definitely like to put it back into the programmatic areas that took such a big hit, such as fitness, outdoor adventure, intramural sports, and athletic training.
Wilson?
May I also ask a question?
You may.
So when it comes to the leisure pool, it's shutting down basically is what this would do to it, is what you're proposing with the 13.74% cut? Or is it a significant reduction in hours?
It's closed, which is different than shutting down.
Okay.
Shutting down, you would eliminate the facility forever.
Okay.
Closing means it won't be open this year in regular open recreation hours.
Okay.
But what we do need to do is we need to continue to put chemicals in the pool,
Right,
because it must meet code, and you can't empty the water because it then ruins the lining of the pool. And so what that does allow potentially is special events or reservations could potentially happen at the leisure pool.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Lopez?
So for the events or the reservations at the leisure pool, would that still have to be staffed by lifeguards, or would RWC staff then go, or would it just be you're at the leisure pool, you're not in the pool, but you're there at your own will?
When participants are on the deck, we're required to have lifeguards to be able to have that space open. So we would need to staff it with lifeguards. Now we still have the lap pool, so we'll still have a pool of lifeguards to be able to use. Although if we were going to use the leisure pool at a pretty high rate, we wouldn't have enough guards. But for a special event here or there, I think we might be able to pull together there.
Go.
Thank you for being here. I guess more for debate for us is I think that RWC did a good job outlining everything. It really sucks to see this go, but I will say, like, something I would like to propose is, if we do have extra money, is looking into investing more hours at the downtown campus. I think that would be super important for our downtown students, but as it stands, it really does stink, but I think that what they proposed is manageable, something that we can work with and something we have to work with. So I'm for how the cuts stand, but I would like to see, if we do have extra money, the money go to see if we can go towards the RWC.
Jed, then Temple, then Lopez.
If we have the extra money, I definitely want to have this conversation, since there's a multitude of things we could talk about in terms of the RWC, of what us and what Jim might say in terms of where to add. But I think this is a conversation for maybe the end or callbacks. Other than that, I guess I'll wait and see what the other questions are. But as the budget stands, there really doesn't have to be any amendments to it. So I'll let the other questions go before I make a motion.
I was only going to debate that, like, as it stands, the RWC had given us what we had wanted. I'm in agreement with Gail. Like, if there is extra money like sitting around, I probably kind of doubt, but I wouldn't like to see it be reinvested into the RWC at wherever this committee sees fit. But as it stands, I think the budget as it is right now is good to go.
Lopez.
I'm not going to be repetitive. I agree with Comptroller Chad and Senator Temple. The only other thing I wanted to add was, which I just asked my question and I didn't thank you. Thank you, Jim. I know this is really difficult to do considering just the vast amount the RWC does, and these are really, really significant cuts. So just thank you for taking the time, and I know this was difficult, and I appreciate your presentation.
Allgaier, then Chad.
First of all, again, thank you very much for being here. I think it is worth noting that this one is especially difficult just due to how large of a population it affects. I would just like to pose a question, just at the very least from my understanding, how, just for the committee in general, how would the proposed cuts then affect the issue of SCC? If we make these cuts specifically, where does that leave our argument for SCC, or is that something we would come back to when we go back to them? Just anybody who knows.
I'm going to have that directed to Vice Chair Savage.
Sure. So I can answer part of that, and then I'll send the rest back over to Jim. I would say in terms of the College of Education, just to provide some context for that, as Jim mentioned, we do have our sport clubs who do practice there. We have both of our volleyballs there. We have our badminton there, among others as well. Those are just the ones that come to mind off the top of my head. And so the College of Education does charge rent per hour. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe they're raising that rent to $70 an hour. 70 an hour for next semester. And to add more into that, we have clubs practicing there every single day of the week, including the weekends, for multiple hours a day. So if you put that into context, say it's even 6 hours, 6 hours times $70 an hour per every week, that's thousands of more dollars. And then the problem also becomes, where do those clubs practice if they can't practice in the education gym? Obviously, the RWC does have courts available, but they are required to keep a certain amount of courts open for open rec to serve the greater student population. So that, again, limits the spaces where our clubs can practice, as well as the fact with eliminating Knights Plaza, more group exercise classes will be moving into the RWC. We also have many sport clubs that practice in the Group X studios in the RWC. So again, it's really just kind of a shuffling, and obviously group exercise classes that do serve a large population will ultimately usually get the priority, understandably so. But again, it's just a lot of displacement of our sport clubs in their practice spaces, and really no funding to pay for the College of Education within our budget personally, and then also just a lack of practice spaces in general. And then also, obviously, there's the matter of the athletic training portion of it as well, which I talked about a little bit earlier. And if anyone would like to elaborate more on that from a professional staff standpoint, I'll direct that over to them.
I can a little bit on the athletic training. About 6-7 months ago, we were going to come to the committee and say, let's eliminate a graduate assistant. Let's pool some of our part-time OPS money and request a third full-time athletic trainer to add to the team to really take on a lot of the responsibilities for sport clubs. Obviously, as time went on, it was inappropriate to ask for a new position. And so we removed that thought from our process and tried to fund the part-time staff as much as we could. But even that, as I was continuing to trim money out of the budget, it was down at 45 hours a week for a part-time staff. And then I even lowered that to 30 hours a week. The other challenge with athletic training in general is even at $20 an hour for our part-time staff, we are woefully behind the industry standard for an AT. Sometimes the sport clubs have gone on and reserved their own AT through a service and are paying $45 an hour. And so just imagine last year we were paying an athletic trainer $18 an hour on one field, and then a sport club had an event on the other field. They hired their own AT and brought them in at $45 45 per hour, and the two ATs had the same level of experience. Just imagine how that one that made $18 an hour felt. And so that's kind of the dilemma we're in with the ATs. It doesn't necessarily help out sport clubs. It doesn't help out intramural sports, and it doesn't help out the open clinic hours. But that's kind of the predicament we're in. It doesn't necessarily help sport clubs, but hopefully that cleared things up a little bit on what ATs are about.
Yes, thank you.
Urchad?
If nobody else has any other questions, I think if we have extra money, I definitely want to come back and maybe look at the RWC, but also the union as they're taking a larger cut than everyone else by a significant margin. Other than that, if there are no other questions, I want to just make a motion. Motion to re-see Sports Club Council.
There's been a motion to return to Sport Club Council. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're back at Sport Club Council. We're in debate. If you have questions, you are welcome to direct them, but we are in debate. Or we can just sit here. That would also be cool. Rashad.
I remember Austin's sentiments earlier about we really don't want to cut much from Sports Club Council, as even though we fund them, they still get a majority of their funds from elsewhere, and the money is very clearly utilized to its fullest extent. I think with that being said, if we were to make a decision today, I don't think out of principle or anything else, we could say can't cut them at all, since every agency is taking nearly a double-digit cut or department. So I'd like to open it up to the committee to see like what they suggest. Just looking at the lines, maybe asking Sally Rose some more questions about where she would prefer to cut, maybe something along the lines of OPS, since directors and other people across the board for other departments and agencies are also taking that reduction in cut. But see if we can get an agreed upon consensus on what from this 52,000 we think we should cut.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like the biggest thing that we at least had concern about was the training fund and cutting that. Based off of what we heard previously, not that cutting advertising promotion is a good thing, but it sounded more like advertising, the IM League, the banquet. Those are all more cuttable, if that's the way to put it, to be honest. It did sound like, I don't know, exploring what President Lopez was talking about with the athletics coordinator and whatnot for the training thing specifically. But outside of that, I feel like of the other cuts, there really weren't concerns about it outside of what Mr. Wilson was talking about. So that's what I would probably recommend, is just focusing on the training fund and how to fund it and cutting the rest.
Lopez.
I'm in agreement with Senate President Hall. As unfortunate as it is, every programming and what we do and the way we do things are just going to look differently from now on. So, and sports club isn't any different. Like I said earlier, and kind of what Dylan was saying, the only thing that seems somewhat necessary and vital is the athletic training fund. So I'm in favor for, not in favor, but in favor as you can be, for making the rest of the projected cuts that you have on the screen.
Richard?
More of a question, I guess for you or Sally Rose. For the way that OPS was dealt with, is that on par with the other agencies? Or are they a little lower? Because I remember there was some talk about like it was already low and then it got reduced a bit more, and I got a little confused between that.
So no, the sport club council president was already at 25. Like that was where they were last year, and I assume for several years prior, where all of the other agency directors were at 20, and we, while we were working with sport club council, reduced that 25 down to 20. It's the same number of hours as like President Lopez and Vice President Martinez have, because they were already at 25 and we reduced them to 20. So there could be further conversation about whether we need to reduce that to 18 to match the other agencies. Beyond that, we were discussing reducing supervisors from 20 to 15. And then the other thing was dropping one supervisor. So that was all the OPS discussion. Hall, then Wilson.
Oh, sorry. Can I just add
Oh
something?
yeah, go for it.
The last thing also on OPS was not just cutting the hours, but then as I previously mentioned, cutting those 10 weeks of work weeks a year, which also affects our programming timing. But sorry.
I just have a question, I guess, for the chair, and I guess Sally Rose, if she wants to contribute, is something that does make this one unique, and you can correct me, is that the president is only making in this projection 13, which is lower than like myself as the Senate president and lower than the president. And like, I don't know if it's, are the other directors
That's the same
also-
as all agency directors. Yeah.
So they're all making 13.
Yes.
But with, yeah. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying now. So then, so in theory, other directors are making, for 18 hours, they're making $13.
Right.
Okay. Okay. That helps a little bit.
Wilson, then go.
So I have a question for Sally Rose. When it comes to the just the OPS in general and everything, is there anything you don't necessarily want us to touch with it? Because I know a lot of sports club events and everything happens on weekends, and so there are probably more hours that you all kind of contribute a little bit. So just to get some clarification for the committee.
Yeah, absolutely. So although unfortunately I do understand the cuts that ultimately will be necessary to make, probably the one that will most affect us that we have within our OPS budget is the hours per week one, because we did cut for 20 hours a week for our student staff supervisors, not myself, to 15 hours a week. And to put that into context, typically we have our supervisors work 16 hours a week in the office alone, and then we have those remaining hours and plus sometimes a surplus that overlaps into the following week due to like the way the pay period falls, with home events on weekends, because typically supervisors could work up to 10 hours on a weekend, obviously split up between the 2 days working home events. So really not only cutting those hours, but also cutting an entire supervisor position really is going to limit where our staff can work events. And then, like I said previously, we'll put more work and hours on the graduate assistant and the sport club council president, who would have to compensate for that in any way they could.
Go, then Hall.
Yeah, I was going to direct a question to Sally, if I may.
You.
Okay. Yeah, I was actually just about to get there into the sports council supervisors. Were there any times there were any vacancies or any times where you didn't have enough supervisors for a specific event? And I'll start with those two first.
Yeah, absolutely. So in general, we consistently have 6 supervisors staffed. As soon as students are graduating, we're working to fill those positions ahead of time because we do find that without those 6 supervisors, we are quite overloaded and we tend to fall behind in our work, especially as the academic year is starting. In terms of staffing, even with our 6 supervisors that we had on staff, last year, we actually had temporarily hired 2 home event staff whose job was specifically to work home events. And this was because among our 6 supervisors, the sport club council president and the graduate assistant, and the extreme amount of home events we had, which was 95 as previous displayed, there were not enough people to go around, not enough hours to go around. So we had to have those 2 additional home event staff. Obviously, that's not a possibility in this case. So I would say there was always we always used the staff that we had, also given the fact that, you know, some weekend supervisors might have had a family emergency or they were going on a trip. So, you know, because they're not just working the set 5 days a week, they're expected to be available for really 7. So we also have to have some flexibility for that and understand that they're students first as well and have lives outside of their jobs. If that answers your question.
Yes.
Is this a follow-up?
No further question.
Hall?
Yeah, so two. First one more to comptroller sees doing math. Could we get like what it would look like if they went from 20 to 18 hours for their director? Like, I know it's probably not a huge number, but just what it would look like putting it in balance with the rest.
That was more of a question I was going to actually ask or redirect towards Sally Rose. I was going to try and compete the numbers myself. But on the spot, I was pretty much going to suggest if you were to have to choose, I mean, I feel like the hours decreases on par with all the agencies, but correct me if I'm wrong, but your utmost concerns as of right now are losing your supervisor, one of the supervisors, and then that athletic training fund, correct?
But I will say, with losing the supervisor and the hours per week, although it is only technically 2 hours per week, and I'm not gonna, fight to the death for this. As I was explaining to Wilson's question, the sport club council president will also be ultimately assigned. The work that doesn't get done by the sport club supervisors will roll over to the sport club council president. And I have no doubt that those 20 hours, the 25 hours are fulfilled typically every week. So I have no doubt that the 20 hours will remain the same, especially when it comes to adding that home event pressure. But obviously, I understand you have to do what you have to do.
And then just one other question, and to just gauge, is there any possibility of, when it comes to the supervisors, because I see they get a whole $1 increase in their salary based off of this. I know it would be $12 with minimum wage. To make it $12 or make it 75 cents instead of $1 increase, like, would that also help towards the overall paying for this fund and whatnot?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Katrina, but I think it was like overall agreed that we were just gonna increase OPS for the student staff by $1, not do those incremental changes just for equity among other reasons.
Yeah, when it had been discussed with agencies and departments, they decided they weren't going to do the incremental shifts. SG has some where they decided that they were going to move by 50 cents or some like not full dollars. But agencies and departments had decided not to in order to minimize the compression that comes with that, since we still have minimum wage going up for another 3 years. Rashad.
One's a question. Yeah, actually 2 questions. Can someone fact check me for this? But as of right now, the supervisors per person, if we were to add back a supervisor, it'd be an increase of about like 10,480. I just want some clarification with that. And additionally, did you say, Sally Rose, the athletic training fund was a total cut of about 5,000?
Yeah, it's $5,225. However, originally before this budget was balanced to match last year's budget, and I could pull up the exact number, but it was around $11,700. That was originally Sport Club Council's athletic training fund, which then had to subsequently be cut to balance the budget, and then the $5,200 was what was remaining from that.
Okay. I'll just wait for clarification about the OPS number really quick.
The number I'm getting for the OPS number, well, it depends whether you're doing 15 hours or 20 hours a week.
20.
Okay. So
As
I have
is.
the wrong number. So give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you said 11,000-ish.
10,485.
Yes, that sounds correct. I didn't do the exact number, but yes.
May I retain?
You may.
So I guess this is for the committee. The way, to my understanding, the way the budget's going so far, based on the extra increases, especially with the union, I honestly feel pretty comfortable giving them the extra supervisor along with the 5,250 for the athletic training fund, and then cutting everything else listed. It was at like 52,670, and that would bring it down by like 15. I'd have to do the math soon. But that's my opinion on the matter. I'd like to hear other people's opinions. This is just based off the way I think the numbers are going. and the percents we have cut from larger departments. If anyone has any differing opinions, let me know.
I'm just gonna ask you a clarifying question real quick. The numbers up there, like the cuts for OPS, have the supervisor changed to 15 hours a week? So if you were planning to add a supervisor back in for OPS, it should be at 15 hours a week.
Sure. I mean, I just can't do the calculation off the top of my head. So if the committee were to agree on this, I would probably just need some assistance getting that number before making a motion. But my opinion on the matter is just bringing back that supervisor in whatever capacity it was before, plus the athletic training fund, which is, even with the money, I still think it's going to be a larger issue, but at least it helps in some way.
I'm gonna take Wilson, then go.
So just to get clarifying information and everything, can we find out what Sally Rose thinks about that, since it is a kind of change to the projected cut that she presented? What do you think about that?
Right. Okay. That would definitely make a huge difference in bringing back that sport club supervisor, and also really compensate for having to cut the hours down to 15 hours per week. That would take a load off of both our graduate assistant, the sport club council president, ultimately our assistant director, and obviously our student staff. And most importantly of all, would allow us to maintain the level of home events that we are having for our clubs, which would be greatly appreciated, of course. So I am definitely agreeable to that change.
Just for your information, Comptroller Chad, the 15 hours, well, when the supervisor's at 15 hours, adding back a supervisor would be $7,864.20.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah. $7,864.20.
And that would be the number reduced from 35. Like, we'd take 7 off 35. That would be their new cut if we were to give it back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go.
I just had so originally they have 6. They proposed cutting one of the supervisors, and then we're saying a proposed option is giving them that supervisor back, so they would still be at 6. Chair. Okay. Okay. May I debate now? Okay. I think that that's okay. I think that I would like to hear from other agencies before deciding, like, this agency not having to cut as much. I do hear, though, that they do provide their own, like, they do provide a lot of their own funds. So I guess I would just like to hear more debate from the committee. I guess I'm having like a hard time trying to like logisticize how like this is all going to be fair in the end. I think that that's a big thing, is like making sure that each agency does make specific cuts. But from what I understood from Urched, is cutting everything besides the student staff in the hours, which I would be okay with, because I don't want to impact student staff. But as long as it's fair in the end, that those cuts are being proposed as well.
Are you just going to clarify what your proposal was? Because otherwise I have 2 other people I have on the list before you. Okay. Hall and Allgaier.
You know, I'm just going to echo Senator Gill's sentiment. I'm going to be completely honest. Adding back the supervisor kind of came out of nowhere, to be honest. And I, not against it, but I also think like it's worth evaluating the other agencies before we look into any of that, because we know that there are other agencies also cutting positions. And so I just think, not to say that we won't end up doing this, I just think for now, maybe leaving that part for when we go back, once we've seen everybody through and can have conversations. Because I know, for instance, we're going to be seeing multiple agencies tomorrow who are cutting staff as well. And I think that for fairness, it's worth hearing out all of them before making a change like that.
Allgaier.
I would agree in part with that. So I would be more comfortable with adding back the athletic training fund, simply because I know that is sort of an immovable cost and is required for multiple events and multiple your sports and things like that. That is sort of required to operate at the extent you have been operating at. However, as far as the supervisor role goes, I think it is worth noting that multiple other agencies are cutting down on not only their staff are cutting down not only on hours, but also on staff. So I think we just need to keep that in mind as we move forward. While I understand that it is preferable in this case, in all fairness, it is happening to multiple other agencies. So
Richard and Lopez.
So it'll be a topic of debate for another day, most likely, for what it seems. But just to explain my rationale and reasoning, the facts of the matter are that they fully utilize pretty much all their funds, and all their funds still only represent, correct me if I'm wrong, like somewhat of a third of everything spent due to all their external fundraising. With the departments, especially the union and business office being a little more over 13.74, there's going to be some not extra per se, but money that's going to float around that we'll have to figure out where goes what. If we try to play the game where we give each agency the exact percent relative to everybody else, we will be here forever. So we could have that conversation at a later time, maybe focusing on giving stuff back to the departments like the union, who's taking way over 13.74. But I think it'll come down to a point maybe on Wednesday where we would have to decide where we think the money is going to be best used for the students, regardless of if it might be a little more partial or fair to a certain agency. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be our discretion on what we think is going to be the most beneficial for the majority of the students. Whether or not each agency feels the same way, I think we're going to have to really just focus on just the impacts. And if not, not for lack of better terms, like, of course, we're going to care about every agency head's feelings and how it's going to affect them as a whole. But we have to really emphasize that we need to do what we think is best for the students, even if it does upset an agency or may not be the most fair to them.
Lopez.
Just to answer a little bit on what Daisy asked for more debate on, as far as having some agencies take the full 13.74% cuts and some not. I think the biggest differentiator of what I see, like what makes it fair, and this is my entire personal opinion, is that there's some organizations that can continue doing what they're doing, although at a decreased version. Them taking the cut, they could still operate. And in this case, if the athletic training fund doesn't exist, in my eyes, which I can very much be wrong, in my eyes, you're taking away the safety and well-being of players, and I don't think you can operate like that. You wouldn't have football players without their training staff, you know? So at least that's where I see it, and that's the rationale in my head. And then as far as potentially having more money and going on to what Steven was saying, I guess I'm a little hypocritical in saying this, but I think just moving forward, we should be careful with promising different entities that if there's more money, we'll revisit you, just because we've been saying that a lot so far, and there isn't going to be that much money to give back. So maybe we just do what we need to do, and then at the end of the day, we'll come back and when there's more money and decide then. But telling everyone, oh, we'll revisit you when it's not going to be the case, might be a little, you're building up hope to then take it away again. So I would just be cautious along that line.
I'm just going to say, to echo Daniela with that last part, if you have somewhere that you want to come back to, that we made a decision on, that you think we should give money back to, make a mental or physical note, please, instead of, saying, we'll come back to you when the committee may not agree with that sentiment. Hall, then Archad.
I definitely echo the sentiments. We're going to have to cut things when you stop telling people like we have money when we don't. But I also think, to the comptroller's point, I agree with the fairness argument that, at the end of the day, we're going to have to make decisions that may not feel fair to everybody. Within any budget process, it sounds harsh, but there are winners and there are losers in a budget process. And it's more how we can mitigate that impact as much as possible. But more particular with this, or then I do think, again, is I think while I agree with that, and I know the comptroller agrees as well, is it's still worth hearing out all the agencies first and then making a discernment and decision on that. Because I feel like if we made a decision now, like for instance, adding back this position, that isn't fair to the other agencies. And at the end of the day, whatever choice we made, it still won't be. But I also do think that the equity in the situation is at least allowing everyone to have an even playing field before we make choices like that. And so I think that sounds like the direction we're going in anyway. So I don't think anybody's against that. But just to echo that, yeah, at the end of the day, an agency is going to benefit, another agency is not. And we need to be prepared for that. But at the same time, like, I still think it's worth making sure that we've heard them all out and then we start making those kinds of choices.
Okay, I'm going to take Urched, and then since it sounds like everyone is ready to move on, potentially consider somebody making a motion to move on because we wanted to go back to the union.
I was going to make a motion. Sierra can go first.
Okay.
First, I guess a question for the chair. So we're not coming to a consensus on OPS right now, but if I feel like we know what we're doing with operations, can I motion for that line as a whole, or should we just do them all together?
If you want to, yeah, you can make any motion you want, technically speaking. The committee can choose not to accept your motion, but.
Okay. Motion to reduce line 108 operations down $12,000 from 25,005 to 13,005. Pretty much removing everything on that list except for the athletic training fund, which was like 5225. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Are there any objections to that motion? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All those in favor? Or no, that's not how that works. Brody, I'm not used to the voting system. Sorry. With a vote count of 11 to 0 to 1, the amendment is approved. Okay. Urched,
Motion to move to the next entity.
there's been a motion to move to the next entity, which I'm assuming is the student union. Okay. There's been a motion to move to the student union. Are there any objections? Is that an objection?
If I wanted to make a motion for a recess, that's an objection.
Do you just withdraw your motion?
Sure.
Sure. Okay, cool.
Motion for a 5-minute recess.
There's been a motion for a 5-minute recess. Are there any? Is that an objection?
Okay. Yeah.
Do you withdraw?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is there a motion, please? Temple.
Move to see the student union.
There's been a motion to see the student union. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now back at the union. Thank you, Sally Rose. Okay, we're back in the union in debate. So the big thing we were talking about was free printing versus all-night study. I figured this is probably where we'll end up spending the rest of our meeting. So y'all have 35 minutes to discuss. Lopez?
Can I direct a question to Shane?
You can.
By any chance, did we hear back from Dr. Welch or Dr. Frame about any of the information, or do we still not have that? Okay. Okay. Are we in questioning or debate?
Debate, but you can direct questions if you would like.
Okay, no, more so just a comment for the committee. For the sake of using our time wisely and realistically, I don't know if come tomorrow morning we'll have the data needed for on like the R&R. Do we want to come up with a plan assuming we don't get that information and then move forward? Because there's a possibility we don't get the information and it's not what you want to hear, that we can't repay back our loan or that we could put that on hold. It's not necessarily like it'd be ideal if we didn't do that, but there's a chance that it does have to happen. So move as if it is happening.
Or Chad.
Yeah. I mean, I guess and I don't even think clarify. I think everyone understood, but I agree. We should just move forward, assuming that we can't make any adjustments to the loan. They're waiting on another department audit specifically to hear if there are any ways we can go about, extending the loan, other things that have potentially legal implications. Don't know how quickly they'll get an answer to us. I think it's smart to move forward as is. But with that, I just wanted to quickly state my opinion with the union. They did a great job at just taking a very large cut. The only other thing I would switch is I want to remove all night study in the arena, and I think put free printing back to its entirety of 105, maybe reduce a bit depending on committee opinion.
Wilson?
I would agree with that sentiment that both President Lopez and the comptroller said. I think, moving forward, I hope, again, the R&R thing works out, but moving forward, I think we should go through like it's not happening, just so we don't have to potentially come back Wednesday and rediscuss this if we have the time now. With that being said, I agree in terms of taking care of all-night study at the arena and closing that down in sacrifice to provide free printing for students. I did want to know if the director of the student union has any additional numbers when it comes to late night usages for all night study at the arena, just so we make an informed decision, because I know that was a concern of some of the committee members.
The information I was given is in the data folder linked in the agenda. And then Temple and Urched after.
And I was just essentially going to echo the sentiments of President Lopez, the comptroller, and Mr. Wilson. Barring the fact that I feel like there's a lot more that needs to be said about this little dilemma between free printing and all-night studies. So I would recommend that the committee use the time wisely. We have the somewhat 31 minutes left. And then I also want to kind of toss my own hat into the ring regarding this. I do agree that free printing should take more precedent over all-night study in this case. I hate to say it, I really do, but it is what it is. I think there could be more discussion in terms of reducing free printing, but that's at the discretion of the committee. I would not mind either which way if free printing were kept in its entirety or reduced to some capacity. I remember there being it being reduced to $1.50 or $1 overall. But again, I would love to hear more discussion on that matter before we move on to make a more concrete decision regarding this budget.
I have Urched, Lopez, Allgaier, Gill.
First the question, then some quick points of debate.
You may.
All night study of the arena. It's coming out of the OPS line, correct? Of 110,000. And then free printing would be under operations, just so I have a better understanding.
Correct. Yeah. So all night study arena would be 110,000 in the guest services OPS line, and free printing is just a operational line, 105,000.
Thank you. And for the few points of debate, it's been a very similar sentiment where people keep talking about, dollar per page, 8 cents per this or that. It's not really, to my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not up to us to figure that out. We give them a number, they'll figure out how many what the exact logistics are per student, because we're not going to sit here and calculate that. But again, to re-echo the sentiment with all-night study, just very varying variables between finding students to staff at night and with the projection that even if we reduced all-night study, if the arena says that wasn't part of our terms of agreement and they charge rent, that's ultimately going to be taken away regardless. So I'm really going to stick to my opinion of just completely taking away all-night study. And I say keep free printing as is, since it's still going to be a 5,000 reduction in the budget overall, and they're still over 18%, which is significantly more than anyone else. That's my opinion on the matter. But if anyone has any opinions regarding all-night study, decreasing free printing, or anything along those lines, I would love to hear it.
Okay, we're at Allgaier, then Gill, Lopez, Wilson.
So not to keep echoing everybody, but I would agree in the closing of the all-night study arena, maintaining free printing as is, and just to put the word out there, I would like I personally would not want to touch Bike and Gold, as for a lot of students, that is their sole mode of transportation. It's not a it's a non-fungible cost for them. It does support their mode of transportation in many ways. In my personal opinion, one thing I want to think of is that our students are incredibly resourceful. No matter our decision here, they will respond. They may not be comfortable with it. They may be angry. They may be upset, but they will find a way to work around it. If we know that we have whiteboards available to students, that we can try and work out some line of opening that up to them. There's a lot more debate to come after that when it comes to things of that nature, but it is worth noting that our students will respond to the changes that we make here and sort of work their own ways out of operating as per usual for them. It's not like if we take away all night study, they're going to stop studying, essentially is what I'm saying. So I would just like to keep that in mind as well.
Joe, Lopez, then Wilson.
Yeah, I think the best idea for the situation would be closing all night study. I think it would be hard to staff at night. They're already struggling to get those overnights. I think it's just more of, I just want us to be aware we're taking away something academic as well. And so please, let's be mindful of just mindful that we're taking 110K away from something academic. I just want that to be said and in mind. But as for free printing, I think that should be I don't want to cut that. I don't think we should cut Bike and Gold. I think we're probably at a general consensus to cut all night study. Sad to see it go. It's a staple, but budget cuts. So yeah, I would be okay with that and keeping free printing, not touching Bike and Gold. But yeah, thank you.
Lopez, Wilson, Urshad, McClellan, please don't all repeat each other.
I was just going to say I agree with exactly what's been said twice now. So if we can, if someone can make a motion.
Wilson.
So just to add to the conversation and not to, be repetitive or anything, just to alleviate some fears in regards to students not having a place to go or anything like that. If you look at the population count numbers that thank you for providing with us, it looks like the most usages out of all night study are around that 10 o'clock to midnight time period. And then afterwards, when it goes into 1 o'clock, it kind of wanes off. And those are already the operating hours mostly of the John C. Hitt Library. So I think students will have a place to go. I know we are concerned about some students, but I think when it comes to the good of the whole, I think this is the best path forward.
Richard.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the Bike and Gold wasn't even in the conversation. That was just something that Rick added in case we had to find more, right? So I don't think that's been in conversation. I think we're ready to make a motion. I mean, Ryan, if he has anything different to say.
I do think I have something different to say. On the topic of the free printing, we were talking about $1 a week. As of right now, it's $2 a week, if I'm not mistaken. If we cut it down to $1, that's cutting it in half. I'm not saying we do this, but if we keep it in mind that if we did do it to cut it to $1 and we just cut that 105K in half, that's like $50,000 we can use to save programs in other agencies or departments. I'm not saying that's something we do, but we were floating the idea of cutting the free printing a number. So I'm thinking that I'd be in favor of that because we can use that money and do some good in other agencies or departments. So that's something I'd like to say as well.
Rick, would you be willing to reiterate your earlier point on that exact topic, on if we cut it from $2 to $1, whether it would cut in half?
If y'all don't mind, can I explain the numbers that
Please.
I shared? So the data that I sent, I don't know that it necessarily tells a story, but that average cost is the average of total cost that was spent by the 17,000 students. So the $3.02 that you see is total. That's the average that each student that used the service spent. So most students are not spending a lot of money on free printing. They're spending small amounts of money. And the average cost per job was 50 cents, and the average number of pages 5, and then average times that people are printing is just under 8. So I think there is room to that point. I think there's room to potentially scale back that $2 a week. I mean, if the average student is only spending $3 for a semester, scaling back from $2 a week doesn't really feel like it should be that devastating to people. I haven't dove into the numbers that far, but I think that those initial averages, I think, are reasonable to say that maybe 105,000 is too much. I mean, honestly, when I'm sitting here listening to what everybody's presenting and talking about today, I think, again, I don't want to tell you all what to do, but I think it would be a disservice to not trim free printing a little bit, just based on that average number of $3 a student.
I'm just going to ask a quick question. If we did decide to cut it in half, would you probably be putting it at $1? Do those numbers directly correlate?
They don't directly correlate. I think probably what we would have to do is take something from the committee. So try this, please. And then, so if we cut it to $1 and we see for next fall, when we roll that out, that, we still spent, $40,000 for the fall, then we might have to trim it back to 50 cents or something more extreme. I don't think that would happen, but we might need to be flexible the first year. We thought we were going to have to be flexible for the last 2 years, since we kind of rolled out the service in a different way, and it's mostly worked out. The estimates have been pretty close. So.
Okay. I have Urched. Lopez, did you still have debate? I wrote your name down because your hand was up, even though I never said it. Okay. Urched, Lopez, Hall.
Question, point of debate.
You may.
So right now we're at $2 a week. Do you know if that number accrues per student through the end of the semester, or it's like, hey, you have $2 a week, you don't spend it, like you have a cap of $2 every week, or can that number accrue and you have $10 by the end of the semester?
Cap per week, and then it rolls back over.
So
it does not roll over. It starts anew in the new week.
So if a student spent $10 the first day of the month, mid-semester, they're only getting like $2 off.
They would spend $8 out of pocket, right?
And then again, we don't determine the price per page, all that stuff the union does, correct? So we're just going to give them a tangible number and they're going to figure out how to do the rest, correct?
So just to clarify, we don't determine the price per page. IT does that. We determine how much is given to the student to spend on those pages.
Okay. I guess with that, towards the committee, I definitely think I'm in favor of reducing the free printing number to something that seems a little more effective. I'm open to any suggestions. I guess first thoughts just to cut it in half. But if anyone has any other reasons why with a certain amount, I'd love to hear it.
Lopez, Hall, DeMarlo.
Based off Rick's recommendation, I would be comfortable cutting free printing. To what amount? I don't know. We'll figure that out. But I do have another recommendation. If we do decide to cut free printing, since the union is taking such a large cut above of what was requested, I know there was potential talk about allocating it to different entities. If possible, I would like to hear the debate on potentially putting some money back into the union's programming, since they're taking a 90% cut from their programming, and just based off of practically living in this union. A lot of students really do enjoy the programming from the union. The tote bags from Market Wednesday are like always a huge hit. The Pumpkin Palooza was a huge hit. These are things that students love. This is the heart of campus. This is where students spend a lot of their time. So if we are debating reducing, if we do decide to reduce free printing, if possible, I would like to put some, not a whole lot of money, because, we also have other entities, but at least putting some money back into their programming budget, since it was significantly reduced.
Hall, then DeMarlo.
Yeah, President Lopez said what I was going to say. If I think any sort of reduction that we do, which I definitely think we should do, I think we should cut it in half. I to be honest, don't think it needs to be cut like literally 50% of it, but maybe we can find more 30% cut, 25% cut, something along those lines. I think that the majority of that should go back into the union versus spreading it out, particularly like President Lopez said, programming. You can also kind of at least mitigate some of these other areas like the marketing supplies or the professional development, just certain areas. And I think if Rick had more like specific suggestions of where that money could go, that would be beneficial, like, or that would be most beneficial for the union, because we don't want to give, 10 grand to Knights on, or give a bunch of money to Knights on the Mall, and that's not something that the money would be better served in. But I do think like making sure that we can at least put some of that money back, especially given how big their cut is probably the better route to go and probably helps the union more long term.
I have Demarla or Chad go.
I think that maybe we should reduce free printing instead of half to like 65K might be better, just to give them a little leeway in case that something does like arise as an issue. And I don't want them to like have to switch up on the students like halfway through the semester. I think it might just be better to give them some like buffer money, I would say. So like we don't have to run into that issue.
Or Chad?
I guess the statistic I wish I knew was more along the lines of, I guess it's just from anecdotal experience, but I feel like when people go to print, it's more of a lump sum at once and not a weekly recurring thing. They're like, oh, everything's due now, I'm going to print stuff out. So maybe an adjustment to the program so it's better utilized. With that being said, I guess my question more for you, Rick, is let's say we put printing at 65, 70,000. That's already, if it's at 70, that's a $40,000 difference between the all-night study closure, which doesn't even account for the other 4% forward and change, which is about 222,000. Like that's probably a lump sum of, we probably need some of it to buffer, but like, let's just say 200,000. Like, are there anything like under 200,000, like within the union that you think is like, what's your order of priorities if we gave some money back?
I think probably the biggest would be the OPS, honestly, just because the cuts that I described earlier. So these changes, again, we haven't figured out exactly what those look like with OPS. With the operational stuff, it's a little bit easier to find specifically, like this is what we're cutting. So I think that OPS is probably our biggest liability right now going into the year. And the reason I say that is to Daniela's point, and thank you for the kind words. The programming piece certainly I think is important to the mission of the student union, but I think that OSI and RWC are really more important programming agencies. So this to me, like the event services operation and running events is really what our core mission is. And so if we're looking at, with that, if we say $30,000 from free printing, if we put that back into OPS, does that mean that we can break down the stage in Pegasus instead of just saying, nope, sorry, you have a stage in Pegasus, those kind of things? I think it frees us up to really get to those core mission activities a little bit easier. But that being said, if you all prioritize programming, certainly, I mean, anything we can put back in would be fantastic. So,
Yeah. Oh, may I retain?
You may.
I mean, I think it's going to be up to committee later on, but like as we said, like the union's at like an 18 something and change. Take away all night study, put in the free printing reduced, you're probably close to like 19 something. That's like about 250,000 like excess, because it looks like all the other departments have at least hit their 1374. So chair, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but once we get most of the other agencies along those lines, there should be some fluff there. I mean, I guess we'll have to figure out at a later time like where like some money would go back to, but I feel like union at 18% with everyone else hitting the 13.74, which we already have, minus SLS, which is like 32,000 of absorbed costs, which the union can take. I feel like there definitely is some extra money we could put back into the union at some capacity. I don't know if this is a conversation for now or for Wednesday, because right now we're kind of just going to spitball numbers without like any tangible, like we're going to add X, Y, or Z. So committee suggestions, opinions on this nature, like on this matter, any questions regarding the numbers I just threw out there?
Okay, so you're not retaining.
No.
Then Gail McClellan.
No, I don't have anything to say.
McClellan.
For numbers and percent wise, I'd be cutting it 40% down to 63,000. I think that is a good amount of room for, like, if instead of just cutting it in half, and gives us a good amount of money to reallocate to other places. So that's what I'd say, down to 63, so a 40% cut.
Wilson, Savage.
So, not that I do not love the student union and everything, but when it comes to kind of making them a little bit more whole and everything, because I think that is a good idea with the amount of cuts that they're taking, could we potentially wait till we kind of go through the other areas just to see kind of where the chips lie?
Yeah, I'm in favor of that. Oh. Sorry.
This is a
it's-
conversation.
It's been a long day. Yeah, I definitely think we should wait and see where the chips lie, what we're laying at the end of the day. But I do think it would be smart to move ahead with what we have now, since we are just amending. We can cut their OPS for all-night study arena now. We can add back X amount for printing, and then when we have the extra money, we can make sure that we talk to the union first about giving them some of that hefty percent they took off. Because once we put in these numbers with the reduced printing and the arena, I feel pretty confident they'll be over 19% cut.
Savage, then Lopez, and then back to Wilson.
Okay, so just one thing I really quickly wanted to say that Rick said that I kind of wanted to go back to and emphasize, and then move it kind of to a point of debate. Was Rick mentioned that his priority in giving back money to his budget would be to OPS rather to programming, and I think that he did really make a key point that I agree with, and I appreciate him saying this, is that OSI and the RWC are the ones that really have a majority of the programming that's directly impacting students, and to kind of redirect that into a question particularly to Daniela, just because you brought it up, but then also obviously the rest of the committee. Since you mentioned directly putting money back into programming, and Rick's comment was that his priority would have been OPS for money returned. Does that change your viewpoint at all at putting money back? Or sorry, not to put you on the spot, but just general opinions on, and obviously not for a decision to be made right now, as Richard and Wilson mentioned.
I'm not going to say I know how to run the union better than Rick. So at the end of the day, wherever Rick wants to put the money back is the recommendation that I would vote with. I only said programming because that's what's most tangible to me as a student. So I don't disagree with you. That was just for me. I'm more so, if we're cutting the hours, want to give money back to the union as opposed to just cutting it and reallocating it somewhere else completely different. Where in the union it goes, I don't really have a preference. Do you have any other comments after that?
No, that about, I was just curious in terms of using the efforts of redirecting programming towards those other departments. But also I do completely agree with your point that with taking such a large percentage cut, it would be nice to be able to give the union some money back wherever they see fit.
Did you still want to debate President Lopez?
Unless Austin has anything different that he wants to say, I wanted to, at least for the sake of our 9 minutes, make a motion.
How about it?
Okay. I don't know the exact numbers, so if anything, Steven, help me out with it, but can we at least vote to remove all-night study in the plaza?
So can I just,
if you want to say it,
I'm just going to call on Steven, if that's all right.
Well, I was also going to put in a number for free printing for now. Going with Ryan's 40% cut. We're amending. We are coming back to the union Wednesday. I mean, we can't say we are. We probably are. But motion to reduce line 163 OPS by 110,000. cutting the all-night study arena. And motion to increase line 165 operations for the union by 63,000, a 40% reduction in free printing.
That motion has been made. Are there any objections? Is that an objection?
It's a question about motion.
Okay, you may.
So within the cut, there's a ton of other like lines. Are we including that, or is it's just the free printing reduction and the arena closure?
I'm just saying I'm just talking 110,000 from line 163 based on the OPS used for all-night study, which is their only expense. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rick. And then increasing the free printing right in the operations. We just give a number. They'll figure the rest out. And we can always come back to it at a later time.
Okay. Are there any objections to Comptroller or Chad's motion? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 13 to 0 to 0, the amendment stands approved. What was the exact number? Sorry. Okay. Is there any other debate, or Chad?
I was just not, if I could make a motion.
You can. Go ahead.
Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
There has been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Is that an objection? Or Chad, do you withdraw?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to mention something in member discussion quickly. Are we there, or is there a member discussion?
Is there a motion to go to member discussion? Great, we're now in member discussion.
Sorry, this will take really quick. I've just been thinking about this. It's been on my mind, but with all-night studies and the arena closing, I know that we do have that benefit of like not having to pay rent in that place, which I think is pretty nice. Because I was looking at the like Knights Plaza gym, and they have to pay like 100-something K for rent. So maybe like something we can think about is when we come back, like moving that gym to the place where the all-night studies were, so we can still take advantage of not having to pay rent, because it's like kind of a nice deal. But that's like for a different time. Just wanted to put it out there that that is a possibility.
That is very much an issue that would have to be discussed with the arena and not anybody in this room. Like nobody in this room has an answer for you with that, unless Rick can give an answer right now, but I doubt it. Yeah.
In short, I think the answer would be no. The agreement was for the student lounge space. They've already basically asked us to agree if they do find a paying tenant, would we vacate? And yes, we would. That we can't compete with that, of course. I don't think they're going to find a paying tenant quickly, so I don't think that's not a driver behind us closing. But I don't think it'll allow another purpose.
Okay, awesome. Go.
Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Vice Chair McClellan.
Same as initial +1.
I hereby adjourn this meeting at 4:55 p.m. Thank you everyone for being here.